Everybody loved him. Hundreds of people would be by the courthouse, and he, put up his finger to the government, and that's it. This man is dying, and you still have him in solitary confinement. He was tied, his feet to the bed, and his hands were tied to the bed. People want to question if my father was weak or tough. He had a severe kidney infection. He was sick. He didn't get to see a doctor. By the time he got off the bus, he was covered in blood. If there was ever a time to become a rat or something, it would have been then. No, instead he fought 5 trials. Eli has never had any conversation with my father. You lie about my son? Like, this is how sick they are. I defend my family. I think I do a pretty good job of defending my family. But other people defend my family also. I don't ask them to do it, but they do. Hi, everybody. How is everyone tonight? I'm sorry I was late. My dog, I let her out, and when she came back in, she had an accident all over herself, so I had to give her a bath real fast. I'm sorry. How is everyone tonight? Hi, Cromel. Hi, Jane. Hi, Joe. Hi, Susie. How are you, Susie? Thank you, Susie. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Yes, and Joe, thank you. I'm sure they will both appreciate that. Hello, Mr. Smith. Hello, Julian. Hello, Mob Rats 2. Uh-oh. Hello, Edward. Paul Clinton. John Collins. Okay, wait, where are we? Jason, how are you? Fly Me to the Moon, Gerard. A new We Push Back member. Welcome. I'm looking forward to your channel and your videos. Let's see who else. Hello, Tina. Let's see. I go so slow. Chicky said he was going to come on with me. So, Chicky, let me know when you're in the chat. Hello, Mary. Okay. Hi, Paps. Hi, Billy Martin. Hello, my Joy. How are you, Joy? Hello, John. Hello, John Collins. And Travis. Tony Gino. Beantown. Jesse. Hi, Jesse. And, oh, there's my boy. Hi, Frankie. How are you, Frank? How's my boy doing? And hello, Lori Love. And Vito, how are you? Root Irish. Chicky. Okay, I'm sending you the link, Chicky. There it is. Hello, C. How are you, C? That's my son, right? He's got a wrench. I hope he's got a wrench. Let me just double check, okay? Where am I? If I told you how I have to find myself, you wouldn't believe it. Yeah, that's my boy. All right, that's my boy. Oh, I hate that. Hello, my son. I know it's you now. Thank you. I'm happy that you're here. And hi, Paul. And hello there, Chicky.
Hi, Angel. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are
Okay.
you?
I'm good. Good. How everybody in the chat? I want to say my condolences to Marla and MRE on their loss of their family and loved ones.
Yes, I was just going to say that. MRE lost a close family member, and our thoughts and prayers are with you always. And Marla lost her best friend 2 days ago. So, Marla, our hearts and prayers are with you as well. And I feel so sorry for both of them. And I don't even know what else to say after that. My heart is with the both of them. What else is going on, Chicky? Oh, Chicky left it quick. Emory, yes. Yes. So maybe like the morons, the idiots can find it in their hearts to put aside their bull crap for a few days because he will not be on here. He's not going to be on YouTube. So maybe you could find it in your hearts. You know, the hearts where that ice cold water runs through, to give him a break and not attack him and just leave him alone, because he's not going to see it anyway. The only person who's going to see it is me. And I give you the middle finger every single day anyway. Hello, Chicky. Welcome back.
How are you? I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So what's going on, Chicky?
Everything's good. Everything's good. Another weekend gone. Coming up next tomorrow will be another weekend gone. So everything's going good. Like I said, saw you today on the show. It was a good show, a little Lee Cole show today, and yeah, I'll load everybody in the chat. Happy Saturday night as always. We're gonna have a good time tonight, whatever we do.
Yeah, exactly. And how's everything going with you, with your little home situation?
Yeah, it's going good. I get out. I do get out. I don't want to make it like I'm here. I get to go to swim and, they food shopping and they let me go, so it ain't like I'm here every day. So, I do get out a few hours a day. So that's good.
Hi, NB. How are you? Yeah, so we did Lee Cole's show today. It was, oh, hi, Josie. It's Josie.
Yeah, Josie. I catch you, Josie.
Yeah. Hi, Josie. So we did Lee Cole and Danny Trio show today. It was Josie, myself, NB, and Angela.
Yep.
Angela came on. And we were, telling everybody everything that's been going on here. And I thought it was a good show. Did you like it?
Yeah, everybody seemed to like it. Yeah, I mean, Danny's going to get crucified tomorrow for the things he said, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, notice, somehow I doubt that.
I know.
They, hello, Angela. They
Hi,
like
Angela.
they like to talk, behind the computer, but they never, they don't seem to really go after Danny too much.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure, MRE and Marla will appreciate all the support from everybody here.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you go through something like that. You need your little time with your family or to get your own feelings in order.
Yeah, exactly. And they, look, they're both devastated.
Well, of course.
They're both very upset. So let me see. Okay, I'm gonna just see which dog was what's this? Chicky, twice in a week. I'm so glad you're on house arrest.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a few things that I want to I'm good, MB. Thank you. There's a few things that I wanted to. Oh, and all right, I'll say that later. I'm sure when MRE is ready to come back, he'll come back and he'll explain everything to everyone.
Yeah.
But there was a few things that I wanted to address tonight, if you're up to it, Chicky.
Absolutely.
Okay. First, I want to say that there's this little rumor going around on here. I don't know who started it, which moron did.
Mm-hmm.
But, so last night I was with my family. It was my nephew's birthday. So I was with, my brother and my sister. And I just decided to whip out the phone and ask my sister. First, I rudely interrupted her while she was having conversation. And then I wanted to ask her this question that I'm not sure which moron started, but she answered it, and I'm gonna play that right now.
Oh, good.
It's not very long. It's very short, as a matter of fact. See, my family gets mad at me when I ask them like these ridiculous things, but I couldn't help myself. Okay, here goes. This is my sister Victoria. Victoria, excuse me for 1 minute. What do you say to people who say that you and I are not close at all, and you and John don't want anything to do with me?
Are you going to put this on video, Angel? Me looking like this?
I didn't show you. We're not looking at you. We're looking over there. What do you say?
I say that's an asinine fucking imbecile.
All right, never mind. Did you hear that?
You know, it would be funny, but he won't come on. Is you should get Junior what he thinks on a few things.
Well, the person that we were having that she was having the conversation with is a very close friend of ours, an attorney, another attorney. And he's like, why are you responding to it? Don't respond to it. Don't respond to these idiots. And he's like, what? But I thought that her response was priceless. And because she doesn't really curse either. So to hear her say that, I thought it was funny. And I just letting you all know that is not true. My sister and I are very close. My brothers and I are very close. And
but Angel, anybody that knows you guys and knows your family, I know to certain idiots you got to explain yourself, but you ain't got to explain yourself to nobody. You know, I know you do just to prove a point, but it's just crazy. It's just the whole thing's crazy.
Oh, was it him that started it? Oh, that figures. Okay, so well, you got my sister's answer. I'm not even going in further into that. I mean, she don't even curse either. But okay, so that's over. And also, I want to thank you, Palato. I don't know how to really pronounce this, Palato. I was going to look Palato. Okay. You and Carlos, I wanted to thank you because I was watching Convict Inc. Yesterday when the fake angel went in there, and you blocked the fake angel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that because that was indeed the fake angel. And like I said, if there's no wrench next to my name, it's not me. So thank you for that. And
they know it's not you. There's certain. The people that should know, they know it's not you because, like you said, the wrench is the most important thing. But especially what comes out of the person's mouth, they know it ain't you.
First of all, I would never beg anybody for a wrench. And the fake angel, the fake angel was begging Convict Inc. for a wrench, saying, "This is." Give me a wrench, please, so people know it's me. Or crap like that. I would never do that. So Carlos and Palato were smart enough to know that wasn't me, and they banned the fake angel. So that was good. And then there was something else I wanted to. Okay, so I didn't feel good all last week, right? And so I had kidney stones. I had kidney stones, even though the CAT scan said there was no kidney stones. There were kidney stones. But I was in so much pain that I had to take a painkiller, right? And
oh boy, you sure you want to put that out there?
Yes, listen, there's a reason for it. Right. So now, the one painkiller was not enough. I was in so much pain. When my daughter came home from work, she asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital. And if I did, and my answer to her was, I would, but I'll fall asleep. Because, but listen, the one was, I forgot what it was called. I don't know what it was, like a hydroxycodone. I don't know what it was. but I had to take 2 of them. Okay. So when I woke up the next day, the pain was gone. Like, I passed the stones and whatever. The pain was gone, but the pain from the painkillers is the worst. I don't know how people
Wait,
can.
like a hangover, right? A bad
It
hangover.
was like somebody beat my head up with
Yeah,
a
yeah,
hammer.
right.
So I don't know how anybody gets addicted to those things, because it's such a horrible feeling.
Well, you know what they get addicted for? Because how you woke up feeling terrible and your head was banging.
Yeah.
If you would have took another couple, it would have went away. You would have felt good. So that's what you know what I mean. After a while, I guess you feel so bad that you got to keep taking them to feel good. I guess.
Oh my God, they're horrible. It
Yeah.
was horrible. I'd rather take the Advils. No, what was I taking? Tylenol, extra strength Tylenol. I would rather do that, because that's what I ended up doing, taking 2 Tylenol to get that head pain away now. And but now, thank God, it's all better. Let's see. FBI starts all the lies. He's just a little oops who does because his oops believes everything he says. Well, whoever said it, Angel, they are jealous because you have a family unlike those. Yeah. Well, whoever said it, it was a lie. I don't know if people tell him that, or if he just makes that up. I don't know who it is, but yeah. See, it is. That's why I like to do it. Like, my family gets mad at me, but I just like if somebody says something or does something, I like to have the proof that they're lying. That's just the way that I am. But my family gets so mad at me. Like, why do you answer these idiots? Why do you even go on the internet? You gotta get thick skin to go and face these idiots, these cowards, these what do they call them? Keyboard warriors.
Yeah.
So,
And you know what it is too? When people see you got a good family, and like my daughters adore me, I got grandkids, and when they have no relationship with their children, and they can't even they don't even know what their grandchildren look like, and they have no relationship with their family, there's going to be a lot of haters on people that do have good relationships with their family.
oh,
You know?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, kidney stones are painful. They are so bad. Um, if you moderate on certain channels, your wrench is visible only on that chat, but not on lives. You don't moderate. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know how
You
that
know?
works. I've seen a lot of lives where they show the moderators, so I don't know how that works.
Hi, Gravesend. Hi, Lucio. Hi, Devil. Oh, hello. And there's my daughter. I was blessed with my son, and now my daughter. Hello.
It's a whole family event tonight.
Yeah, look at that.
Hi, Victoria.
Gravesend. Angel, pain is weakness leaving the body. Is that true?
Yeah, probably. That sounds very reasonable.
Paul Clinton, Marla and MRE,
Yeah,
God bless
absolutely.
you and your families. Sorry for your losses.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, Angel, please give everyone my best, and Chicky too.
Oh, thank you, my pal. Absolutely.
Yes. And I had to take them for my wisdom tooth. I had no idea what they would do, but I woke up upside down with my feet in my what?
It feels like you got hit over the head with a club when you were sleeping at night in your head. That's what.
Oh wow. Yeah, see? Yep, kidney stones are worse than giving birth. All I could say is that it has to be so much worse for a man.
Yeah, I heard it's bad. I never had them, but I heard it's awful. Awful.
Yeah, so I think that listen, I worked in the doctor's office for 13 years. I saw a grown man crying,
Oh,
holding
it's
on to
terrible.
the counter, crying. So I can only imagine it's got to be much worse for a man. But everybody please don't get addicted to those things. They're
No,
horrible.
I heard a guy when I was in federal prison. I heard a guy in the middle of the night. He had what'd you call them? The guys that you had what is it? What do they call them things again? You just said
Kidney stones?
yeah. He had a kidney stone, and throughout the 200 pod dorm, maybe even a little more people, you could hear him at the middle of the night. He was in the bathroom screaming, woke 200 people up. That's how loud he was screaming because he had a kidney stone.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Pain
Yeah.
your body telling you to stop doing something stupid. What?
Not if it's a kidney stone or something like that.
I know. Okay, here. Mr. Smith, yes, pain is weakness leaving the body. Work as you train, train as you work. I don't even know what any of this means. I don't know what any of this means. Okay, now we push back. Mob Rats too. Now, Chicky, would you mind if I played a part of JusticeTechPros?
Of course not. Absolutely. And of course not.
Right.
It would be good.
It's about 15 minutes long, and I want to play it because.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Hello, Edwin. Thank you so much, Edwin. Miss Angel, Mr. Chicky, many blessings. Our respect always. Thank you, Edwin.
There he is, the
He's
true gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Yes, exactly. Travis, I'm sorry to hear that, Travis.
Yeah, it's a big, very big epidemic these days. That very big.
Angela says, I was in so much pain from a kidney that when I walked into the emergency, I passed out. Oh, and you never told me you had them as well. I didn't know that. Look, there is no pain compared to a kidney stone, at least not one that I found.
Yeah, we say that.
I'll tell you one that's even worse than a kidney stone is I had years ago, I collapsed at work. I had pancreatitis from a gallbladder stone.
Yeah, that's bad too. Very bad.
Oh my God. That was the worst. That's what made me stop smoking. Because I said, when I was in that hospital, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. When I was in there, I said, if this pain is this bad, I can only imagine what cancer patients are going through.
Oh my God.
Exactly. And then I stopped smoking. But let me just, I'm going to play, I want to play this because recently it seems like that every time somebody gets mad at somebody else on here, they try to do like spiteful little things to hurt other people. And what I'm going to play is because recently somebody said that that it wasn't true about John Panisi and about knocking a woman's teeth out. First of all, let me tell you this. I spoke to a family member. That story is true. I don't care who says it's not. And I'm going to show, we're going to go back and watch, this. Okay, hold on. Let me share this. Okay. And this was Justice Tech Pros episode 73. Okay. And let me get this up here. Can everybody see that? You can see it, Chicky?
Yeah, I can see it. Yep.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Claims of domestic abuse coming in either. Again, they're trying to say it has nothing to do with truth-telling ability. Me, I disagree. I think it has to do with character, which all revolves around truth-telling ability of somebody. When you trust somebody, you want to know what they're all about, right? That's how I feel. So here's Attorney Gerald McMahon's response, and he elaborates a little bit. And so now these two responses, so you understand how it works. These two filings go towards the judge, and then the judge decides whether he or she is gonna allow the testimony in or not allow it. And from what I understand here, what took place, they did not allow the domestic violence cross-examination to take place, so that wasn't allowed. And I'm going to bring up a section of the transcript, whereas the defense attorney and the prosecution were talking to the judge on that issue in a little more depth before the judge decided not to allow it in. So here's Gerald McMahon's response, and he's talking about the evidence about the manslaughter, and he lays out that the facts underlying Panisi's 1990 manslaughter conviction demonstrate a compelling relevance to this case. In 1989, Panisi shot and killed a young man who made the mistake of dating Panisi's girlfriend. At his murder trial, Panisi asserted that he acted in self-defense and testified approximately 10 times at trial that his romantic rival pulled out a gun before Panisi shot him in the heart. The government now concedes that this deceased romantic rival not only did not pull out a gun, but he did not even have a gun. So that goes against what Panisi claimed. Panisi claimed the guy had a gun. The government conceded the guy did not have a gun. The gun found at the crime scene by the police was actually the gun carried by his co-defendant. So the gun they found was carried by Panisi's co-defendant, and Panisi threw the murder weapon off the Verrazano Bridge. So Gerald McMahon is explaining, I'll read this passage because he's saying those facts demonstrating Panisi's insane jealousy are particularly relevant in this case because Panisi believes that defendant Castell was secretly having an affair with Panisi's girlfriend. Panisi's belief was so strong that he punched, and they give her initials, teeth out. The government wants to keep that assault from the jury as a mere incident of domestic violence. Taken together, however, they demonstrate that Panisi will go to great lengths, such as murder and falsely accusing a rival to monopolize his love interest. Then it goes on to cite cases to support the argument. That's a big part of a submission. You want to cite cases. I don't know. To me, I think that is something that is relevant for the jury to hear. The jury should know who's in front of them. I know the government likes to clean up a lot of these witnesses and put their best foot forward and make them seem as ideal citizens. But the same way, again, not to harp on it, but it's a strong point, so I have to make it. The same way, if you read trial testimony in a lot of cases, they go into the past on all of the defendants, things they've already served time for, things they've already paid the debts to society. So why is it one-sided? Shouldn't it then apply, shouldn't the same rule then apply for the informants? The informants are being relied upon to tell the truth, and people's lives are in their hands based on whether or not the jury believes them. So to keep this stuff shielded, I have a hard time understanding the judge's rationale with that other than they're just not being fair. I try to look at things from different perspectives, try to understand their train of thought. And with this, I can't. It would make more sense to me if they said nobody's past is allowed in. You can't bring in the defendants and you can't bring in the informants. Then okay, at least that makes a little sense. They're keeping it across the board with the same ruling. But to pick and choose, that shifts the scales of balance. That knocks things out of whack, and it changes getting a fair trial. And Gerald McMahon goes on to talk about Panisi's mental condition. The government discloses that Panisi's taken the antidepressant Wellbutrin. Medical journals indicate that one side effect of Wellbutrin is confusion. Defendants should therefore be allowed limited questioning as to Panisi's clarity of mind. From what I've read, I did not see that being asked during trial, so it appears that the judge ruled that wasn't allowed in. The allegations of knocking the woman's teeth out wasn't allowed in. And they go on a little bit more about that. I'm going to show you a transcript from, this is a section of the transcript. This is on the court testimony. This is prior to the trial, to the jurors coming out. This is the court. I believe this is prior to trial. I'm not sure if this took place. I didn't see the date on it. I have to look. This could have took a lot of times. What happens is before they bring the jury in, the court, the prosecution, and the defense will have little arguments of what they want to have that day, what they want to ask that day, and then the court will decide right then and there if they're going to allow it. So I believe I believe this may have happened while the jury was out of the room before they came in. This was an argument taking place. And you have the court, they're asking the prosecution, who is this Mr. Scott, and they're asking him, what is his fear that Mr. McMahon is going to do? What's his fear? What's he concerned about? And Mr. Scott goes on to say he's going to accuse the witness quite theatrically of assaulting this woman in the second row. So the woman who was assaulted apparently was at this trial, who he's brought here to make as much of a show as possible. But regardless of her presence, it simply doesn't bear on credibility. Again, totally disagree. If you're accused of knocking a woman's teeth out and the woman's there in court, I believe that has a strong bearing on credibility. I couldn't disagree more with that. I know they use that, and I understand the prosecution's point of view. They're trying to win the case. They don't want certain things to come in. I understand that. But for the judge, I mean, the prosecutor's doing their job. They're trying to keep as much out as they can that could hurt their case. But a fair judge should look at this and say, it absolutely has to do with credibility. And the court says, without interjecting epithets, what kind of question is he going to ask? And then the prosecutor goes on to say, I assume he's going to ask, did you not assault the woman who you believe the defendant was dating? Did you not hurt her badly? Did you not knock her teeth out? These were things that I've learned from proffers by defense counsel, Your Honor. And the court goes on to say, he's asking the attorney now, are these the expectations real? Basically, what the prosecutor asking, is that what you're going to do? And Mr. McMahon says, well, Judge, I think it's a little bit overstated. The court asks in what aspect? And Mr. McMahon says, I can limit the questioning. So instead of saying, did you knock her teeth out, which he actually did you assault her by punching her in the face without getting into the teeth? So the defense attorney is just trying to structure it in a way where he could bring it out, because he feels, as do I, and as I believe 90% of the public would feel, it is important for the jury to understand what they're dealing with and the capabilities of the person in front of them. So this is the process of what goes on, how you got to try to get these things in. And unfortunately, more oftentimes than not, the judge won't allow them in. And I could tell when I read the trial transcript, the judge didn't allow this in because he did not elaborate on it. He didn't bring up about the teeth. So I assume they had to play with the words a little bit. But it appears that jury was not allowed to get that information, to use that information to help them determine if John Panisi was a credible witness. And the same thing happened on the case with Stephen Crea and Matthew Madonna, Terrence Caldwell, and Christopher Londonio. This was also asked to be introduced, and I'm going to show you that. And again, it was not allowed. I'm going to show you the request that was put in. Now, this is during the United States versus Londonio, Crea, Caldwell, and Madonna case. The defense team, we put in an omnibus motion, which is basically a giant motion with all different issues that you want to address. Sometimes they call it omnibus motion. It allows you just to bring up several areas that you want the court to rule on and advise on prior to trial. And you can include a bunch of different items within that motion. And in this section of the motion, this was the defense team for Stephen Crea asking the court to allow the cross-examination of John Panisi as it relates to his domestic abuse. And it says, the sectional heading is item C, John Panisi's paranoia and delusional behavior. The court should also deny the government's request to restrict the defense's cross-examination of Panisi's engagement in domestic abuse. So the court had prior submitted, as they did with the Castell case, they prior submitted a letter to the judge, basically asking the judge, hey, judge, don't allow this. Don't allow them to ask Panisi about him beating his girlfriend. So this was the defense's response to try to convince the judge that it is necessary. Unfortunately, the judge knocked this down and it wasn't allowed to be introduced. But this was the argument. I want the audience to see how these arguments are made and how they play out, and the defense's point of view as to why it's important. And in this submission, it says the court should also, there's a misspelling error there. I see it says the could, but it should say the court should also deny the government's request to restrict the defense's cross-examination of Panisi's engagement in domestic abuse, because that line of examination helps establish Panisi's history of paranoia and delusional behavior during the time of the events that he expected to testify about. And then again, it's a citation. You always want to use court citations to support your argument. That is a lot of bearing on how a judge will rule. They want to see prior rulings, and that kind of helps guide them as to what's the right way and what's the wrong way to rule, I guess. But what you will see what happens, oftentimes the defense will cite cases to support their argument, and the prosecution would cite cases to support their argument. So then it's the matter of the judge to read all the arguments, read the citations, and decide where they lay. And it goes on, he says, in this regard, the defense has a good faith basis to question Panisi about recent instances in which he suffered extreme paranoia and delusional behavior. For example, let me bring up the other part of that. The defense investigation has unearthed that Panisi's paranoia was so extreme that he would require his recent former girlfriend to answer him on FaceTime, even if she was traveling on a highway or otherwise unable to use her phone at the moment. At that moment, to ensure that another man was not present with her. The fact that Panisi's paranoia and delusional behavior has continued decades after the jealousy-stricken murder he committed in 1989, to include current instances when he burned his former girlfriend's hair and knocked her teeth out with his fist, establishes a serious issue for the jury to consider when evaluating his ability to perceive surrounding events and his credibility generally. Got a little tongue-tied there. Again, I think it's laid out right here. It's about evaluating his credibility. A jury would need to understand these things and then leave it up to the jury. The defense will argue, the prosecution would argue, and then leave it up to the jury to decide what they believe or don't. But to not even let it in, I don't see the logic in that, other than you don't want to give the defendants a fair trial because you're allowing things in about their history. You're trying to paint their credibility. But once it's asked to be done for the informants or the opposition to the defendant, you don't get any leeway with that. You're not allowed to ask about it. You're not allowed to bring it up. They want the jury to only see the positive aspects of the informant. And I just don't understand how that's a fair system. We know it's not. I'm asking a rhetorical question, but I'm highlighting these things just to make the public aware of what goes on. I could tell by reading comments and chats and in forums, people really don't know what goes on. They think, oh, well, that's an automatic. That has to be allowed in the court. No, it doesn't. There's a whole process for it. You may really have the goods on somebody and think, oh, this is a slam dunk. We're going to annihilate this witness or this informant. But then the judge doesn't let the items in. And now you're behind the eight ball where you were in a power position. Now you lost all your cards. The judge stripped you of your cards because they're not allowing it in. One of your main arguments, they're not allowing you in. They're not allowing you to highlight to the jury the type of individual that the jury needs to rely on for credibility and for truth-telling ability. And when you can't expose character, they're really handcuffing you. They're handcuffing the defense. And then it goes on to say that Panisi had engaged in delusional, psychotic, and felonious behavior, which happened to occur in relation to his violent outburst against women, does not undermine the legitimacy of the defense's right to impeach him on this subject. Again, it's a strong argument. It's given a strong argument of how not letting that in, it's stripping the defense of impeaching him where it relates to that topic. Now you have to drop that point. The judge don't allow that in. Now you can't use that. You can't bring that out and you can't talk about it to the jury. Moreover, if the government's failed to report Panisi's felonious behavior, and then he gives an example, acts of domestic abuse and violence, to local and state authorities for prosecution, that would constitute a benefit that Panisi received as part of his cooperation, which the defense is always entitled to expose. And then he quotes a case supporting that argument. So right there's a great point. I thought that was a fantastic point at the time, and I think it's a fantastic point now. If the government was aware of John Panisi hitting a woman, knocking a woman's teeth out, having violent behavior towards women, and they didn't report it to the local and state authorities, that's another benefit that this informant received. He wasn't prosecuted for those crimes. It wasn't part of his agreement, wasn't part of his plea agreement, so he got off. If these allegations are true, based on everything that's being laid out, me personally, I believe it's true based on everything I've read, everything I've seen, based on the actual victim showing up at the other trial and sitting in the second row. To me, that tells me everything I need to know. She wouldn't be there if she had something to hide or if she was lying about what took place to her, because I'm sure she was well aware they could have put her on the stand and talked to her about it, and I believe she was willing to do that. Being they weren't allowed to bring it up, she never got that opportunity. But to me, that speaks volumes. That tells me all I need to know. So they could go back and forth, what's not true, what's not. I just read between the lines. I read what took place. I read the arguments. I read the defense side, the prosecution side. I read that the actual victim was in the courtroom. I use all of those items to make my personal final determination. Who knows? Somebody may read this and say, I still don't believe it. To each his own. I'm not here to convince anybody one way or another. I just lay out how things took place, my point of view, and that's really all I do here. I'm not here to argue about it, say, no, believe this. Believe what you want. I'm just going to show you the facts, show you how things played out. You decide what you want to believe. But at the very least, if you're open-minded and you're reasonable, you should agree with the simplistic point that if they're allowed to bring up the defendant's past, they should also be allowed to bring up an informant's past. You should at least agree with that. You should see the relevancy. If not, then you're totally unreasonable and there's nothing I can tell you.
Angel.
Hello, Chicky.
Yeah, so can I give a couple of little theories on this little piece? First of all, I want to say, right, too bad, and I got to talk to Dominic about this. I really don't know the specifics, but it's too bad they couldn't have put that girl, like he made it very obvious that they couldn't use the prior stuff of this girl, in this case. But it's too bad somebody couldn't have put the girl on the stand and said to her, nothing about this guy Panisi, but at least say to her, in the past, did you lose your teeth? In the past, did you have to get, whatever, and let her open up on it. You know what I'm saying? It's too bad they couldn't have done a move like that. Which,
No.
She could have said, yes, I lost my teeth and put it out there. But I don't know why they didn't. And second of all, it makes perfect sense because they said he was delusional. Like even from the beginning, when he shot the guy and he thought the girl was cheating on him, and he did this Facebook, wanted to do FaceTime every 2 minutes to see if the girl was cheating on him. It makes perfect sense right into the later part of life when he thought his cabinets were opening and his grandmother was telling him, please test, whatever, become an informant and get out of that life, and glasses were shaking. So, I mean, he's 100% right. In trial, they should have brought that up. I mean, if you're a juror, wouldn't that make a big difference if you knew he knocked out a girl's teeth or was accused of it and the girl was on the stand telling you, yeah, that's what happened. And then as time goes on, that would have made all the difference in the world to some jurors. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I said, like, as far as I'm concerned, the proof is in the court docs. If he didn't knock her teeth out, the prosecutors would have fought the claim and put her on the stand rather than fight to keep it out of the trial. So, and then the other thing that that really infuriates me is that they do that. Like they'll keep certain things away from the jurors about the witnesses, like the cooperators, right?
Right.
But they'll bring out like like say, here's an example with my brother John. Okay.
Yep.
One of his cooperators, rats, whatever you want to call them, had something to do with the Yusef Hawkins riot death in Brooklyn, but the jury wasn't allowed to know that. Okay. And also, they brought up a bar fight that my brother John was in. I don't know how many years ago, and they went and they brought in a witness who claimed he was there. You know, a rat, a bank robber, whatever. So you were allowed to know, and it wasn't even one of his charges. Like the bar fight, nothing was part of the charges, but the government presented this whole case, which confused the jurors as well, because the jurors are like, well, if this isn't even on, if this wasn't even one of the charges, they don't know until the end.
Exactly.
When they handed the thing, what the hell was that all about for the whole day or 2 days, whatever it was? But so that's my point. And that's what Dominic is saying as well, is that jurors can't know about these cooperators past, and they
why should they know about the other people? Exactly.
Why should they know about exactly?
Like I believe in your brother's case, they went back to the early 80s to dig that bullshit out just to make them look bad when they wouldn't even let the informants look bad.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
Right.
Exactly. And then suddenly, people on here suddenly get, hissy pissy about other things that are going on, and then they suddenly want to change and things that they said like 2 and 3 months ago, and they suddenly are changing that about now. Flip-floppers, that's what it is. That's what's going on here on YouTube.
Well, you know what I think is not to cut you off. You know what I think is disgusting too, Angel, is how guys like Panisi, I mean, they're still under right now. He's on federal probation, okay. And I don't understand how YouTube and the federal prosecutor's office can let him go on YouTube, make money, and tell his stories of his victims, and he's still under federal probation. It's amazing to me that they allow this to happen. They pick and choose, what they can do, but the bottom line is he's on here and he's talking about his victims and stories about them, and this one and that one, and all people giving fake titles to him. And it's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. And like this other kid, the kid in and Dominic's father's case, this kid Pasqua. Okay, come on, that kid. Look at now he's in jail. I guess he's in jail right now for like choking out his son like he was in the UFC. I mean, that's what kind of people you're dealing with. But he can go on the stand and be believed about all this craziness. He talks about, Stephen Crea and Matty Madonna and all them guys. I don't understand it. I mean, they don't even get along with their own family, but they're believed like second to none. That everything they're saying is gospel. It's just I don't understand it. People, you know what it is? The average Joe Schmo don't understand that this stuff goes on, but it does. It really, really does.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to talk about it tonight.
Absolutely.
And I remembered that. I remembered there was that episode, but I couldn't. I didn't remember which one it was. And then he shared it, just as I was sitting there going, you know something. And then he shared it. I'm like, you know what? This was it. And I started listening to it. And I said, you know what? I want everybody to hear this. I mean, you could hear the rest. It's really good. It's really, the rest is very interesting as well. But I just wanted to play that part to show like people that you don't, when people say, oh, we push back, what's it about? That's what it's about.
Exactly.
That's what it's about, to show people, to show jurors that, look, there's a whole bunch of funny stuff that's going on that nobody knows about. This guy gets on there and says any story he wants. He don't care. He lies. I caught him in 3 lies when it came to my family.
Right.
So
I don't understand anybody who's been to jail or anybody says they're against informants or anybody that says they're solid, and they go by the street and all this. How anybody can agree with Justice Tech Pros? We push back, and they actually go on and listen to it, and they don't agree with it. Then obviously they should stop saying they were in prison or they're against or you know they're whatever. If they're going to say one thing and completely do another, I mean, you know, I don't understand it.
Exactly. Exactly. But you know what? Maybe if there's only 112 people in here right now, maybe if it even enlightens 3 people.
Yeah. No, right.
Even a few. 3 more people than it did yesterday. So,
but if you're unclear with the channel, please, everyone, go on. We're not saying be a member, but just go on and look at the Justice Tech Pro site and just see, you know, the different things. And it's not Dominic just put it out there because he wants to, you know, just rev people up. These are all true facts, and he's giving you both sides. And somebody with a clear thinking head is going to really say, "Wow, I didn't know that," and you know, maybe it'll enlighten them a little bit.
Exactly, and this is true too, Jason. Attitudes and opinions of people are formed by the media, movies, and music. These proprietors with such influence were never elected, yet they control the hearts and minds of the people. Exactly.
Can I give a perfect example? That's exactly right, Jason. I'll give you a perfect example of that. They made the movie Goodfellas, and everybody knows it was an incredible movie, great movie, big bullshit movie, but it was a great Hollywood movie. They made what's his name? The guy that just passed away, that great actor. What's his name?
Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta. He played the part of Henry Hill. And if anybody that didn't know that life and didn't know Henry Hill, you know, I didn't know personally, but I'm just saying, if anyone knows really about the Henry Hill, it was completely the craziest story. I mean, they made Henry Hill out like he was a real ladies' man and a great, you know, you've seen the movie, and he didn't turn bad till the end. I mean, anybody that knows will tell you. And like The Irishman, great movie, you know, everybody liked it. Hollywood, all bullshit. So yeah, they're right. The media, Hollywood, they make people the way they want you to think they are just to sell, and then people really go to the bank with that, and that's not how people were at all. You know?
Yeah. Now I know the whole family, and
right.
They told me he was like, in other words, the way they described Henry Hill to me is the way that we describe John A. to everybody else.
And Henry Hill just happened to be some good guys, and but still acted a fool, and you know they made him, Hollywood made him out like a celebrity.
Yeah, exactly. But look, as long as there's going to be people, you know, on here that want to know about all of this crap, it's never gonna end. Hi, the Truth Hurts. How are you?
Hi, Truth Hurts.
John Wolf says the lies are outrageous. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Unbelievable.
When he told the whole story how my mother was Jewish, like, you piece of garbage, you knew damn well my mother wasn't Jewish. Like, just stupid things like that, or you know that my sister and he's such a liar. But whatever. I'm not going to get into that whole thing. Or my brother was in Butterfingers. He's a liar. The guy is a liar. Juries tend to believe informants because they assume the rat has given up everything and their life is in danger. They think, why would they lie when they're not getting punished? Their
life's in danger. They become YouTube stars. What life's in danger?
I was just going to say that. Their life's in danger. Yeah, but I could see, I don't know. They would thank God, all I could say is this. Thank God that the jury in my brother's last trial saw right through A-Light. And not one juror believed him. Not one.
But let me tell you, some people, I mean, you might not know it, but a lot of these informants, they might play the role outside, and they might have YouTube channels, and they might go crazy, do their thing. but it kills them inside. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when no YouTubers are on TV and they're dark and they're in they're put water on their face, they're brushing their teeth, looking in the mirror. I saw just yesterday, it was an African American guy interviewing Mikey Scars, and it was a show. It was done like probably a year ago. It wasn't now. It had nothing to do with RJ Rogers, nothing to do with that. This was some other guy, from Britain, I think. And Mikey Scars said straight out, he hasn't slept a full night in 12 years because it bothers him so much on his mind that he hurt people, friends he loved, and people he loved, that he had to hurt them in court, and he admitted it right on TV. He said, I haven't slept in 12 years a full night because I'm so in my mind hating what I had to do. So I mean, if that don't tell you the truth about how they're feeling, but a lot of them ain't going to admit that. That's a fact.
And he's the only one I've ever heard say that. Like,
yeah,
he's the only one I've ever heard say that.
Yep.
And he's the only one who I've heard, say there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it.
Well, there was one other guy I heard say it on 60 Minutes was that kid from Philadelphia said too that he's disgusted. If he could go back, he wouldn't have done it. It was on 60 Minutes that John Vesey, he said it too. He said that
lunatic.
But he did say it on 60 Minutes. He said that he's disgusted with himself, and if he could go back and all this shit. So who knows if it was just for camera or whatever.
Well, he's also another one who got in trouble after he got a pass.
Exactly.
FBI,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. And the FBI gave him a pass, and he was out and about, got in trouble.
Yeah, he punched the guy in the nose with a bottle or glass, split his whole face open. Yeah, and they just let it go.
Exactly, they let it go.
It's actually that they're more dangerous than a street guy because they can do what they want and they got the protection of the government behind them. That's a more dangerous person than a street person.
Exactly. And look at Eli. What was it, in 2015 or 16? He sent a threatening letter to a journalist, a 5-time Emmy Award-winning journalist, Peter Lance. He sent a threatening letter to him. I mean, he ended on Peter. You don't fool around with Peter Lance, I'll tell you that, because Peter Lance notified everybody but the CIA. And Eli got a warning, and that was it.
Yeah.
And did it stop after that? No. Well, with Peter Lance, it did. Mary says, I have become very enlightened about questionable informants from your channel and JusticeTechPros. Well, I hope so.
That's good. I hope you keep looking into it because you're going to be really awakened more.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. And 100% Chicky.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I don't know about 100%, but I'm pretty close.
Yeah. And did you ever have anybody inform on you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and he went and he didn't even go to witness. No, he did. He informed on me and a bunch of my friends, and he got caught with a gun and he got caught with gun and drugs, and he got pulled over with gun and drugs. They found a ton of drugs on him and a gun, and he said, if we can forget about this. He said, I'll give up a whole bookmaking operation and I'll give bosses up and a lot of craziness. And he owned a pizza shop. It's all public knowledge. He owned a pizza shop up near me in Westfield, Massachusetts. And he had the FBI put in cameras. And once a week I'd go up there and see him. And I'd bring my kids and have pizza and, just normal. And, I would see him and I'd leave. And I wasn't even I was in the parking lot on camera. Like my lawyer's office showed it to me. I'm in the parking lot on camera, getting my car with my kids after eating pizza. And he would look in the camera and say to the government, did I do good? Didn't I do good? I fooled them, right? He's talking in the camera to the government. Hey, didn't I do good? I fooled them. And regardless, the guy was a bum. He ended up moving back to Italy with his family. And that was the end of that. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people I know around here that went to jail because of informants. 100%.
Wow. Johnny Truelove. I don't think it was out. First of all, my father didn't go to movie theaters, but I don't think it was out when he was around. And he would never watch that. Never.
Yeah.
Joey D, a case going on now in New York. The informant admitted she lied to the prosecutor who visited her at her home in Florida, and still they let her waddle around. Exactly.
Yep.
I don't know if I went backwards. Oh, no, I didn't. Hello, Edwin. Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin. True gentleman.
Yes, he really is. To all the ladies, stop violence against women on YouTube. File a complaint, Federal District Attorney Office. Amen. Thank you, Edwin.
Hey, maybe when I get off this thing, I'll move down to Puerto Rico and he can show me how to sell cars and I'll work for him.
Yeah.
And go on the beach every day.
Edwin works 7 days a week.
Yeah, I know.
Could you imagine? And he's with the same company. I think he said 30 years.
35 years, I think he said.
35 years, yeah. Because they are lying to get out of jail free. Exactly. That's right. The truth hurts. Hi, Richie. How are you?
Hi, Richie. How you doing, pal?
Yeah, and they lie for the government. And when people say, like, oh, how does Angel know anything? You know, she didn't know nothing. Her father didn't tell her anything. No, he did not, and neither did my brother. I never did anything until I went to my brother's first trial, his second trial, his third trial, and his fourth racketeering trial.
Exactly.
And that's how I found out everything. From all you cooperators, you gave it up on the stand. You told everything, and neither one of you had the same story. Every single one had a different story.
And just for the record, the government doesn't come after you with 4 and 5 trials if you're giving them, if you know, for all the people bad mouthing, the government doesn't come after you as hard as they did if you even got a slightness of anything you can help them with. So that's just people talking out of their ass. It's a joke.
Oh, about my brother?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
When people, it cringes. It's just, yeah. Everybody knows they don't come after you. They came after him so hard, diesel therapy. And I'm not kissing ass. I'm just telling the truth. All right. So, you know, people that say that, they better get their story straight. It's disgusting. You know, it really is.
Yeah. Well, listen, I can say this 100 times. Especially the idiots on here, like they tortured my brother to get him to testify against Scars when Mikey Scars was on trial.
Yeah,
my brother refused to do so, claimed the fifth, and they tortured him to get back to his cell. You know, to get back to the prison. And what did they do? A year later, Mikey Scars decides to
they flip Mikey Scars on your brother.
Right.
And he doesn't return the favor.
No, right. But that's my whole point.
Yeah.
So if my brother was going to be a rat, it would have been then while he had a severe kidney infection, and he would have done it right there and then, but he didn't do it. And then he fought 5 trials. So you could all kiss my rear end.
And just like they had a content creator who we just were talking about earlier, make up the biggest bullshit. That's another thing. They go on YouTube and make stories up, and people think their stories are gospel. You made up a story about your brother in Raybrook. I know guys that were with your brother from the day he walked in to the day he left. And some bullshit story about a guy wanted to watch The Sopranos on HBO. Well, I don't know if people know, but federal prison or any other prison, you can't get HBO on a Sunday night and watch Sopranos. But the guy said during The Sopranos, your brother was watching sports, and a guy came in and said, listen, we want to watch something else. And I mean, how, you know, believe me, I was with guys, I told you, I know good friends right in this area from my house that they were with your brother the whole time he was in, and it was nothing but a gentleman in there.
That's right. That's Brian
Hoyle. He's going to come on your show. He wants to tell you, he's got a bunch of stories. And he
I want him to come on.
Yeah, and he was in Woodseck Mafia. He played a great part in Woodseck Mafia. And he played in Woodseck Mafia with, what's his name? Peter Gaudio. They for a whole week. And Brian's got some good stories. He talked to Dominic. He texted Dominic the other day. He was in with Dominic's father, Stevie Crea, and he was with some really good guys, and he got some great stories to tell you about your brother and some football,
That's
football
right.
parties.
That's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
My brother was also Dominic Crea's dad was in there at the same time as my brother as well.
Yep. Yeah, they were all together. All them guys, Brian, him, even that kid from my area, nice kid, Paulie DiColangero was with your brother. I think they were cellmates for a while.
Right. And it
Another
was
good
John
kid.
Panisi. John Panisi told that story,
Yes,
right? Lie
exactly.
about my brother. Exactly. John
And then
Panisi
he trolls a guy out there. He mentions a guy and says the guy's, labels him as something the poor guy probably ain't even, that. They label people and people are just supposed to believe it, like it's nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, I would love to have Brian come on.
Yeah, he wants to come on. So we'll figure it. We're going to set whatever is good for you.
Yeah, anytime. I don't care when it is. Anytime.
Yeah.
I love proving these morons that they're lying.
Oh, he's got plenty of stories to tell you.
I remember when A-Light was telling people that my brother was punked in the pod. But yeah, came up with this name nobody's ever even heard of.
Yeah.
It was proven totally false. But
just like he slapped your Uncle Gene around.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Unbelievable.
Okay. Yeah, they let him go. That's right. I've never seen anything like that in my life where you can tell somebody, I'm going to stab you in the neck. I'm going to split your head open, leave you bleeding in the street. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And nobody ever gets in trouble for things like that. But turn around and you say that to one of them and the FBI will be at your door.
Well, I believe, maybe I'm crazy, but I firmly believe, and we said this a couple of weeks ago, the FBI, some of the handlers are definitely watching these shows, and they know what's going on, and they know who's starting trouble with who, and they know who's fighting with who, and they're just praying. They're waiting patiently and praying that something happens stupid, and then you're going to see a massive craziness happen. And they're praying, even though it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying they're praying something happens. They're absolutely praying something happens, other than just talk on YouTube.
Every one of them, they get away with so many crimes. Yeah, exactly. They get away with so many crimes covered up by the feds. Hello, everyone. Sorry if I don't respond. I'm out and my phone stinks. Assassinino, did you go to the dentist and how is your mouth? Is your tooth, did they pull the tooth? Everything okay? How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, check out Assassinino's channel too. Sub to his channel. I got a lot of laughs the last couple months.
Well, good luck, Scott Bell. I hope it works out for you.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. Let's see. If he threatens people, he makes sound like the feds are going to fight for him. Maybe they really are. Who knows? Maybe it's all a setup. Maybe they just want to get people in trouble. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, I know handlers can definitely get information for them. If they really called their handler and said, listen, this guy's really, really torturing me on the internet, YouTube, and then he only goes by a voice. I know they can definitely look into it and find out things that other people can't. That's facts.
Yeah, right. And like I said, I watched 4 racketeering trials of my brother. I never missed one day. And
Angel, what's important about that? What you just said about the trials, they weren't 10-year trial cases. If he lost, he did 5 years. He did 10. A couple of them were, I think, death penalty, and a couple of them were lights out life, right?
The last one was the death penalty.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they changed. That was the one A-Light brought 3.
Right.
Mikey Scars always said with the 3 trials that he could never lay drugs or murders at my brother's feet. But now here comes the last trial. It's John A-Light, and he's got 3 murders and drugs. And but the jury did not believe him, thank God. They believed other cooperators, but they didn't believe him. So things that they wanted to convict my brother on, they couldn't because
Angel, were you in the courtroom when they took a break and Eli got off the stand and made a
Yes,
like a
I
funny
was.
face to your brother?
Yes, I was. I
And
was right
he
there.
almost went. Your brother went crazy.
I was right there. He got off the stand. He said something to my brother, like,
Right,
"Yo,
right, like a smirk.
like, what do you want to do?" And
Right.
that's my brother went off. He goes and he lies to the judge and
Right.
tells them that my brother mouthed the words, "I'm going to kill you," or something like that. And meanwhile, the marshals were, were right there, and they said that didn't happen. That my brother never mouthed anything to him. He
Right.
just got off the stand and was like, "Nah, nah, 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 nah. Look what I'm doing."
Right.
And my brother called him,
A punk and a dog, and you'll always be a punk and a dog.
yeah, he called him a lot more than that. Yeah.
That was the clean version.
Yeah, that was oh my God. I was so nervous. I used to go to that trial every day. You didn't know what was going to happen there. And it was so nerve-wracking. I can't tell you. When that was over, that last one, when that was over, I sat there on that bench and I cried so hard. Like it was like, that was it. Like, I knew that was probably going to be the last one. And I cried so hard.
Well, you could tell when you guys were
mother
coming out.
anymore. We left my mother at home. I wouldn't bring her anymore
Right.
because I was so afraid, like she was going to have another stroke. I was petrified.
But you could tell when you guys came out of court that day after everything was done. Even Peter, your brother, was so happy. Just said, "I just want to get him home with his kids," and you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That was me when he came out, and I was the first person that hugged and kissed.
Right, right.
Yeah, and my daughter, and even Lewis was there.
Right.
He came to court too. And
John, your brother told me that what a feeling when he was I guess it was in December or something, or one of them when he got off, and they were driving him home after he got off, and he saw the Christmas lights up, and he said, "What a feeling going home."
Yeah, exactly. And then one of the jurors grabbed me from outside when we went outside, and the juror, I'm not going to say which one, and they were like, I'm not saying if it's male or a female, they were like, we tried to get him home for Thanksgiving. This was terrible what they did to him.
Right.
And I just cried. I couldn't even talk to them. I just cried. I just kept crying. There was 3 jurors that waited outside. All 3 hugged us, and kissed us, and I just kept crying. I just kept saying thank you, and I was so emotional. Oh my God.
Did you hear the story of the night before with the verdict? When your brother was laying in the rack, when the Spanish kid was on the bottom, and he heard yellow, what's that Orlando song on his radio? The one your father liked.
Yeah, the tie a yellow ribbon.
Yeah, and John said, "You can keep all my stuff because I'm going home tomorrow." Because he heard that song.
But it was at the time when he looked, the radio was at 10:27.
Something, yeah.
That's my father's birthday.
Right. That's not just a fluke. Believe me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I kept telling him, "You're coming home," and he was like, "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." And I said, "I'm telling you, you're coming home," because my friend is a psychic, and she told me. Like every trial, she would call it. She would say, she would know the exact numbers too.
Right.
Like, there's like 5, 4. And she just knew. It was so weird, but she didn't call it that. She would call it something else. I forgot how she would refer to it as like 8 don't believe it, and 5, she would know. It was so strange. And then one day the marshals pulled her out of the courtroom because they were saying, "Why are you looking at the jurors?" And meanwhile, she was just like doing her thing, like just looking and saying, like in her, with the psychic, stuff that she said, she has, which I believe she has because she was right every single trial. She was just like trying to figure out which ones were for and which ones were against. And she was right every time.
You
But
know, the opposite of that, I got a good friend of mine, a dear friend I was away with, and he was telling me, and I laughed because it was funny the way he explained it. But he's an Italian kid from Hartford, Connecticut, and he was in trial, in a federal trial, and he was an Italian kid, and he had all his aunts there. Like 10 of his aunts would show up, and they'd all be looking at him like when they were getting ready to end the case, and the jury was going to deliberate. All the Italian aunts were in the back of him, and they were going, Miguel. Michael's name was Michael. Miguel. You're gonna win. You're gonna win. You're gonna win. Like every day they said it to him, and he would say, "No, just don't get up." Like your brother. He didn't want to. He wanted to believe that, but you don't want to put it in your head. So he's telling me the story as he's in prison with me. I said, "Well, obviously, I know you didn't win because you're here." And he goes, "Yeah." And they, my aunts are telling me every day, "You're gonna win. Today's the day. You're gonna win." And then when the jury stood up one by one, all the jurors said, "Guilty, guilty, guilty, guilty."
Oh
He looked at his aunts and he said, "I thought I was gonna win."
Oh my God.
But he laughed about it after. He goes, "Can you imagine my aunts?" I said to all of them, "Yeah, okay, I won all right. If there's 12 jurors, I got all 12 guilty."
Oh my God, that's terrible. Only
Yeah.
you would laugh at that, Chicky.
What's that?
I said only you would laugh at that.
Well, I mean, the guy is telling me the story laughing. He's already in the can. He's already with me. So I said to him, "Obviously, you lost."
Oh my God.
So I did laugh in his face. I felt bad, but then he laughed back at mine. So at least he's getting a little kick out of it.
Scott Bell, thank you. Lions do not concern themselves with the thoughts of sheep. Hey, everyone. I hope you all have a good night and stay safe. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
You too. I hope
Thank
you
pal.
do as well. Thank you. Yeah, the truth hurts. There is no premium TV in jail.
No.
And I think the truth hurts would know.
Nobody's getting HBO in Raybrook.
Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine? I can't. He's such a liar. He lies so much.
But you know how he gets away with it, Angel? He says he doesn't say he witnesses. He says somebody told him. That's how he said. He can say anything you want. Oh, somebody told me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Mandy says having to fight 5 trials. 5 trials in under, what was it? 5 trials in 39 months or 30.
It was 4 years, right? 5 and 4 years. Was it something like that?
Yeah. Having to fight 5 trials just shows that the government is hell-bent on convicting, someone. Had the defendant not been a Gotti, they'd probably walked away after 2. I believe so.
Oh, let me tell you something. It would never happen. But if they ever flipped your brother, they would have been the golden child. You know what I'm saying? You know that. Come on. Just like they said when with your father, if they would ever tried to flip him, they would have given him his own island.
Exactly. 100% they would have.
Come on.
Exactly. Grind Jr. says, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Dom's dad's case, but it sounds like they are going in the right direction, at least the people on YouTube. Yeah. Well,
absolutely. They should definitely get a new trial. They should at least minimum get a new trial.
Yeah. They have an appeal now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I got to block someone. I hope somebody else did. Yeah, it was blocked already. Okay. Don't come in here talking about other people's wives.
No, we don't do that over here.
No, exactly. You're not welcome here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or kids.
Boy, somebody's going real hard at Chicago Muscle, and they're blocked. Okay, I must be really behind in the comments.
I would help you, but I can't see them. I only could see the ones you put up on the screen.
Oh, really? You can't?
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I go to see them, that's when I get kicked off somehow. I don't know. I'm doing something wrong.
What? John Jr. told the guy, if I want the weights, they would be mine. He was fighting for his life. What is that?
I never heard of it. And they don't have weights in federal prison either.
Travis, didn't A-Light live next door to another rap buddy of his at one time? Yes, he did, and they weren't allowed to do that.
In New Jersey.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to do that, but Hey, FBI puts them in next to each other. I was pretty down the other night till I heard Tony Pizza say on a chat he had a team of 1,000 break dancers. Oh, did he? Assassinino. Yes, Angel, much better. I have to go back to the dentist Monday, but I can't thank you and everyone. I can't thank you and everyone for your kind words and concern. I'm very happy to hear that, Assassinino. There's nothing worse than a toothache.
Don't take no pain medication, Assassinino. You're gonna end up like Angel, like somebody hit you over the head with a club. Take a nice espresso, put a little anisette in there, and that's
Exactly.
it. Like a champ.
Exactly. What's this? Assassinino, how are you, Mr. John A. Taxpayer? Yeah, doesn't that bother everybody to know that that your tax dollars went to give $55,000 for A-Light's new teeth? Does that bother you?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't pay taxes. I'm a veteran. I'm a disabled vet. I mean, I'm retired from the military, so I don't have to pay.
Okay. Well, I
So it
wasn't
wasn't part of my
asking you anyway.
55,000.
Angel and Chicky, the two best on YouTube.
Oh, geez, thank you.
Thank
I don't
you.
deserve that, but thank you.
Boy,
I'm just filling in tonight because our two friends had deaths in their family. I appreciate this, but I'm just filling in.
No, you're not, Chicky. I always tell you to come on. What is wrong with you?
I got a detection 17 times today to come on. You said, all right, stop texting me. You can come on.
You're so funny. I always ask you to come on.
You're busting.
Chicky, I'm going on at 8:30. If you want to come on, you're more than
I
welcome.
know. I'm just busting all the time.
I do that to you every time.
I know.
When Agent Flo first came on, he pretended he didn't even know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Chicago Muscle. Oh, come on with these idiots. Boy, there's somebody really after Chicago Muscle tonight.
All over the internet lately. I don't know what happened.
I wonder why. Why are they so?
I don't know.
Muscle?
They got certain people that just they drives them under their skin, I guess, and they just fire back.
I'm just curious why they're so after Chicago Muscle tonight.
I don't either. I don't know.
Accounts, 10 different spam accounts in here. Wow. We have to go check out his channel. Everybody go check out Chicago Muscle's channel.
Yeah, all this stuff will just give him more stuff.
Put up some good videos that there's like 10 fake accounts in here just repeating the same thing about Chicago Muscle. Assassinino, I don't understand how anyone who pays taxes doesn't get pissed for the fact that there are your hard-earned taxes at work. Exactly. Paying the rat bastards to do more crimes. Exactly.
You know what, though, Assassinino, to that, let me just answer that. I don't think they really know what to do. I'm sure there's a lot of pissed off people, but what I don't know, what can they do? They really don't know what they're going to write their congressman. They don't know what to do. Unfortunately.
Yeah. They were determined to do to Junior what they did to your dad. It really got ridiculous. Yes, it did. But you know what? Thank God, like I said, thank God there are some smart jurors out there. There was one juror, an older man. He had to be, I don't know, 70s, maybe 80s. I'm not sure. All he did was sleep. Every day he slept, right? He wasn't awake for anything. I would just sit and look at him and be like, this guy is sleeping again. Do you know he voted to convict?
I'm surprised they don't give him a little elbow to wake up or somebody say, get him in the ball game.
No, and he voted to convict my brother.
He was sleeping through the whole thing.
He was sleeping through the whole trial.
That's why.
Hi, Mr. Biz. Oh, I could see another fake.
You know the money that's paid by the government, taxpayers' money. Never mind teeth. and this and that. You know what's paid to relocate somebody and get them in a house and get them jobs, and it's crazy. I mean, people don't even have a grasp of how many I can't even come up with a figure. It's so much.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Hit that like button, everybody, please. Please. We never ask for money, only for likes. Loretta Lynn. Hi, I'm new here. My friend told me about this. We're totally enamored with the Gottis. Thank you, Loretta Lynn. Hi.
Loretta Lynn, that's the, oh my God, you should be so honored. That's that's the country star.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 5 trials, Grind Jr., 4 racketeering, and 1 was, what was this? The parole violation and
yeah,
something.
that's what I was going to say. I think violation.
Yeah. And he won the parole violation anyway. The others were all hung juries.
And then people don't realize too, not only did he go through all that, but he took a sentence too. He pleaded guilty and did almost 7 years.
Yeah. Well, that was that wasn't part of
long before that. But I mean, when he was a couple weeks before coming home, he thought he was good to go, and obviously that wasn't happening.
Yeah. Angel, they're all repeating themselves with D-list material. Yeah. They're all mad at Chicago Muscle, and they just keep repeating themselves the same sentence over and over again. Marion Hopper, do you have an Arby's there, Angel and Chicky? I have one by me.
Angel, yeah, there's one like it's not right near me, but I mean, yeah, they got one like a couple cities over. Yeah, I guess. Why is that a big? You like Arby's, Marion?
I guess she does. Weird guy. Angel, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but if you ever met Frank Cali, what was he like? And RIP to him. Yes, I did. And he was a total gentleman, very quiet.
That's what they said. You were never very, very quiet, humble. They
quiet, exactly. Very polite, and very quiet. I don't think with the exception of hi, how are you? I heard him say anything else.
Right.
Bye, maybe.
There's another perfect example. The guy has a terrible tragedy with some nutcase, and the first thing they said in the paper was that your family did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
I cried when I heard he got killed. I really did. It broke my heart. And then all of a sudden it was my Uncle Jeannie did it, my brother did it, this one did, everybody. I couldn't believe what they were coming up with.
Right. And then it comes out it's a wackadoo.
Yeah,
kid.
exactly. And then I told because I'm friends with somebody from Fox News, and I said, is anybody going to give my uncle and my family any kind of an apology?
Oh yeah, they would never do that. Yeah, Assassinino. I didn't know that, but there's a big reason for that. Believe me, because it never got out there, it probably caused standoffs on Washington Square.
Well, Grind Jr., yeah, he kind of is, because the statute of limitations is over, and he doesn't bother with anybody. He goes about his business, and doesn't bother with anyone. So he's perfectly fine.
No, he tells people straight out. He says, I still root for the bad guy to get away. But if you're doing anything wrong, don't come around me. He tells them straight out, though. He's not afraid to say it. He tells them straight out.
Exactly. Oh, we are at 141 likes. Thank you, everybody. Please hit that like button. And Jason T says, you were extremely cool, Angel. I wish you were in Toronto. Sometimes I wish I was in Toronto, too. Let me know if you find that missing husband of mine, okay?
Well, Jason, feel free to send tickets. We'll make a trip out there and visit.
Yeah. Feel free to find that husband. Let me know if he's in Toronto. Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Oh, there's Anthony. What's
Yeah,
up, pal?
Anthony, if you want to come on and discuss your book, you're more than welcome to. You can come on and discuss anything you want. I
Yeah,
know
come on,
you.
Ant. Come on out.
Yeah,
Ian, I want to know if you're
come on.
going to the
I'll
fight
drop the
October
link
1st.
for
Come on
you.
out.
Yeah, I'll drop the link for you, Aunt, because you said you were going to come on the last time, and then I don't know, something happened, and I was in a really.
Oh,
I,
I think he's on his way out, Angel. He says he can't stay long, so he probably is on his
oh,
way out
okay,
somewhere.
because he was supposed to come on, and then something happened, and I kind of went off on somebody or something, and so he never got to come on, and I felt bad. But yeah, it's nice to see you, Anthony. Tony. Cantaloupe Jones. How are you, Cantaloupe? I hear Arby's has hamburgers now. I'm afraid to try them though. I never had a hamburger at Arby's.
Yeah,
They have good roast beef sandwiches. I
yeah,
think
they do
that's
Arby's. I
the
haven't
best
had them in a
one
long time.
I
And
had
they got something, this ham and cheese thing that's pretty good with chicken, I guess. A long time ago, I had it.
there. Yeah, I don't think I had anything other than a roast beef sandwich there. Oh, look who's here. Hello. Hello?
What was that, Anthony?
Yeah,
Ant,
you
what's
Yeah.
up, pal?
What's up, guys?
how
What's
are
going
you?
on?
Ant?
I'm hanging in there, Chicky.
What's up, buddy? You going October 1st, Ant?
Yeah, I put in the I put in the I put in the request of my work.
Oh, good. I wish I could say the same.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, you
You
think it,
can't
I got a lot of
come.
guys though. I got a Brian, my guys in Hartford, all going down there. They're getting tickets from Big Steve. But why do you think? What do you think my probation guy would say if I put in and say I
I
want to
got
go down
some
to
weird thing
Long
going on
Island to
my
see
phone
John
right now. I
Gotti
got a
fight?
ton of feedback. Everything is on delay. Let me see if I can fix this.
Yeah, you're both talking at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Chicky, that's right. You can't go to the fight. This is the first fight you're gonna miss, right?
Yeah, yeah. I can't.
Okay, I think I'm fixed now.
How are you, Aunt?
Ant, you guys came. You guys come strong. Remember when we had it in Hartford? You guys come strong from New York.
I don't know what the hell's going on with this microphone. I say something, Ann says something, Chicky says something. I hear the same thing 3 seconds later.
Well, we hear you fine.
Yeah, you're sounding fine to us.
Let me see if I
Oh,
can.
You
Chicago.
got YouTube on in the background, Ant? You got something else with
Yeah, I
YouTube
do.
on?
How do I turn that off?
Whatever you keep whatever you're talking to us on and turn off the other thing.
Can somebody make sure that that's the real Chicago muscle for me? Just let me know if that's not Chicago muscle. That's not Chicago muscle.
Yeah,
All
you got
right.
too many in here tonight to, you know.
Yeah, so all right, never mind. 'Cause
Okay, now I got it fixed.
There you go. You can hear better, Ant?
Holy crap with this technology. I miss the days of VCRs, chick.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Angel never witnessed it. I told her when you guys came down to Hartford, you guys come strong with the 3 buses.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we
They
had a
come
lot of
strong,
people.
Angel, from Brooklyn, from Howard Beach, from Long Island. They're all from all over the place.
Yeah, we had a blast at Hartford. Well,
We always have a good time.
yeah, so that was at Hartford. What was the one before
Rhode
that? The
Island
one
was
that was in
good.
Connecticut. What
Yeah,
was
the Hartford Convention Center was
Oh,
good.
okay. And then the next one was at the casino. Okay.
Yeah, at the one in Rhode Island.
Yep. Yep. That was a great time.
And
I
We
if
remember
gotta
it
get
was so
we gotta get
funny.
Ange we gotta get Ange to come out to one of these fights. I know she doesn't like the violence, but
Yeah, I know.
well, you never know. This fight is only like 20 minutes from me, so
And
you
plus,
never
it's
know.
boxing, Angel. It's not like that. You know, boxing's a little bit more civilized than than MMA.
If that's the right Chicago muscle, let me know because somebody told me that I gave a wrench to a fake Chicago muscle last time.
Oh boy.
I want to know if that's the right Chicago muscle.
Ian, how's the book coming?
it's doing all right.
Yeah.
I sold a few. I had a whole bunch of them that I got for myself so that I could personalize
Yeah.
to send out. But it's available still on Amazon as well as Barnes and Noble.
You should give Angel the link so we can put it on her page. You know.
So tell everybody what your book is called and what it's about.
So it's called Dawn of the Rising: the poetic and lyrical works of Des Arcane. Des Arcane is just my pen name. So what happened was, I couldn't even tell you, probably since I was 13 years old, I always used to write a lot of song lyrics because I wanted to be in a band. And I was in a few bands here and there. Nothing ever really panned out to where we were getting to write original material or anything. So I kept writing, and a lot of people didn't even realize I was still doing this. But for me, it was kind of like a little bit of an outlet. You have especially during COVID, because I was sitting home, I didn't have anything to do. So during COVID, I mean, I was just writing. I had hundreds of these things written. Now, the problem is that when you're writing stuff with the idea that you want them to be songs, you got to actually have people around you who can write the music. So I didn't really have that. My stepbrother convinced me. He said, well, you have all these things written. Realistically, what they are is they're poetry because there's no music written to them. But to me, that sounded kind of like a fanook. I was like, oh, I'm writing poetry, So I wasn't feeling that too much, but he approached it the right way. And then he told me, he said, well, look at who your favorite, some of your favorite singers are. Like, Jim Morrison and Axl Rose and Bob Dylan and people like that. He's like, those guys are all poets. So when I kind of started looking at it like that, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I can get with that. And he finally said, why don't you take everything that you've written? Because realistically, how are you gonna make 400 of these things become songs? You're almost already 40 years old. You're going to spend the rest of your life doing, you still won't get them all out unless somebody buys them. If you put them in a book, maybe somebody will see it. They'll say, okay, I'll give you X amount of dollars for the collection or whatever. You'll just find some musicians who want to collaborate with you. So that was what I ended up doing. And a lot of the stuff that was in there, I mean, some of it was pretty deep stuff. Like it was, Jim Morrison was a good comparison because a lot of the stuff that I was writing was inspired by reading his works all my life, same with like Axl Rose. So I did it. I looked into how to self-publish. It wasn't as difficult as I thought it would have been. It didn't cost me nearly as much money as I thought it would. Getting it ready and going over it and revising it however many times, just because I was kind of a perfectionist about it, that probably took the longest amount of time. But once I got it ready, they published it, they distributed it for me and everything. So, I already made my money back because I had made so many pre-orders sales, to like where I could sign the book and everything for everybody. So I already broke even. I'm happy with it just to be able to say that I released a book.
Absolutely. That's huge.
That's really nice. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's
John Martin. Thank you. Excuse me.
Yes, thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Gentleman's statement.
Thank you. He said that Chicky, you and Angel make a good team. I think so. But go ahead, Ian. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You're fine. I have a bad habit of interrupting, especially when I do these things because I can't always hear that well.
Well, join the club. We all do.
I don't remember if it was the last time that I was on with Angel or the first time when I was on with Chris. I went back and I listened to it and I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm interrupting constantly. I had him send Angel a message and apologize because I couldn't really hear.
We're used to it. We're used to
worse
it.
than Chris with interrupting.
Yeah, you're still doing the workout stuff?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, I see you. You're a beast. I'll tell you, I like that. Not too bad I live too far from you. I'd have you train me.
Yeah. No, I was going for a while. I would go probably 5-6 times a week. I don't do like that anymore just because with my work schedule, and also I started training a lot of jiu-jitsu and stuff again because I got away.
Yeah, that's huge.
While, so
yeah.
But yeah, I try to keep up with it.
Yeah, I seen you for a while. You got real lean. You must have been eating real lean because you got really down lean. Good, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that
Which
was
is
a
good
lot
thing.
of just I wasn't going quite as often. I was probably going, like I said, probably about the same as I am now, about 3-4 times a week. But I just adjusted what I was eating a lot. I
Right.
wasn't eating as much macaroni.
No,
And
absolutely.
I got
was going to ask you. So, what do you eat, Tony? Because if people went and looked at your Instagram, you're a bodybuilder, right?
Yeah.
Well, the way that I trade is very much like a bodybuilder, just in how I set everything up. I did do a couple of bodybuilding shows back in 2016. I always was kind of weird about the whole idea of calling myself a bodybuilder because I never really got into that for that. I never started doing it for that reason. I played sports and stuff.
Right.
I wanted to look like Stallone. I didn't want to look like Mr. Olympia.
Right.
But I eat, my go-to meal throughout the day is usually brown rice and tuna fish.
Right.
Hold on. Wait. So what you eat throughout the day is brown rice and tuna fish?
Pretty much, yeah. I usually put a little Italian dressing on it, a little salt just to give it some taste. But see, the thing is when I'm at work, I can just throw that in my bag. I throw a Tupperware of brown rice, and I put a little thing so that I can measure it out. It's usually like a cup of brown rice, and then I bring tuna fish in those little packets, those Starkist packets, and I can just open them up nice and easy, and it's just a quick meal. But I also eat like 5 times a day, so I'll have that usually maybe 2-3 times a day. And then when I get home, I'll kind of just have whatever I want, kind of, keeping it clean, chicken or, baked potatoes or something like that. But just to make sure I get all the nutrients I want during the day, that's why I do the tuna fish and brown rice, because it's so easy.
Right. And not only that, but if you cut out the pasta, like the heavy pasta, macaroni, and you cut out the bread, that's huge. People don't know how huge that is.
Oh, it's massive because a lot of people, they try to stay away from pasta, and I tell them as long as you do it in moderation and you don't eat a lot of bread and stuff with it, you don't just heap the sauce on top of it, it's really not bad. Actually, you need those carbs because you get a lot of energy from carbs. And if you don't eat enough carbs, this is a big thing with the whole fitness industry. They put everybody on this mindset that they had to cut out all the carbs. Well, what happens if you cut out all the carbs is you crash your metabolism. So now your body's not burning fat the way that it used to. So you got to figure out a way to eat carbs to make your body think, okay, I'm getting carbs, I got to keep burning fat. Right. Then when you take the carbs away, it just goes into fat overdrive and it burns all the fat that's stored, the reserves. So and then you just kind of go back and forth.
So what kind of carbs are you talking about?
Carbs. Typically that's like anything pasta, bread.
No. What kind of, I know what carbs are. What kind of carbs are you talking about to put in your body so that you don't gain weight, but it tricks your body into thinking you're having carbs?
So what I do, because like I said, I do a lot of brown rice.
I love brown rice.
Plain baked potatoes, right? Ian? Plain baked potatoes.
Baked potatoes.
Yep. That's a carb.
Yeah, but you don't, you're not killing it with the butter and sour cream. Like plain baked potato, you could eat 4 of them a day.
But who the
just
hell
eat them
wants
as a
to
snack.
eat a plain baked potato?
Well, I'm just saying it fills you. I mean, you're not going to get, it ain't going to taste like a pizza, but I'm just saying it fills you.
Well, this, what you do, Ange, is let's say you're eating brown rice. Okay. So you need to get more carbs in one day just to make your body think that it needs to burn more fat. So you do maybe 2 cups of brown rice. You do that for 2 days. The day after that, then you go down to maybe a half a cup of brown rice each time you eat. You do that for 2 days. Then you go up to 1 cup of brown rice. So you just want to always keep your body guessing.
Oh,
and you can mix it, and you can mix it with chicken, grilled chicken. You can mix it with steak. You can mix it with veggies. I mean, you could really fill up on. I know I stopped carbs for a year, right? I did it several times, and I actually stopped all carbs, everything, and I lost a massive amount of weight quick. But as soon as you go back to eating carbs normal again, you put it right back on.
Right, it's the rubber band effect.
And I've been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah,
crazy.
Well, Chicky, you look fantastic. I think I saw you.
No, but I put a lot back on now with all this craziness. Now that this court thing is almost over, I can get back with my head straight, get to the gym. I'm swimming now. So, but the last few years with all this bullshit, it's my own fault. I ate, I was eating and because I thought for a while I was going to have to go away for a year. I knew it wasn't going to be a long time. So I said, you know what, if I feel like going to eat, I'm going to eat. And I had that mindset for a couple of years, and you can't do that.
Yeah. Well, you can't live your entire life based on that either. You got to also
Right.
treat yourself. So you got to have like that day. I eat clean so often. If I want to eat a friggin' pizza, I'm going to eat a pizza.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If I want to eat something, if I want Five Guys burgers, I'm going to get Five Guys. No, I don't do it
Exactly.
every day. But if I have a craving at some point during the week, I'm not going to restrict myself just because, that's not good for you mentally
No.
when you start
And
doing
plus,
it.
you can do that, yeah, because that little cheat got you for the rest of the week where you're sticking to it. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
So you will have your carb is brown rice. That's what you'll have. And then you have one cheat day.
Yeah, usually my carb is brown rice or it's I'll even make pasta and I won't put any sauce on it. I might put a little Italian dressing on it or something just if I want something different.
Oh, what the
Um,
hell is that, Anthony? Come on.
Well, even if
well,
you put you could put a little oil and garlic. It tastes great too.
yeah, macaroni and sauce. That's for Sundays.
Yeah.
That's when my mother cooks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, I know.
me too.
But yeah, I mean, like tonight I had veal parm and spaghetti tonight with sauce. Today
Right.
wasn't a day that I was thinking was going to be a cheat day, but some people
Right.
wanted to go out to eat after I got out of work, so I said, all
Yeah.
right,
Yeah, but you go and you work it off, right?
Yes, that's the thing.
yeah, so I'll be right back in the gym tomorrow.
Plus, you're doing jujitsu now. That's unbelievable. I mean, that right there, forget it.
Yeah, the cardio that gives you, that's a completely different type of cardio. When I first started going again, somebody had suggested because I was complaining about my cardio and how tired I would get, how quick, and they said, "Oh, well, have you been doing any more cardio at the gym?" I said, "No, there's no fucking point.
Right.
You can do cardio on a bike or on a treadmill all day, every day. It's not going to prepare you for having to move your body the way you do in jiu-jitsu. The only way you're going to get jiu-jitsu cardio is by doing jiu-jitsu."
Exactly. Yeah, you know what you should try too? I don't know if you have the facility to do it, but the swimming is unbelievable too.
Yeah, I try to go once a week. We have
Right.
the only place up here that we have a pool for that is at the YMCA.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
do go there, and they also have a hot tub too, which is nice.
Yeah, yeah.
But my work schedule sometimes gets so crazy that
Right,
I don't have the time to get there.
right.
Wow. I wish I had a picture of you right now. I would show everybody what you look like.
Oh, they can find me on it. They can
He's on
find me on
Instagram. What do you go
Instagram.
on Instagram? What do you go by your name
Uh,
on
fuck.
Instagram?
I have two Instagram accounts. The one I haven't deleted yet. I think it's AJ underscore. It's like AJ underscore Destito 1, or maybe it's Anthony Destito underscore 1.
Let me
Yeah.
see if
All I
I
got
can
to do,
find
if
it.
they look up
I'll
Anthony
look
Destito,
for it.
there's
Yeah, you
Yeah.
guys talk. I'll look it up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look it up, Angel. Because
Yeah.
when you were doing them videos with the gym, I said this kid's a beast, So, and like I said, and you know, I know what you're saying. It's like I know it's unbelievable the knowledge I know on what to do, and I just can't do it. I can do it, but it's like it's further in between. So I mean, I could write a book on how to get healthy. I just got to do it myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the hard part. Well, see, the thing is too is like back in the day, the internet changed the whole game because back in the day, you had to go to the gym and you had to talk to people to figure out how to do stuff. You could buy the
Right.
magazines, but the magazines give you the same thing every single month. They give you
Right.
the same workout programs, the same diet information, and the majority of it, that's not what those guys are doing.
Right.
Those are very baseline foundational programs. So you had to do everything by going to the gym and just kind of learning, and it would take however long. But now, because you have the internet, if you're trying to figure out something, oh well, something is lagging, my biceps are lagging, or my
Right.
shoulders are lagging, whatever. You go on YouTube, you go on all these websites, they have a million different workouts, so you can glean that information really easily, which we didn't have when I was first starting.
Right. Right. And I'll tell you what was huge for me, and I'm going to get into it again, is the meals, like you said, the pre-made meals, like making. I used to make I used to go shopping once a week, and then like say Sunday, I'd cook all my for the whole week, and I'd have it in containers. So I knew when I got up in the morning, I had my hard-boiled eggs, and then in the afternoon, I had my, like you said, the rice and chicken or whatever. and then maybe I had the same meal again at lunch, at dinner, and I had them all pre-done, and it was very easy. I look at this. Yeah, there he is.
There he is. There's Anthony. Yeah, look at you.
How long ago was that, Ant? That wasn't that long ago.
That looks like it was probably about a year ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Yeah, that was probably about a year ago.
Yeah,
I had short
There
hair.
you are again.
Yep. I had short hair at the time, so that was definitely about a year ago. Although I have short hair again now because I just cut it yesterday. I couldn't deal with it anymore.
But yeah, that's
yeah. Don't worry about the girls; they go crazy for Ant.
Yeah, I wish.
No, you just got to find the right one now, right? I mean, you can get.
Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Oh, you have no idea.
Social media absolutely made everybody lose their minds.
Well, you know what it is? People can get Instagram channels and they can make believe they got a life that they don't got. They show a picture of a Ferrari in a driveway, and they put a picture of their uncle's house. So social media really got you to the point where when you're meeting people, you ain't got a clue who they really are. I mean, most of the time, some people, they just put up what they want. They don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a very disingenuous existence because
right.
Everybody they're worried more about what people think about them than what they actually.
Exactly. It's a crazy world.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, really. And the other thing too is, let's say even you find a nice girl or whatever, or a nice guy, if you're, social media makes it so easy, so accessible for everybody because you constantly have people messaging you if you're attractive, if you're good looking.
Anthony, do you know how many good looking women and I'm not even women, I'm going to say good looking wives and good looking husbands have Instagram channels where they don't even post their husband's pictures? You know what I'm saying?
What's that?
What's that noise?
Oh, it's my dog scratching his ear.
Oh, can you hear it?
He's got something with it. I'm taking him to the vet next week. Every time he scratches his ear, he starts whining.
Anyways, what I'm saying is, do you know how many? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I was just responding to Palmina. Palmina, I used to train people. I did it for about 12 years. I do some online coaching for people. I'll write programs up and stuff for them if you want to message me on Instagram. As far as one-on-one, hands-on personal training, I don't do that anymore.
Chicky, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, not at all. Not at all. What I was saying is a lot of these wives and a lot of husbands have Instagram accounts and they're supposedly happily married and they're having maybe not sexual affairs, but they're definitely having affairs over the internet where they're inboxing each other and they're talking and sometimes it even goes as far as the phone. And that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing with the internet. It put a kibosh on a lot of relationships. Now people are in relationships and they're having like these side of little fantasy things with people over the internet,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what like my ex, I was with I don't know if Andrew would remember, but that dark-haired girl that I was with for quite a while.
Yeah.
She was, I mean, I'm not gonna say her name, so I guess I could put the business out.
Right.
But, her and we'd been together for 7 years, and then the reason we ended up breaking up was pretty much because of that, because she left her Facebook open one day, and I ended up, I went to get on the computer, and it was left on messengers, and I see all these guys messaging her.
Yeah.
And then I kind of pieced it together. I realized that one of them she'd actually gotten with. So,
see what I'm saying?
It's just, yeah.
And just for the record, I don't want to get into it too much, but she did reach out to me too. And she said she was sick of the big muscle guy. She wanted like a heavy set fat guy. I said, well, he's my friend. I can't do nothing. No.
You're crazy.
That would have been Chicky.
No,
if you
but I
got
know
with
what
that
you're
girl,
saying,
that would have
Anthony,
like I sent a heat guided missile your way, buddy.
You are so crazy.
Yeah, you dodged the bullet with that one.
Yeah,
I remember when you and her broke up. I felt very bad for you.
Yeah, that was a rough time, but that was, I was very fortunate that I never really experienced a girl doing that. So when it happened, I didn't know how to respond to it. So my first instinct was, where's the Jack Daniels, brother?
Yeah, no, I know. And there's a perfect example. You were doing everything right. You were working out. You're in shape. So it ain't nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just people want that little what is it? That fantasy thing where they can think they got a boyfriend, and then they got this little thing they like talking to when 2 a.m. when everybody's sleeping. They like to go down in their little cubby and talk to these people. I mean, and you're never going to get around that. A pretty girl puts her picture up on Instagram, you're going to see how many people comment, "Oh, you're hot," with all fire signs. I mean, it's going to go to their head eventually. And guys the same way. Girls are going to respond to guys.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Ange.
I was going to say that if anybody's ever been cheated on, I mean, I was cheated on and it was pretty devastating. But then I saw that. I mean, I was feeling so down and so crappy, and you want to beat yourself up. But then I saw that Jacqueline Smith's husband cheated on her, and I was like, holy crap. To me, she was the most beautiful woman in the whole world, and she got cheated on too.
Chrissy Brinkley got cheated on.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you could go down. Don't listen to me. The bottom line is, you could drive a Ferrari every single day. And eventually, I mean, and I'm not speaking for all guys, but a lot of guys, they could drive a Ferrari every single day. And then all of a sudden, a 1979 Volkswagen's going to come along, and they're going to say, I'm sick of driving the Ferrari. Let me go one day on this, and I'll go back to the Ferrari tomorrow. And it's sick, but that's just the way. That's unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Yeah,
it don't make sense, and you'll never figure it out. But that's just the way it is.
Hi, Nitro.
Yeah. My mother gets on me constantly. Oh, when are you going to give me grandkids? When are you going to get married? I said, you got 3 grandkids. You got my dog and you got my 2 cats.
Exactly. Do you see this thing?
How old are you, Anthony, now?
What's up?
How old are you?
39. I'm going to be 40 in January.
He's young. You're young still.
Boy, I'm feeling it every day. My knees are going. My back is going.
No, don't say those things on here.
You're young. Hey, now, Angel, don't get worried. It's nothing bad, because I know when I bring this up, you're going to be like, don't talk about it. But Anthony, you were bringing up your dog, and I know Angel loves animals, but did you see this thing on the internet? It was incredible. It's all over the internet. There was 130 pound. You had to see the size of this dog. You wouldn't believe it. 120, 130 pound pit bull. And it's one of them jacked ones where it looks like they're working out in a gym. That's how big they are. I don't even know how they get that big. Muscles sticking out everywhere. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So this guy had the dog, and he comes home from work, and the dog's laying in his backyard. It's a family pet. No, nice dog, not a vicious dog. And it's huge muscles. It's all over the TikTok. It's all over the internet. And I'll tell you the reason I'm making this point. So he comes home, and the dog's got cuts all over his body, like slices and cuts, and it was unreal. So he brings it to the veterinarian, and that veteran said, "Hey, what the F are you? What happened to this dog?" He said, "Listen, it's our family pet. I have no idea, whatever." So, of course, they sew the dog up. They keep him for the night. So the guy goes back home, and he follows the blood up from his doorstep through the yard up into the hills, where his lives, right? Guess what he finds up in the hills, nine, way up in the mountains. Guess what he finds up there? 9 dead, not the wolves. What's them things under a wolf that come and kill cats and everything? Coyotes. This dog fought 9 coyotes and killed every one of them. There was 9 dead coyotes, and the blood was from them biting him when he was killing them. Can you imagine the dog did that? This dog defended his honor or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the dogs will fight for what's right. And 9 dead coyotes the guy found.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with pit bulls. People give them such a bad...
They're great dogs. I had 2 of them. They're great dogs.
Yeah, I had one too. Great
dogs.
I don't believe there's any such thing as a bad one. Well, maybe as a bad dog. Maybe Chihuahuas. Those things are little devils. But,
I know.
My little Chucky, my daughter has a Chihuahua. That dog is a psycho.
Oh,
It's all on how you raise them, though. Like with the pit bulls, if you raise them normal, they're normal. I mean, if God forbid you want to abuse them and all that craziness that's going on, then you deserve what you get. But if you raise them around kids and everything, I mean, they're wonderful dogs.
in the old days, they used to use pit bulls to babysit the kids.
Oh,
I
I
don't know.
believe it.
I don't know if that's like Roman Empire type stuff, but it's
Right.
some ancient or some historic society or civilization. Like that was pit bulls' first jobs, was to be like babysitters for the children,
Right.
See now,
because
if
they
MRE
would
was
protect them.
here, yeah, if MRE was here, he would tell us.
Oh,
if
he
that
knows all
was
about
or
that
not.
stuff. They say one of the oldest dogs in existence. If you look like in pictures back in the Roman days or whatever, even drawings, are the Rottweiler. They were actually like guarding kings and stuff. The Rottweilers are very, very old existence.
Yeah, yeah. And
They
those
always scared me though. I know a couple people that had them. Maybe I just had bad experiences, but one like I just never liked Rottweilers. I had a guy that had one, and he had family, and the kid was 4 years old, and he bit the kid's arm, and it's like he never could be trusted. I'd walk in, he'd start gnawing at my sneakers, and it was like I just was scared of them, and you know they could do damage a Rottweiler, you know.
oh yeah, those are big,
They
powerful
look mean,
dogs.
like they just look right through you. You know, I don't know. I've never seen one that wagged his tail and kisses you. I've never seen it.
I think it's because they're so protective of their owner.
But maybe
They
yeah,
love their owners to death. They become like little babies with their owners. But
exactly.
anybody who they don't know comes around and they go right into protection
Right,
mode.
right. Yeah, that had to be that.
So,
Well,
Ange, how's your brother doing?
thank God, everything is good. I mean,
Good,
everybody's good. Thank God. I was with
good,
them last night. They're fine, and
good.
thank God. And he's very busy, very, very busy. He's got
That's
so
good.
many
That
things
keeps them
going on.
going.
Thank God. I say it 100 times. Thank God. So he's good. And how's everything with you?
It's going good. I can't complain at all. I'm getting killed with hours at work, but other than that, no, everything is really good.
What do you
Are
mean
you
you're
still doing
getting
the casino
killed?
thing? Yeah,
No, I stopped
you're out
when
of
I
that. Okay, I didn't know.
yeah, after well, you remember last time you and I spoke, the after COVID.
Right,
So I was working at a casino dealing craps during COVID when they shut everything down. When they started it back up, they
right.
didn't bring back craps right away because there was too
Oh,
much. So I sat home for months, and then they offered everybody a what the hell's the name for it? They basically a severance package. They
yeah,
offered a lot of us severance packages. So I took the severance package. I decided that I wanted to move home. I
yeah,
moved home. I couldn't stomach the idea of going back to the first casino that I worked at because they paid so much less. So I
right.
went into a different line of work. Now I work with it's not like juvenile detention, but I work with kids who have pretty much it's kind of like if they don't go to jail, they're going to get sent to us.
Oh, right, right. I
This is
understand.
like their last chance.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so I work with a lot of kids like that. I'm a direct care worker for this program up here, and I really enjoy it because
That's
Like a
neat,
residential
isn't
advisor
it?
kind of thing.
yes,
Yeah, that's a
That's
great job.
really
Yeah, you'd be great
good.
with kids. I'm sorry, Angel.
No, I'm so proud of you. That's really
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
he would be definitely good with kids. You could tell.
yeah. I really enjoy it. I actually look forward to going to work. There were some days when I had to go to the casino. I mean, you wanted to hang yourself just about rather than walk outside the door. But no, I actually really enjoy going into work, doing what I'm doing now. So it's nice and it pays well.
Yeah, I did that. I did that for a few years, right when I got out of the military. When I right before I retired, I did that for a few years with kids. I was a residential advisor to the kids, but they were like guys who they were 16, 15, 14, but they committed serious crimes. Some guys kids killed, murders, stuff like that. But like street gang stuff. And I did it for a couple of years, and they liked me. I got along with them good. I felt bad. I mean, look at their jacket. Every one of them, nobody came from a normal home. They a lot of struggles in their life, a lot of problems with parents when they were younger, a lot of foster kids that were shipped everywhere, and it's a shame because 95% of them were all turned out, unfortunately, in this program.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's pretty much the same exact thing that I deal with. I got a lot of
Yeah,
kids that are in gangs and
yeah,
stuff, and sometimes we have kids at the same time who are from rival gangs.
yeah.
So it makes it very interesting.
Right.
But the nice thing is that the ones who I deal with, they're a little bit older. They kind of understand. All right, I got to get through this because this is my last chance. If I get in trouble,
Exactly.
I'm probably going to jail. So we don't
Exactly.
have to deal with. They get a little mouthy at times, but if you have a staff member who kind of can relate to them and connect with them, and these kids are smart. They know
Yes,
know some
exactly.
country bumpkin who doesn't know whether to scratch his watch or wind his ass.
Yeah.
They know. So, but if
Like
they have
like in
somebody
every
who yeah.
right, like in every profession, you got assholes. We had assholes that worked for us, like you said, country bumpkins that they were abusing the kids, and they thought because they got abused when they were younger, they can abuse these kids. And we used to pull them aside and say, "Buddy, slow down because you're not going to start a riot over here because you're an asshole."
Yeah. It's just like a security guard who thinks he's an actual cop.
Yeah,
They get
exactly.
a little bit of power, they get a little bit of authority, and they can't wait to. They
Yeah,
probably got beat up their whole life. So
exactly.
now they're taking it out on everybody else.
So let me ask you: is this like a confined environment?
Where I work, there's several programs. The program I work in is confined. Yeah, it's fenced in.
Yeah.
So these kids are like in like a juvenile prison.
Yeah, it's not a prison. It kind of is. Their
Well, they
movements
call it a
are
detention center, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's kind of
yeah,
like a detention center, but it's a very therapeutic detention center. Like
right.
we don't it's not like we're
So
telling them you have to do this, you have to do that. They have freedom, they can make their own decisions, but they also have programs that they're supposed to follow. And the programs are just basic stuff like, doing some chores, doing recreation, going to school and stuff
Yeah,
like
you
that.
got to
As
go to
long as they
school.
follow the program, they're going to get to go back to their homes and hopefully with some lessons learned and some coping mechanisms. Um but yes, the options for them, if they didn't come to us, would have most likely been that they would have been going to jail.
okay,
Right.
so what's the age? Like, what's the highest age there?
19.
Also 19,
Yeah.
Yeah.
really?
They can sign, I believe that they can legally sign themselves out at 18, although there's some I'm not entirely sure. I think a lot of it has to depend with the court system. But if somebody's in there at 18 years old and they don't want to leave yet, and they can stay until they're 19, but they can sign themselves out when they're 18. We do get some kids who want to stay until they're 19 because they feel safe. It's the first time
Right.
they've ever felt safe in their life.
Yep.
They have shitty home lives. They're out in the streets doing whatever it is that they're doing. So, they're like, oh, I want to stay here. And a lot of the kids who've been in our program, they actually come back to work for us because they're like, well, they really turned my life around. I want to try to do it for somebody else.
Yep. And they got programs, Angel, where if the kid, does step up and do as he's supposed to, they'll help him get a job when he gets out and everything, so they don't just put him on the street doing nothing.
Oh, so you get them jobs as well?
Well,
We
if they,
get them
if they go
jobs.
through the program the right way and they complete, yeah, they'll help you. I mean, they don't just throw you back out there.
College
And do you
too.
have a high success rate?
I mean, in my program, I haven't been there tremendously long, but it seems to be 50-50, maybe a little bit less we have success with.
Yeah.
The ones who we have success with, we have a lot of success with. There's some kids who come in, they're so hard into the life that they're used to as far as being out in the streets and running with gangs and doing whatever it is. When you have them, they're going to get out, they're going to go right back to that. Sometimes they surprise you, but you do have some kids who come in there and they kind of, something goes off in their head like, okay, I really got to get this together. And they do the right thing. And sometimes, like I said, they end up coming back because they're so grateful for the opportunity that they got.
And you know what I noticed too is that when after the first week of somebody being new in there, that gang shit goes out the window. The rival gangs are, like after the first week, they feel each other out. They're talking normal. That's not like even they're from different gangs,
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, not that I've ever done time like you did, but like, I mean, you look at it like prison, like the bikers in prison. They
Right.
all their affiliation kind of goes out the window a little bit from what I
Exactly.
understand. When
Yep.
they get back out on the street, it might go,
Right.
it might go back to the way that it used to be. But when they're in there, it's like, okay, we got to put that aside, just make life
Exactly.
as easy as possible. Because what are you going to do? You're going to fight all day?
Exactly.
Wow.
How do you keep
So
a kid from being?
Yeah, Nitro asked you a question.
How do you
Okay.
keep a kid from being institutionalized coming from that type of background? It's very, very difficult
Very
because
difficult.
the way that they used to think about it was we try to get them away from the environment that they came from and just kind of shield them from that. But the problem is that that doesn't work. They have roots built up. They have their families. They have their friends. So you've got to try to have them aside, like when they're in our program, and we work with them and we try to teach them things. We try to teach them coping mechanisms, but you've got to also give them the opportunity to go back and apply what you're teaching them when they get there, because if you don't, as soon as they get that moment of freedom, once they get out, they're going to go right back to it because they haven't seen their family, they haven't seen their friends, and it's just it doesn't work. They want to see their family, even if their family sucks, and their friends are nothing but degenerates. They still want to see them because they have that connection with them. So you got to figure out a way to walk both sides of the road. But it's tough. A lot of times, you're gonna get lost cases, kids who you can't reach. Sometimes you get lucky.
Well, you were right. You were right on board when you said that they feel safe in there because remember, in there's no peer pressure. They can be themselves. They can let their guard down. As soon as they hit the street again and they're back in their own environment, there goes the peer pressure again.
Yeah, and a lot of them are really good kids. Every kid who I've got, I don't have a single problem with them. They're all good kids. They're respectful towards the staff
Yep.
and everything. They joke around a lot. You hear them talking their street shit when they're.
Oh yeah, they got to do that. Yeah.
But that's amongst themselves. That's that little thing that they're portraying. Plus, it's what they grew up around. But as far as you can really kind of see through them when you're talking to them one-on-one as a staff member,
Yep.
you can kind of see like, all right, this kid, he's really not a bad kid. He's just coming from bad circumstances.
Yeah.
I wish I had something like that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Took me 15 years of fucking up before I figured it out for myself.
Is that true? Really?
Oh, I was a son of a bitch, Ange.
Really?
I was a little bastard.
Really?
Oh yeah, I was bad. Well, it was nothing terribly serious, but it was, you get to be 20 years old, you start going out to bars, you start drinking too much, you start doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
And that was me.
Yeah.
Wow.
The end of the night, the fighting.
Yep.
You got in trouble as a kid, and yet you still ended up with a career like this.
Yeah. Oh, I got in trouble many times. I took my first pinch when I was 16 years old.
Yeah. Which that makes Angel. That makes him more Angel. That makes him more valuable in that kind of thing because he's been through it. When he talks to these kids, they know that there's no bullshit in them. He could say, "Buddy, listen, I was in your shoes, and look where I am." And that's a better person to be in that kind of program.
Yeah, they respect that. They respect that for sure. It's like that old saying, chick. Real recognizes real.
100%. 100%.
Wow.
That's why this shit. Not to bring it up, but it's just the way you said that. That's why all this shit on YouTube is such a joke because real people would never talk about real people don't talk like that, and real people, them are all these keyboard gangsters. They don't talk that way. They're not, you're a gentleman. You're a gentleman. Don't all this crazy talk. I'm gonna come. I'm doing this shot. It's laughable. It's laughable.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke, and a lot of this stuff, like with this, the last time I was in, I posted something about all these, these platforms, this MobTube, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to it, just because to me, I feel like it's kind of a joke. I almost feel like they're taking that and they're almost applying it like you would apply to a sports team. Oh, my team is the Yankees. Okay, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Have you been seeing any of it? Have you seen anything like with the so-called I can't even call them men, some of the males on here like attacking, and
you're the only one I watch.
Doing Angel, what they've been saying about Angel, different lies and different things.
I've heard about it from coming on Angels. Angel, you're the only one whose thing I come on.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't go on any of the other ones.
Oh, so you don't know everything that's been going on for like the past 3 months or anything?
Well, Chris has told me a few things. I've heard some stuff just from listening in on yours.
Yeah.
So I know a little bit of what's going on, the fine details as far as what's been said. Some of the things I have heard. But the last time that I came on and I was hearing all about it, I was actually shocked. But see, the thing was that when I was actually kind of going in on these pages a little bit, it seemed like one second somebody was friends with somebody, the next day they were tearing them apart.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
And as soon as that fucking rat bastard gets mentioned in any sort of a way, you know, somebody's communicating with him in any sort of a way, I automatically tune out. I'm like, all right, you showed me your fucking colors. I don't have any time.
Now Anthony, let me ask you a quick question, and you're a pretty sharp guy. Two quick questions. The first one I got is all these people that are turning on each other so fast on YouTube over simple words. If they're turning this fast over stupid lies, what do you think they would be? What would you think they would do if they were facing a few years in prison?
They would sing better. They would sing better than Andrea Bocelli.
Exactly.
And if they couldn't remember the lyrics, they'd make up their own.
And another thing, Anthony, you know John Jr. Thank God he has a flip phone and he don't listen to YouTube, because you think he would, and not saying anything bad, but you think he would appreciate the way people are talking about his sister?
No. No. I'm amazed that people I'm amazed that people have the balls to talk about her the way that they do. And they're very, I would say that they're very, very fortunate that John is not how he's been portrayed by people for a lot of years, because Ange, if I'm wrong in saying this, I apologize, but I think that if this was 25, 30 years ago and people were saying this kind of stuff about Ange when her father was around, I think it might be a little bit different of a story.
Well, that's because today there are keyboard gangsters.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
You know, bunch of cowards that weren't raised properly, that can, you know, call women filthy names, lie about them, all because they didn't share the same opinion about someone that they do. Could you imagine? Imagine ever getting caught doing a crime with these people.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, like don't ever steal a Tootsie Roll or a Twinkie with them, because you're going to do life for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like imagine, because the only crime I've committed is I didn't share the same opinion as this person had of one of somebody I considered to be a friend. I didn't share the same opinion. So that's garbage.
Well, that's the world today. If you disagree with somebody, you can't just agree to disagree, whether it's this, whether it's politics, whatever. Now, let's say you're somebody who's a Trump supporter. You know somebody who's not a Trump supporter, who doesn't like Trump for whatever reason. They're entitled to their own opinion for whatever reason, but you can't have a civilized discussion and try to get to the bottom of it. Automatically, they go to the thing. Oh, you're a Nazi. You're this. You're that. They use the worst names that they can think of, the things that nobody wants to be called, because nobody wants to be associated with that. And it's you just. That's just how it is. If you disagree with somebody on even the smallest bit of thing, there's no leeway, there's no flexibility. You just automatically become a son of a bitch in their eyes, and they'll do everything that they can to hurt you.
Yes, I know. How many times have you gotten kicked off Twitter?
Oh my God! Jesus Christ. I'm still on there now, amazingly, but I would say a minimum of probably 10 to 15 times.
Exactly.
I never got into Twitter. I never got into Twitter.
I like to go on there to follow the news, because I don't watch very much television. So most of my news I do get from social media. So, but the nice thing with Twitter is that I can follow the people who I want to follow. So that's the news reports that I get. I don't hear what Don Lemon's got to say or what Rachel Maddow's got to say. I hear the people who I have some level of trust in, and oftentimes it's not even people who are big like Fox News people, because I think a lot of them are full of shit too. I follow a lot of these independent journalists.
Yeah, me too. I did as well. But then they let me on a wild goose chase. They kept saying, oh, I got the inside scoop. Comey's going down and John Brennan's going down. Meanwhile, I waited every day for 3 years. None of them ever went down.
Yeah, we all did.
just like there was a girl the other day I watched. I forgot her name. She's a big time reporter, and I agree with her 100%. If you think that they went into Trump's office to look for some kind of bullshit files that he supposedly this or that, it's such bullshit. They went in there to disrupt him from running, and that's exactly. She's 100% right, and she gave out all kinds of points of how this happened since January, because of January 6th or something. But she was right on the money. She said they want to stop him at all costs from running.
Well, you know what I thought was the funniest thing when they said it was over documents or whatever that he had or something. This was a guy who I don't know, because obviously I wasn't there, but they used to say that he didn't even want to do the briefings in the morning.
Right.
He didn't want to be bothered with it.
Right.
So all of a sudden, what is he, fucking hooked on phonics? Now he's bringing all these documents.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to read that shit. You know what I mean? I mean, Obama they said something like, I don't even know how many of it.
Yes, remember? That's right. I forgot all about that.
Right. Yeah, and the stuff that Trump, they said, they were declassified documents.
Right.
And now Hillary, let's go back to old Hillary. Was it 30,000 emails that they bleach bitted off her hard drive? They took a hammer to it. Hunter Biden smoking crack with prostitutes and videotaping it on his cell phone. He still hasn't been raided. I mean, come on. I don't care if a person doesn't like Trump, but let's stop with the two systems of justice. One for the people who are the elites, in this case the Democrats, and then the other system of justice for the people who are just living their life, and somehow those people see him as a threat.
Yeah.
People could say what they want, but this country was never in a better state than when Trump was president. And I don't care who likes it, who doesn't like it. Them are facts.
Yeah.
Them are facts.
Everything that he did, from what he did with the economy, and all the division between people, that was just all propagated by the media, because half of the people who didn't like him for stuff that they didn't even know the real story on. They thought, he was a Russian spy. Well, that's been debunked 100 times over. That was all bullshit. So that was the first thing. They couldn't
impeach him. They could never impeach him. Do you think Russia would have ever had the balls to invade Ukraine if Trump was still on the forefront? Come on.
No, not in a million years. But even when you look at Ukraine, there's so much stuff that's going on over there that people they don't cover it. The fact that there was like a bioweapons lab that was something that the U.S. had something to do with. It was in Ukraine. Putin had been saying for years, I'm not going to tolerate that being there.
Right.
And then finally he acted. And also on top of that, Ukraine is known as like the money launderers for all of these elites. Biden, the big guy, so there's more to that story than what they're letting on. And people like us, we're never going to know because, to quote Tony Soprano, we don't have those Enron type connections.
Yeah.
But
no, you're right. Everybody went crazy. Everybody took what they wanted to take when poor Biden comes in. The poor guy's waving at people that ain't there. He's shaking people's hands that there's no hand there. He's falling off bikes in the middle of the road. And people saw this and they said, we're gonna get everything we want to get before this guy gets out of office. And that's when all this crazy shit started happening.
And I don't even believe this guy's calling the shots, because I don't think he's capable.
No, absolutely not.
My grandfather, I always tell people this. My grandfather, he had dementia. He ended up passing away from Alzheimer's. I remember in the earlier stages when he first got the dementia. Joe Biden is like a twin of how my grandfather was behaving. Couldn't get out a sentence, was looking around aimlessly and stuff.
Right.
They look like this. It's the exact same traits.
Yeah.
And so I don't believe for 1 second that he's really calling any of the shots. Who is calling the shots? I couldn't tell you, but
he's got a whole team around him. He's got a whole team around him that make the decisions, and then they say, "Okay, Joe, go on camera. This is what you're going to say. Read this prompt, the prompter or whatever the hell they got."
Yeah. And he even reads out. He's like Ron Burgundy from Anchorman. He even reads out the short pause part of it.
Yeah.
So they if somebody was slick enough and they could get into that computer, they could probably get him to say, "Go fuck yourself, America."
100%. They could stick in one of his things, "I hate America," and he'd say it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Wait, I'm going to go back to this because I'm so fascinated by this. So how many kids would you say are in that facility that you work at?
My facility right now, we have 9 kids. We can have 12 in the program that I'm in, but it's a huge campus. So we have 4 cottages that have anywhere from 8 to 12 kids. And then there's a separate building, which is for kids who have some sort of a psychiatric issue. And then there's my facility, which is more secure because they're older and there's legal stuff going on.
Right.
And
So
do you have any problems with any of these kids? Do they ever look to fight you or go at you or hurt you?
The younger kids will, because the younger kids don't really have that. They don't really understand. The kids who I have, if they start fighting, it's usually with each other.
Yeah.
And then
So
we
they
just
don't
have
look to
and
hurt
then we
you
just
at
have
all?
to. No, they don't really mess with us. And then we just have to break them up.
Wow.
They're pretty good with the staff. Now, if you get a staff who comes in there and who's a complete asshole to them and disrespects them, they'll
Right.
throw down with them in a second because they
Yep.
still have that mentality. But
Yeah.
for the most part, we have really good staff. So
Now I want to ask you another question. The majority of the boys, they're boys, right?
yes, I have all boys.
Yeah.
So the majority of the boys, is there a father in the home or no?
If there is, he's
I never
probably in
seen it.
jail.
Very rarely. I seen when the people where I worked, no fathers. It was hardly and no fathers, and a lot of stepfathers and boyfriends from the ones I don't know about Anthony. He could tell you that.
It's pretty much the same. The ones who, a lot of their fathers are incarcerated.
Yep.
Or they've been in and out of incarceration. For the most part, the kids who I see, it's mostly just a mother.
Yep.
So it's just one parent, you're saying?
Yep.
Typically, the father isn't the father. There's a few of them who the father is at least listed how involved they are, because I don't know what they do when they go home. But for the most part, it's usually just a mother, and then every once in a while you might see a father whose name is on the call list or something like that. But yeah, they're basically being raised by their mothers.
We had a lot of kids that they would tell me, like they would sit down and tell me that they always had to battle their mother's boyfriends throughout their life. Like, you know, the mother's boyfriends wanted them out, and that was a big thing to them. A lot of them, I'm more than you could ever imagine. You know, that they had a lot of problems with their mothers dating people, and the guy would turn on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or, you know,
100%.
they resented the shit out of it because it was their mother. You know?
Yeah. Well, I can see. I mean, my dad was remarried, and
Right.
obviously it was nothing like that. But I didn't get along with my stepmother because,
Right.
you know, you don't want to take orders from somebody who's not your
Right.
mother.
Right.
You know, so it was never anything to that extent, but I can absolutely see why a kid would have that in his mind. Like, who the fuck are you? I don't have to do what you say. You're not my father.
Right.
And do they get visits? Do their parents come to visit them?
Not really. Usually, if any, they will. Some of them will go home on weekends to see their families and stuff, and then they'll come back on Sunday or Monday. But that I've seen, we don't really have. They don't really. Yes. As long as their behavior's been good. If they're not on restrictions or anything like that, then yes, a lot of them can go home.
Oh, okay. So it's not like in real incarceration.
No. The judge gave him a break.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's good to know. And has anybody like gotten hurt when they left, like went home for the weekend and not come back?
Yeah, not that I've had, but I've heard stories about, like, before I got there, that so-and-so went home for the weekend and he eloped. He never came back. He went AWOL. And whatever happens at that point, that kind of winds up going in the judge's hands, whatever happens.
Have any of them gotten hurt?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a girl who she was in one of the girl programs, and she got out. She went home. She maxed out. She was out of the program, and she got killed. She got stabbed in some fight up in Buffalo.
Oh God!
Not 2 weeks after she left us.
Oh wow!
And these kids up here now. I mean, this is, I'm upstate, but up here, even these kids, they're shooting at each other every night.
Yeah.
So.
Are you near Rochester?
No, Rochester is on the other side of Syracuse from me.
Okay.
So I'm closer to Albany.
Right.
Okay, right. That's right. Okay.
You know, a lot of kids would leave our program and they go, which is a great program for somebody that's very, they really don't know what they want. But they used to have the Job Corps program. You know what I mean? And the kids would leave and go to Job Corps, which is like a high school kind of thing, but you live there
Yep.
and you take a trade, you know, so carpentry or welding, and they graduate and they got a degree. Like a lot of the girls in the program used to go and do like hairdressing and nursing assistant, and at least they come out and they got a degree. You know?
I remember this. Do they still have it?
Yeah, there's one right over by my house. Yeah, they're all over the country. There's a lot of them.
Well, I think that's the way to. I'm personally, I think college in terms of like higher education, unless
Yeah.
you go for something like being a lawyer or something. For the most part, it's a bunch of bullshit. You go
Yeah.
for like these business programs, you go for liberal arts, whatever. You get out of college, all you've got is a couple $100,000 in debt, and you're not gonna, especially with this, you know, with the job economy and everything being what it is, it's gonna be very difficult to find a job. Now, Ange, I remember Frankie put something up about learning trades, how much money you could make going into the trades. You
Yeah.
spend a couple $100 to get trained to do electrical work or
Yeah.
construction or something like that, and you're making real good money. I mean, yeah, you got to break your ass a little bit, but still.
Yeah. And you know what? Another thing I don't understand. I never had boys. I had two daughters. You know. So, but if I had a boy and he was in high school and he was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to go to college. I don't know why parents, and we're not at wartime. I don't know why parents don't steer their kids to just give a try, go talk to a recruiter about going to the military for 4 years. I'm telling you, it's an incredible experience. If you go in the Navy, you see the world. I mean, I went around the world twice. You know, I'm talking 17, 18 years old. I went around the world. I mean, I saw places that I could never see in a million years. If I was a millionaire, I couldn't see these places. And it gives you, you know, it gives you time to think, and some people can make a career out of it, and they make good money, and you're not at war. You know what I mean? During wartime, I can see some parents be like, I don't know, you know, I can understand that, but
Yeah.
why these kids are not, you know, 4 years goes by. I mean, it's not a, you know, like I said, I might have made it a career, but unfortunately, I got hurt on my ship and they retired me for life. But I'm just saying, if I would have, you know, if I would have continued, I would probably would have stayed in. I was stationed in Honolulu. I mean, for an 18-year-old kid, are you kidding me? I had a
Yeah.
condo in Honolulu with like 6 other guys, you know, in Waikiki Beach on the 17th floor of the Reef Tower. I mean, I'd look out the, you know, there'd be like 6 of us that would to rent it, and it would not even be crowded because 2 of us would be there, 2 guys would be out on a ship. My ship, when it left, another ship would come in. So it was 6 of us that rented it, 2 guys on 3 different ships. So anytime we were there, it was only 2 of us in this condo looking over the ocean, you know? And I'm telling you, an 18-year-old kid seeing, I mean, around the world, Japan, Korea, China, Australia, the Philippines, Singapore, I mean, forget about it, Malaysia. I went around the world twice. I mean, who does that? It's 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, well, yeah, the other thing is too is that like when we were kids, we played sports. We got out of the house. We played basketball, we rode bikes, we did shit like that.
Yeah.
These kids now, they play video games.
They go in their room, they shut their
They-
room, and you don't even know they shut the door in their room between internet, these PlayStation games, and all this craziness. A kid doesn't know what it is anymore to go out and play stickball or wiffle ball in the street or ring a Levio with all the kids, and then at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, the street lights go on. You got to kind of come home. I mean, they don't know what that's like anymore.
Yeah, they don't know what they don't have the physical activity. So half of them they're overweight, they're out of shape.
100%.
They don't have the ability because, you know, like you couldn't talk back to my father. So, you know, you go nowadays, kids talk back to their parents like their parents, you know, they're
forget it.
one of their friends.
You know, are you okay in the room? Shut up. They say, shut up. That's unbelievable.
You go to basic training, you see how far that goes with a drill instructor.
Wait, Carmel wants to know, are there any setbacks in their behavior after a weekend home?
Sometimes there's a couple of things that happen. Sometimes they're just, you know, they're upset because they have to come back. They had a better time being home than they are when they're with us. And then there's a lot of times when they'll bring back contraband.
Yeah.
So that's something we always have to watch out for. We have to make sure they didn't bring back. And you know what? When I say contraband, I don't even mean anything serious. I mean like e-cigarettes and shit like that. That's stuff that we have to watch really close for because they will bring that stuff back.
But why can't they smoke an e-cigarette?
Your guess is as good as mine because I'm smoking an e-cigarette right now.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's a big
but-
deal. Like I could never understand that. Let them smoke let them smoke this.
Well, I think it's that Angel. I think it's that mentality, like in jail, they don't want the smoking. You know,
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
the e-cigarettes are different.
I
It's
know.
not like
I know. They should start selling them in jail. If you want to be honest, they should start selling them.
Yeah, and another thing, what I was going to say is that in Israel, every boy and girl does the military. I think
Yep.
at least I forgot what it is.
One trip or whatever you call it.
Yeah,
I think it's 2 years.
boys
Yep.
and girls when they turn 18 have to
Yep.
do the military.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
And
You
they got a
wanna
lot
see-
of discipline.
Yeah, you want to see what a man that makes of a woman or a man when they get out of high school and they go in the military? Believe me, they'll go, just when they come home from boot camp with that uniform, and you'll see in a 3-4 month period of boot camp and A school, when they come home, you won't even recognize your own kid. How when you go in there, they completely break you down to nothing. They break you down the first month. They break you down to where you're nothing, and then they build you up the way they build you up. And when you come home with that uniform on, my father, as soon as I walked in the door, my father said he couldn't believe it. He goes, just the way you carry yourself is night and day compared to 4 months ago. Just the way you carry yourself and the way you sit and the way your chest. I mean, he's seen it. I didn't see it because I was, doing it. But he said, my father was a Marine, and but I'm just saying, he everybody said it, and it's just it's amazing how they got this thing and they do. It's a whatever they do, it's amazing. Especially the Marines, the kids in the Marines, and all the services. But I'm saying, they come home, you don't even, they're the same person, but you just can't believe what a man they became, or a woman.
They come out. It's yes, sir, no, sir.
Unbelievable.
Holding doors open for people.
Yeah.
Russia, Israel too. Israel, I know for a fact because, like I said, one of my closest friends comes from Israel,
Right.
and his daughter is living there now because she went to school there and she
Yep.
had to enter the military.
Yep.
Like it doesn't matter, boy or girl, you're going into the military.
And I remember being in boot camp, and I got to boot camp February 26th, and it was in Great Lakes, Illinois, which is about a half hour outside Chicago. And I went to the Navy boot camp there, and we got there at by the time the plane landed, and they brought me to this naval base. It's like 3:00 in the morning, and I don't know if people know it or not, but the Navy owns the Marines. So when we went to boot camp, it's Marine drill instructors. It's not Navy instructors. So I'll never forget. There's about 40 of us on like a bus, and we pull up to this place, and it was like something out of the movies. Our hair's up in the air. We've been flying all day. We got sneakers. We're all laughing, having a good time. All of a sudden, they pull up. It's freezing cold rain at 3:00 in the morning. We pull up at this boot camp, and like 7 or 8 Marines get on with the barrels, and they have the clubs, and they're going boom, boom, like hitting the. You mutts, you piece of shit, get up. And I was like, what did I get myself into?
You kidding?
Oh my God, we're marching in the rain. We're tripping over each other's feet. They're trying to teach us pouring rain, snow, wind, Chicago in February, forget it. It's 20 below zero, the wind. And we're tripping over each other's feet. And I'm saying to myself the whole time, what did I do? What did I do?
Yeah.
Oh,
But little by little, they break it down and forget it. You come home, you're so proud.
There was when I went because I was in the Air Force, so I always remembered my first experience when we got there. So it was the same thing. We got there late at night. It was 3-4 o'clock in the morning, maybe. They pretty much chased you up the stairs into your dorm. Now this is after doing all your paperwork and your in processing bullshit. So they would get you up into the dorm, and what they had us do was they had us go to a locker and put our face against it, whatever locker was going to be ours. So we put our face against it. Now you couldn't see what was going on behind you because God forbid if you turned around. So they were going around and they were banging on the lockers, but we didn't know that they were just banging above people's heads. We thought they were banging people right off the lockers. We were scared shitless. So that was the first image that I got of basic training. And then the next morning, they let us sleep a little bit past reveille just because we got in so late. Because normally you had to be up like 5-6 in the morning. They let us sleep in a little bit. So we got maybe 4 hours of sleep. And the way that we woke up was the drill instructor in the middle of the room banging on a garbage pail, breaking you out of a completely sound, dead sleep, screaming at you at the top of his lungs. And like you said, it's like, holy shit, what did I get
You're waking
myself
up, it's
into?
like you're dreaming it. You're like, what did I do? You know, like you're saying, am I dreaming right now? Because it's so funny. It ain't funny. At the time, it's not funny. But did you get any of them guys? But a week would go by, and we'd have like these guys. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, they'd be screaming, "I can't do this! I can't do it no more!" And the other guys would have to get up and calm them down.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of guys would break. But the one thing that I always noticed was that there was one thing in particular was with when we would go to Chow.
Yeah.
When we first got there, it was like you shoved as much food in your mouth as you could possibly get.
Well, you only had so many minutes, right?
You as soon as it seemed like as soon as you sat down, you had to get back up again.
Exactly.
And they were screaming at you the whole time. But the longer you were there, the more time they started giving you. And then, like the last week that you were there, you actually got to sit down and enjoy your meal because they gave you ample amount of time. They knew, all right, he's going to graduate and stuff.
Exactly.
And the drill instructor started talking to you a little bit more.
They start liking you. Yes. Well, they treat you like one of them, not a piece of garbage.
Right.
Because even when you're marching, when you get to that level and you're marching back to your dorm and everything, you see on the other side of the street the new recruits coming in and they're all tripping over like you were 4 months prior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're like thinking you're a big shot now. You're stepping and we were singing cadence. We were like unbelievable. When you first get there, you know, you're going up, you know, you're following the guy. By the third month, you're like, you know, in the Navy, and you're like singing and chanting. It's crazy. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I can't take you.
Oh, you're singing the songs, and they used to, you know, and the guy, they would pick a guy out of our guys that had a deep voice, and they picked some guy from Wisconsin, some country bumpkin, but he had a wicked, graspy, like one of them voices, and he would be our leader, so he would sing the song, and we would chant behind him, 60 guys, so he would be making up these great chants, like, you know, Navy blue, and we'd all go Navy blue, and we're following him. But he's got that deep, graspy voice at like 6 a.m, marching to breakfast. It was incredible.
Yeah. I had one of the funniest stories, and it was one of the funniest lines that I ever heard. Was we had one kid in our flight who could never stay in step. They used to call him Clubfoot.
Right.
So one day we were
what?
Clubfoot.
What?
Clubfoot.
Like he had a club for a foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're marching one day, and somebody's out of step. The DI was in the back of the formation. He's like, "Oh, somebody's out of step up there." Now you got to remember, my drill instructor, he was a very, very big, muscular black guy,
right?
And he could be very intimidating when he wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
So when he's like, "Oh, somebody's out of step up there. Who the hell is that?" So he looks around the side, and it's Clubfoot again. So he's like, "Oh, it's Clubfoot again. I should have known. Clubfoot, I ought to come up there and smack you upside the head with a James Brown CD." That whole fucking flight, everybody started coughing.
Oh my God.
Hey, you want to hear the funniest thing yet? So halfway through boot camp, you know, we're starting to really get into it now. Our instructor's liking us a little much, so we're starting to think our shit don't stink a little. So they put a news thing up on the billboard. Hey, tomorrow from 2 to 4, you can go to the pool. You know, you got to sign up, and they're going to do Navy SEAL tryouts. In other words, what that means is you're in boot camp. You got to do a regimen, a lot of stuff. You got to swim like 2 miles. You got to run like 5 miles. You got to do like a crazy, crazy thing. Never mind just to get interviewed by the SEALs, where if you get picked, which they only pick 1 in 100, you get to go to Coronado Island in San Diego and train it's a year boot camp with the U.S. Navy SEALs, which is, if anybody knows, it's incredible. I mean, you become a SEAL, you forget it. Forget it. So, you know, me and a couple guys, Italian kids, 2 from Boston, me, we're like, yeah, we can do this. So the first thing they put us in the pool, and you got to be in your clothes. You got to be in your boots, your jeans, and your uniform, and you got to swim a crazy amount of laps with a full uniform on, like if you fell off the ship. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm gonna do this.
Hello?
I think he was having some problems with his phone because the audio was going in and out just a second ago too.
Yeah. Where are you, Chicky?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the thing. But anyways, I got to the part. So anyways, I don't know where I left off, but so they were going to try out for SEALs. So we went and we had to keep our clothes on, our boots and everything. We had to swim like a crazy amount of laps. So I jump in and I'm like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get a sign up and all this bullshit. I didn't last a quarter way through. I gave up. I said, let me get out of here. Good luck to you guys. I salute. Go be SEALs. I went back and I used the phone and went back to my dorm.
Are you kidding?
It's so hard to even get through the little preliminaries. It's so hard.
That's a very, very special level of badass to be a Navy
Listen, them
SEAL.
guys at Coronado Island, let me tell you, if they make it through that year boot camp, they are the real deal. Them guys there, when anything happens, that's the president's first call. I know they got the incredible Rangers and they got the Marine guys, but the go-to guys, look at the SEAL Team 6. They took out Bin Laden. I mean, they don't fool around. When something serious has to happen, they call that SEAL Team 6. And they took out Bin Laden.
Yep.
So, I mean, they're no joke, them SEALs.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that of all the special, I mean, there's people who say that like, what is it, the SAS in England, and then the Spetsnaz, maybe the Russians, who's the most advanced. There's a show, I don't even know if it's still on, but it used to compare. Maybe let's say they had one show that was Navy SEALs versus Spetsnaz,
Right.
and who would come out on top as far as where their skill sets were, you know, small arms, long range arms, different stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think in that one they gave the Navy SEALs the edge. They said the SEALs would probably come out on top, but for the most part, it seems like it's a generally accepted consensus that the SEALs are the most elite team on the planet.
Anthony, let me tell you something. I was stationed on the USS Cimarron, AL-177, and it was stationed at Pearl Harbor. It was an attack tanker. It carried 10.5 million gallons of JP5 jet fuel. We used to go out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and essentially we were a gas station on the ocean where aircraft carriers would pull up next to us. We'd shoot the lines across and refuel them. Destroyers on the other side of us. We were basically where they didn't have to go in to get fuel. We would fuel them underway replenishment. And we had a SEAL team, a security SEAL team on my ship. There was about 7, 8, maybe 10 guys that were on this team. So we got to be friendly with them. You know, they would train and we drop them off in the middle of the ocean. And then like 3 days later, we'd pick them back up. Now they were in the Indian Ocean, 30-foot swells. 7, 8, 9 of these guys with rubber rafts, and they would survive for 3 days and 3 nights in the Indian Ocean. And I'm talking whales, sharks, everything out there. And these guys would stay out there three 24-hour days and survive. And they come back on our ship. And we would go out, like when we pulled in port, we were in the Philippines with them. You know, we become friendly with these guys. And we go out to drink with them, go out to dinner with them. And I'm telling you, these guys were badasses. Well, I mean, of course, you're going to run into guys where there's fights. And if you've seen these guys, I mean, talking about hand-to-hand combat, these guys, oh, my God. I mean, it's a whole level of a human being.
Yeah.
Whole nother level.
Wow.
Yep. No, those guys, those are real fucking heroes.
And, you know, they got each one of them guys got their own talent. There's a doctor part of the team. There's a sharpshooter that like all he does is go up in the highest part wherever they are, and he's the sharpshooter. They got guys that you know, just different. Everyone has they all are trained with all kinds of weapons. They're all trained hand-to-hand combat in fighting, but they each have their own special entity that they bring to the team.
You got demolition. You have a demolition guy.
Demolition guys. If something got to get blown up, it's unbelievable. But what a hell of an experience.
Yeah, I could only imagine. I mean, I had a friend. He was a ranger in the Army, and kind of the same thing. I mean, he would tell me some of the stuff that they had to do, and I was like, wow, you know, God bless you, you know, that you could do this stuff. But he would always say, because we would start when we start drinking and everything, we'd start talking about different things, and
yeah,
you know, how does it compare to SEALs training, bro? And he would say, dude, it's not even close to what the SEALs have to go through.
Yeah. They got a bell on Coronado Island. They got a bell. It's a year-long boot camp, and they got a bell. And if you can't make it, you ring the bell. Like, you know how many guys drop out of that? I told you, they only take it. It ends up to be like 1 out of 100 that make it.
Yeah. Yep. The best of the best.
Yeah.
Mandy, I don't know what you're talking about. NM? Who's NM? And Joey was so vile. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
That's what I think, that in this country, that if we did the same as other countries do, that there would be a lot more real men
Absolutely.
instead of internet punks
Yep.
and cowards and rats. Seriously.
And you know what's funny? This is what I laugh at. I'm not going to get into names, but there's all these people on the internet want to abuse people, and they want to make up fake lies about them, and they want to put up videos like they're jerk offs. They want to do all this stuff. There ain't too many content creators that was in the military, that retired from the military, that did good things in their life, that their kids got a great relationship with, that they took care of their kids, that their great grandfathers, you know, and they got great family lives. There's not too many out there. I'm not going to mention names or anything, but if they think they are, they can say they are. But there's a lot of them that don't even have relationships like that. But they go on here and bash people. But you know, that goes to show you that's the content of the character. You know.
Exactly, especially threatening women. I've never heard of this in all my life. Like I said that on the Lee Cole show today. Like, I don't know. Men in my family don't do this. They don't sit on the internet and start threatening women and cursing, calling them the C word.
Well, what I don't understand, Angel, I don't mean to cut you off. What I don't understand is they have all women in the chat rooting them on. I mean, don't the women in the chat realize, holy shit, if he turns on me, I can't even imagine what he's going to say. You know, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'm stupid when it comes to it.
But you know what's funny is those women in the chat would be like, Angel, oh, we love you, Angel.
Yeah.
Stay on, don't get off. We love you.
Yeah.
And then when you just you have a difference of opinion, oh, it's a different story.
No, but it ain't even a difference in opinion, Angel. They're saying they're actually making videos that you threatened a kid's life, which never happened, and they're still making videos about it and fighting gun tooth and nail, and it never happened. I don't know what they're watching. I don't know what are they watching fantasy YouTube? I don't know what.
No, they're just listening to him. They're just listening to what he says, and they're just believing it without seeing proof. See, that's the one thing about me, is that somebody could say something in the chat, and I have to see it for my own eyes and hear it with my own ears. I was always like that before I will, like lose it on anybody. I want to see it myself. I'm not just going to believe somebody is, what they're saying. So if somebody said like, I don't know, somebody says Lee Cole threatened a child's life, you think I'm going to flip that in the chat? No, I'm going to go see, where did he threaten him? I want to see my own eyes. Where did this happen? And
but you're right, 100%. You know what that shows you? And years ago, I would have never said it, but you know what that shows you? It shows you how, like, Jim Jones can make a whole army of people show up in somewhere and give them cyanide, and they believe it, and they drink it, and they're all laying there dead with their kids.
And that's what
you know what I'm trying to say? It shows you how a person can completely, whoever it may be, they can completely have a whole side believe them. I mean, what's next? They're going to say, let's go meet in the field and drink cyanide?
Yeah. And that woman who makes those videos, I defended her in here. I defended her because she's a grieving mother. I defended her to everybody. People turned on me because I defended her, but I still felt that she was a grieving mom, and just ignore her. And I still feel that way. I'm just ignoring her. But I
remember her. I remember them being nothing but sweet. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, when they were on the show, we got a lot of fun with them. They were sweet people.
Exactly. And then, like I said, have a difference of opinion, and that's it. But to say that I threatened a child, well, where is that threat? Go find that threat and then go make your videos.
Right.
At least do that. Go find where I did this threat. Don't just believe Jim Jones there. Find the threat and then go make videos.
They're sheep. That's what they are. They can't think for them. They can't think for themselves. They have to have somebody else tell them what to think.
And don't get me wrong. If there's proof that somebody threatened a kid, they deserve whatever's coming to them, and the people should be making more channels about them. But if it didn't happen, I mean, all you got to do is just go investigate and look where did that come from? Where is there any footage of anybody abusing a kid or threatening a kid? Just really take 10 minutes out of your day and just go try to find that. And that's all I'm saying. And then if they find it, they have all the right to, if they find it, they have all the right in the world to do whatever they want to do.
Exactly. Then go do what you have to do. She wanted to call every news outlet in Florida. Well, find where this happened first. Find where I allegedly threatened a child, and then go. I'll help you call the news.
Oh, we'll be part of it. We'll be part of it with you.
Garbage. I threatened a child. I mean, come on. These people are crazy. They really are batshit crazy on here.
I can't imagine for the farthest reaches of my imagination and you ever threatening a child.
I would never.
I cannot even begin to imagine that even being the most remotest of possibilities.
No sane person would threaten a child ever. And for them two to be sitting there, well, we're going to contemplate. We're thinking about if we should call the FBI or not. First of all, if anybody threatened your child, there is no thinking about calling anybody. You
Exactly.
just do it. You just do it. Don't sit there and play games. Oh, we're contemplating. We're going to call the FBI. Oh, Jesus, shut the hell up. Call the FBI if anybody threatens your child. I'd never threaten a child.
And even if somebody does threaten a child, that you're going to call the FBI about that?
Well, yeah. Well, if that makes you happy, then call them. I don't know who you call. Who do you call if somebody threatens your child? I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're a regular citizen, like 95% of these people are, 98% of these people are, they should call the law enforcement or whatever. I mean, that's their go-to people. I mean, some people won't, but I'm just saying, a regular Joe Schmo, nice couple with a kid, some kids get threatened, they're gonna do what they got to do. They're gonna call people. They're gonna whatever they choose to do. They're in the right to do whatever they got to do.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, Joey D. Yeah, I don't know who you call. I really don't know. I thank God I never had that problem before. And I've never ever been accused. Well, no, that's a lie. A-Light accused us of threatening his kids as well, but never had any proof. Do you remember those days, Anthony, with A-Light?
Oh my God!
Right?
Yeah, he just the stuff that he would say was just so insane that. I mean, the guy, it's mental illness. There's nothing else that can possibly explain the level of insanity that was coming out of that guy other than mental illness.
Yeah, exactly.
That guy, he actually went so far. The girlfriend that I was telling you about from years ago, he went so far, he sent her a friend request on Facebook. How the hell he even knew who she was? I'm assuming he just knew who I was. So she asked me, she said, do you know this person? He just sent me a friend request. And I went fucking crazy. Because I think she actually accepted him, and I said, you block that fucking son of a bitch right now. If he ever sends you another friend request or another message, you let me know. And fortunately he didn't. But I mean, to go around looking at, okay, so let's say somebody who's a friend of somebody who you don't like, you're going to start going through all that person's friends, their girlfriends, you're going to start sending them friend requests. That's mental illness. You're a sick fucking person.
Oh yeah. You never did it, Angel, and it's ridiculous that people saying that is so stupid. Exactly. Show me the proof. Show the proof. You know what makes me laugh is, so you were going to call every news outlet there was to call. What were you going to show them? Of course, they're going to want to see the proof. So what were you going to show them? How I threatened a child? Or what were you going to say? Jim Jones told us that Angel Gotti threatened their child. Now go get her.
I heard that those documents that they were looking for in Trump's safe, I heard that you were the one who had them, Ange.
Well, listen.
You ain't supposed to say that on YouTube, Anthony. Don't tell nobody.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Listen, that's going to be the next thing. That will be the next thing. They're going to call the FBI on me because I have those documents. Well, I gave them to him. Yeah.
I do hope. I heard that they even raided Melania's wardrobe. I
Yeah,
do hope that if that's
saw
the case,
that.
I do hope that Jill starts dressing a little bit better.
Yeah. Hi, Davey. I heard that too. I heard that they raided her closet. For what reason?
I'll tell you though, what a smooth little son they got, Baron, huh? He's a smooth little guy.
Smooth little guy.
Well, you know what I mean. He's a teenager, but I mean, he's a lot bigger now. But he's smooth. You see him with his father walking with the suit on. You could tell he's growing up to be something big.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, there is no proof. I can't. Please. Calling the FBI, calling news outlets. It's so ridiculous. And I had the retired Mr. Smith. Where is Mr. Smith tonight?
He was in the chat earlier. He was in the chat.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, who was a former police officer for 30 years, he's retired, said the same thing. I didn't do anything. I never did anything. He never saw me do anything on here. I never threatened anybody's child. Nobody in the chat threatened their child. They're just all fake outrage. And it's like the little boy who cried wolf. You keep, doing things like that. Nobody will ever take you seriously. Maybe nobody does take him seriously. I don't know. But whatever.
Maybe that's part of the problem, that nobody takes them seriously. So they got to make the most exaggerated, insane claims possible, trying to get some sort of attention to themselves.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They better start getting some content together because people in all areas are getting sick and tired of this bullshit back and forth. So they better start putting together their shows again somehow, because this back and forth shit, it's not got much longer left.
What was the basis of the warrant was issued? Like, what was the fake probable cause to raid Trump?
They said that they were going to get records, old records, that something with old records he had that they wanted to see, some bullshit like that.
Something that he took documents when he left the White House, and that he had them at Mar-a-Lago.
They put him on his personal home.
But doesn't every president take their,
of course,
crap with them?
Obama took half the friggin' White House.
Yeah.
Didn't they take silverware and plates and shit too?
Oh, I think they said Clinton did that, right? I can't remember now.
Somebody did it.
Well, I mean, I could see not taking the whole thing, but I could see taking some memorabilia stuff, like whatever, a dish or, whatever, like saying, look at you.
Too. I would take the towels and the shampoos.
Yeah, whatever.
Like when you go to a hotel.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Stuff too. I would take like a little teacup and saucer. Don't you want like souvenirs and stuff?
I take a towel every time I go to the hotel. I haven't had to go to Walmart and buy towels in I don't know how many years.
Yeah, that's so funny.
And the good hotels got the good towels too, the nice heavy big ones.
Yeah.
Oh. We went to I said this already. My sister and knew Trump very well. And we went to one of his hotels in Atlantic City because my sister and him were doing something for some radio station. I don't remember if it was like the Jingle Bell Rock or something like that for a radio station. This is when him and Melania first got engaged. And they sat directly in front of me, right? And Melania, every time she touched like the back of her hair, I kept staring at her ring. And I was like, oh my God, her ring was to die for. It was beautiful, her engagement ring.
Wow.
But when we got to the hotel room, I can't tell you, the boys and my sister had embroidered bathrobes. He had them there waiting for them. He had like this big giant chocolate. I don't know what it was, if it was like a replica of the hotel, whichever hotel we were at. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. I don't know. But the hotel was all made in chocolate, and it was for us. You know, so I mean that I remember I met him and I thought he was very nice. You know, he
Oh,
was,
he's a class act when it comes to stuff
yeah,
like
he
that.
was nice. He was very polite. You know, and she was very quiet though. She didn't she like really didn't talk. She was very polite, hello and everything. And I wouldn't dare ask her to see her ring. So every time she touched the back of her head, I was like, I wish I had a camera right now. But yeah, her ring was unbelievable.
You
But
should have asked her, can I try it on real quick? It's beautiful.
yeah, okay. Like I would never do that. That's that. They got a better shot of asking. I got a better shot of asking people.
Angel
Can
got
I
it.
please have a wrench in your cat? Can I please have a wrench? Give me a wrench, please.
No, all the content creators would have been putting up videos now. You're doing that, saying, "Look at Angel stole her ring." We
Yeah, exactly. No, I would never. Yeah, can I try your ring on, Melania?
And that thing you said yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Oh no, today on Lee Cole was the truth. When they keep talking about the avatar, and you said the only reason I don't show my face is I don't want them to put a fake thing in my mouth or something.
Yeah, because that's what they do. This
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Chicky, if you saw the memes, and I'm not even kidding, if you saw some of them, you would get sick to your stomach.
Yeah, that's why I know.
And that's why, like, this idiot doesn't even, I didn't show the whole page because there were pictures of him holding a child, and they were saying, and the saying across it was, shh, pull your pants down quick, nobody will know. Now I know that's his stepson. At the time, I didn't know. I just thought it was a child. I didn't show that because of him, because that was on there. This is what degenerates you're talking about.
Well, it's okay because when the proof does come out, and it is going to be coming out, who made them means, I want to see how he's going to handle that.
Yeah, me too.
I can't wait for that. I just want to see how he's going to handle it.
Me too, 100%. I can't wait to see that.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this these memes you're talking about? Is this the same shit like when they had all those fake Instagram pages about you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I know who you're talking about now.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what they did? Not to bring it up again, but you know what they did this time, man?
No.
They put her poor brother, Frankie boy, up on the screen, like a kid laying in the road, all bloody, and then a picture of him on a motorcycle with her father saying, "Go ahead, Frankie boy, go on a motorcycle ride," all shit like that.
What the fuck?
And not only that, I'm not gonna wait. That's very bad.
I'll show you.
And then other people's content creators, they put up their kid too, 10-year-old kid, and crazy shit just to get like I guess a war going or whatever. But the most disgusting shit you ever seen.
Holy shit! I didn't know about.
Sick, demented level. That's not even a normal level. That's a demented, sick person that should be put away.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, did I take them out? I might have even taken them out of here because they're so disgusting.
Yeah, you couldn't, don't even show him. He'd be disgusted.
Oh, this is the one where I allegedly threatened his kid. This is Frankie takes his last ride.
Imagine that, Aunt.
This is Frankie.
That's some of the sickest fucking shit I've ever seen.
Okay, that's my brother Frankie boy's face on a little boy riding a mini bike.
And then her father pushing a motorcycle,
yeah, like my father go, like, go ahead, go. And then this child over here, it said something that I don't want to put up there because that he says I'm threatening his kid.
Yeah, no, don't even show that. Yeah, that's a shit.
Yeah.
No kids.
I didn't make that meme.
No kids at all or family members should be in any picture, anything. Even if it's a good picture, it's nobody's business to put up our family or anybody else's family. If we want to put our pictures up, we'll put them. Don't worry about it.
I'm trying to find the other. The others were so bad. I think. Oh no, here it is. Look at this.
Yeah, look at the one on the top right.
That's a boy laying there with blood on his legs. It's cut off. And my brother Frankie boy's face on that boy on the mini bike. This is him on the mini bike. This is body parts on the street. This is Frankie goes for his last ride. He's running and the car is going to chase him down. This is what sick pieces of shit these people are.
That is honest to God some of the most disgusting shit I have ever seen in my life.
Okay. This is what, and then, but this turned into, instead of me, that's my poor brother who died. This turned into, she's a piece of garbage. It turned into, it was all about their stepson or their son or whatever. It was all about them, not me. Not me. And they want to call the FBI on me. I didn't make these damn memes. Like, it was no. And then and then you know what he said? He said, well, it turns out my wife's a better mother because her son's alive and your sibling's dead.
I just would like to know how it is that a person could live with themselves and look at themselves in the mirror and not see exactly what they are engaging in that kind of behavior. That is beyond. I don't even have the words for it.
Yeah, you and me both. And that's from someone that I was friends with and defended constantly.
Now, Aunt, if her father was on the street or a long time ago when Junior was on the street, you think that means would ever been put up?
No, especially when her father was.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I don't follow this shit.
Yeah, exactly. But they want to call the news agencies on me. Sick people on here, real sick people. But like I said today on Lee Cole's show, the person who made those memes, their mother must have been a pig who didn't pay any attention and was too busy out there doing other things besides raising a man.
That's not a person who does that. That's not a man. That's not a man. Actually, you could call a person like that a punk, but you know what? That's actually disrespecting punks because you got to be lower than a punk to do some shit like what I just saw.
Can you imagine the guy sitting on a computer, right, putting this shit together, like heads on other heads and little kids on bikes, actually taking the time to cut pieces out in your computer and put them on whatever, how they ever do it, taking the time to actually do that. Can you imagine the sick maniac of a mind you got to be to do that?
And thinking maybe it was funny? Like
I don't know.
Something like this is funny or
no, you know who them guys are that are doing that? Them guys are, you know who are doing it? You know who guys that are doing that? The same guys that in their cellar, they got like them like on that movie. What was that movie? Buffalo Bill? Silence of the Lambs. They got the friggin' the thing in their cellar, that long hole with the woman screaming, and they're yelling, shut the F up as they're making the memes.
The skin suit.
Yeah. And he looks in the mirror and puts lipsticks on and says, I hurt me. You know how he with the lipstick. Yeah. That's what the kind of people that do this shit.
Well, I mean, I got a six. It's not like I don't have a sick sense of humor, and you know, when MRE's kind of got a little bit of a sick sense of humor too. But there's absolutely nothing funny about that.
No, that's not even a sense of humor.
You can have a dark sense of humor, and but that's there's a difference between humor and something that's just pure evil, pure mental illness, whatever you want to call it. That is just.
I mean, and like I said, it's sick to put that up a dying kid, and it's just as sick to put up about a 10-year-old living kid. Either way, and I don't know if he's lucky he didn't see the other pictures that weren't put up because it was disgusting. And anybody who does that, I mean, there ain't even no words to explain.
My worst enemy. I wouldn't ever even think of doing something like that.
No, and let me tell you this. As low as A-Light was, he never did crap like that. He didn't even do shit like that. Bring up my brother. Hello, Scott. This is MRE's friend in Oklahoma, right, Scott? How are you, Scott? Well, I'm just saying hello and hope everything is okay. I hope everything is okay with you, too. And thank you, Scott.
Yeah, how you doing, Scott?
That is MRE's friend from childhood.
Oh, good.
It says MRE is no racist and no rat and no anything. Wait. DB Cooper, Angel, can I ask a serious question? How come you put pictures up of your brother up? To me, it seems like torture. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm curious why you would put them up for others to see. Because
That's an
I
honest question.
want
That's an honest
everybody
question.
to see. I want everybody to see what these animals do. I didn't do anything to these people. Nothing. This is what they do, and I want everybody to know it. Because when
Exactly.
they threaten me with I'm calling this, I'm calling that, I'm calling this reporter, I'm going to get this guy, I'm calling the FBI. This is why I do it. You think
Angel,
it makes me feel
unfortunately,
good to do that?
if you didn't put that picture up, Angel, right, and you just told people about that picture, they wouldn't
Nobody
believe you
would
in a million
believe
years.
me.
I wouldn't have believed it. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have. I never would have said that you were being untruthful.
No, but if she
I
didn't
wouldn't
show
have.
that,
I wouldn't have
unfortunately,
understood the
and she
depth.
explained it and talked about it, they would have said, "No, there's no way."
I wouldn't have thought it was that bad.
Exactly.
Thank you, and that's why I do it.
Now, and you just said, like, as bad as, for all of his faults, even A-Light never did anything like that. Somebody told me
Give me a
about this
minute, guys.
video. I don't remember when it got posted. Fucking King Splinter over there in Arizona. He was talking about Giuliani when Giuliani said something about, I think it was about your dad, and he actually got mad and he was talking about Giuliani, and he said, what the fuck do you know about John Gotti? What do you know about all these people's families? He said, you got a problem with this person, you got a problem with that person. That's fine. Families are out of it. And this is coming from one of the biggest fucking lowlifes out there.
Which one? Because he went after my mother.
Well, Sammy did?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know. I don't follow him. Somebody just showed me that video. It was about Giuliani, and he was saying that he gave Giuliani credit as mayor. He's like, you did this, you did that, but he's like, but I don't like that, because when he was talking, he's like, you don't know anything about him, and and I mean, I don't like the guy. I can't stand the guy, but I'm just kind of
but he's a
hurdling
little
off what you're saying about A-Like. That even he said that much, that families are off limits.
Yeah, it did hurt. It hurts a lot. No, I know there's no way you liked it at all. I know it had to hurt inside to do so. I was curious what motivated you. Well, I just told you what motivated me. The first time I put that up, I was outraged. My hands were shaking. I was so mad. I cursed. I even cursed on it. I think I even said the F word. That's how mad I was. And now this time when I show it, the second time I showed it was because the lunatic in Florida was accusing me of threatening a child, and was saying she was calling every news outlet in Florida. And now this time I put it up there because whoever didn't see it the first two times, they'll see it this time. This is what you're dealing with. This is what I deal with. Low lives, rejects, society, the dregs of society. Only a total lowlife who was not raised properly would make memes like that. And that's why I show it. And then to be accused by that other guy of threatening his child is so sick.
Now, to these people, I can't help but wonder if these people, when they do these things, and it comes out, because everything always comes out.
It's coming out.
It comes out.
It's coming out.
It comes out who is behind this. What's that person going to say?
That's what we're dying to find out.
How are they going to defend that kind of behavior?
We can't. That's the $24 million question.
Yeah, well, we're going to say, because it's definitely 100% going to come out who made those memes. And I want to see what he's going to do then when it comes out, who made them, because they're his friends. Scott, you really did? Scott, I actually had shoulder surgery, and I had to put 3 anchors in there. I have 18 staples, and I have 1 arm right now, but I'm still watching your show. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Oh, feel better. I hope you heal real fast. Wow, that's something. Wow. Shoulder surgery. I know you said you were out on disability. I had no idea that it was like that.
Oh, when you do anything with knees or shoulders or elbows, or anything,
wow.
that's bad.
Hi, Todd Father. How are you? Wow, Scott. Get better real quick. I don't know if you spoke to MRE or not, but he had a death in his family. Maybe I don't know if you spoke to him, but he'll let you know who it was. So yeah, so that's why I did that. It killed me to put those up. It killed me when I saw them. I cried when I saw it. When
Yeah.
I first saw them, I was so crazy. You have no idea. I was beside myself. I couldn't believe that somebody could be that evil. Like I don't even know of a word that describes that.
I don't know. I don't think there is a word that describes that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And then suddenly they, you know what? I can't even get into it anymore. I'm so sick of them. I hate them. I don't want any part of them.
That's why we got to just keep, like I said, keep
Yeah,
doing our show, keep doing our
yeah,
fun shows, and
exactly.
like if they want to fight with you now, eventually it's already starting. They're gonna start fighting within each other, and let them have shows on each other. Who's turning? Who's this? Who's that?
Yeah,
And we'll
exactly.
do our own thing.
Exactly. And hey Angel, I'm having a few beverages on my deck. Well, God bless you. Have fun. I wish I was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was it. Workman's comp. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm on workman's comp. That's right. I'm sorry. I always get them confused. Really, I didn't know. And I'm going to check with MRE. Oh, okay. Yeah, check with him. I don't want to, that's his place to tell everyone. But yes, check with him, Scott.
Yeah, that's what I know what he's going through. That he's got the sore. I mean, he's got that thing. I have an illness in my knees too. They're called mad knees. You know what mad knees are, Angel?
No.
Your knees that are mad at me. They say, "You fat bastard, lose some weight. You're
Oh,
hurting
you jerk. You are a jerk.
me."
You are such a jerk. I know who made them too, Chicago Muscle, but I'm going to get the proof. This way everybody will know then too. You're a jerk. I was going to say Chicky. So Anthony, what did you eat tonight? I want to know.
I had veal parm.
Oh, that's
spaghetti.
right. You said
Yeah.
it. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we went out. I went out to dinner tonight, so I had a little bit of a cheat meal: veal parm, spaghetti, and salad. But
Nice.
during the day, it was all tuna and brown rice.
Right.
yeah. See, I don't know if I could go for those tuna packages.
You have to, if you can find the ones that are in sunflower oil, not vegetable oil, but sunflower oil. Sunflower oil is better than vegetable oil by far. And there's actually a little bit of taste to it. So it's much better than just getting it in water. Because if you get it in water, you got to put a little something in there. I don't like mayonnaise. So I'll put like Italian dressing in it or something like that. And that gives it a little bit of taste. But if you can find the Starkist packets where they have it in sunflower oil, those aren't too bad.
Right. What's up,
I
Lee? What's up, pal? Good show today. Hey,
yeah, Lee Cole.
Hey, come on, Lee, come on for a little while and have some laughs Saturday night. Hey, Anthony, when I was
Yo.
in the can, you know what I used to put in the mustard? I mean, in the tuna, mustard. I used to put mustard in the tuna and mix it around, and it tasted good. Believe me, like a spicy mustard or a Brown's mustard, and you mix that instead of mayonnaise.
Yeah, mustard is real good. I've done that
Or
a few
salsa.
times.
Salsa's good in tuna too. You take salsa and mix it with tuna. I'm telling you, it's good.
You can even put a little tomato sauce in it.
Right? Yeah. Anything for the taste. You don't have to use mayonnaise.
Just a little bit of tomato sauce, tuna, and even I don't know. My grandmother's probably rolling over in her grave me saying this, but you put a little tomato sauce in the rice, mix it with the rice and the tuna fish, and it's pretty good.
I ate 3-4 times in jail, 3 or 4 times a day, the same meal of the tuna with the lettuce, tuna. Like I used to buy a ton of packages, the packages of tuna, and I'm telling you, in a year's time, I lost so much weight even guards were saying to me, Chicky, how'd you lose this kind of weight? Like they were looking to lose 30 pounds. And what I lost in a year was incredible. But as soon as I came home, I started eating a little bit normal again. Bang, right back.
Hello, Lee Cole.
How you do, Angel? I sent to your phone. That dropped me the link about a half hour ago.
Get out of here. No, you didn't. Oh, you know why? My son is streaming on my phone. Let me see. You did?
Yeah, that's no biggie.
Shoot. I got a whole. Oh, yeah, you did. It says yesterday. What the hell time is it?
Of course.
It's 12:04 your time. Hey,
Angel.
guys, how you doing? Chicky,
hey, what's up, Lee?
Anthony,
Angel.
Mr. Lee, how are you, sir?
Jerry Lewis is going to be calling you. He wants you to take over the what's that thing he does? The 24-hour.
the muscular dystrophy.
The muscular dystrophy
He wants you to take over the telethon, 24-hour telethon.
I used to love that when I was a kid.
I know.
We
Let
used
me
to all
just
sit down
tell
and watch
Scott
that.
something. Scott, next time we have the game show, you have to come on, okay, Scott? We'll have fun. Come on. But I'm sorry, Lee. Yeah, I didn't know that you texted.
That's fine.
My son even texted me, and Lee, yes, you did at 11:22. My son is streaming on my phone. That's why I'm watching him stream on my telephone. But what's up, Lee Cole?
First, I'm going to ask Chicky. Chicky, everybody's interviewed you, but me and Danny. I like me and Danny to interview you.
I would love to. I'll get your email. I'll get your number from somebody. I'd love
Just
to.
get it from Angel.
Yeah, I will.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
And,
okay.
yeah, I like to set something up.
Absolutely, I would love to.
Yeah.
And
So
what about Anthony?
FBS.
He's a
Can I
great
hear something funny?
have.
FBS was on tonight saying, "Who is this Danny?" Because he went after Jimmy.
I told you he was going
You
to.
know what's funny? Your brother-in-law Carmen knows Danny, Angel.
Carmine.
Carmine
You
knows.
mess up everybody's name.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm famous for, being a dick and messing up people's names. So he's over there saying, "Who is this?" And I'm thinking of this. Them guys can say whatever you want, because you know why? We'll just slaughter them with our numbers. That's it. Let them say whatever they want.
Yeah. But I thought you were going to go after them.
Oh, actually, MRE and I decided today that we're going to do a show on somebody this week, very special. We're going to do it together.
Oh, MRE and you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
But I got to get on my SWAT sticker and my hat.
I'll stop it.
Before, we're going to give the sign before we start our show.
Yeah, put your hand up in the air.
Stop
Because,
that.
they call me a Nazi now. Can you imagine when we do a show together?
Oh, freak them. I don't care what they say. I don't care. I don't give a flying crap what they say. And especially now, they should leave him the hell alone. He's grieving. Leave him alone.
Yeah. I thought it was nice. He left me a nice message today. Because I sent him some information yesterday on a certain individual, but we won't say who.
Okay.
But he beats women and injures children, and he's a horrible human being.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. He'll be doing a full show on you tomorrow morning.
Oh, they're doing it tonight. Tonight they're saying Lee the Instigator. FES named the show Lee the Instigator.
So what do you instigate now?
I instigated Danny. I made Danny mean.
Yeah.
Because he called Jimmy out, Jimmy Calandra. And Jimmy Calandra comes into his show and goes, if they come near me, I'll turn them into flowers. What the fuck does that mean? You're going to turn them into flowers?
Oh, God.
Yeah. But, that's Jimmy Calandra.
But
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I got to let the dog out real quick.
What'd you say, Ian?
I said I'll be right back. I'm just going to let my dog out.
Okay, go ahead. Go right ahead.
So what are you guys discussing?
We discussed everything tonight.
Just having fun, talking about the military, talking a lot of things.
Yeah.
Where's your girl? Well, Chicky, where's your girl tonight?
Well, she's probably, I don't know, she didn't check in. It's okay. She can have a little freedom.
I don't know if we can handle her twice in 1 week.
No, I know. I give her like once every couple of weeks and a couple calls. But other than that, I let her have a little time because, God bless her.
My stomach still hurts from that other show. With all of you, you're all crazy.
I'm afraid if she comes over here, Lee, she's gonna stick a ball in my mouth and put me in some kind of
Chicky, you sound funny. Chicky, you
ball in my mouth.
Yeah, you
Chicky,
sound like you're underwater. Hi,
I know.
Murphy.
Yeah, your phone sounds distant.
Right now?
Yeah.
All right, I'll call back in, Angel. Let me fix it.
All right.
Thanks.
Don't let
Send me
that.
another link. All right. Send me another link. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
You notice all the older people say they'll call back in?
Yeah, well, they'll call back in. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Chicky
right.
says it. I'll say it sometimes. Other older people will say it too.
Yeah, I say hang up. All right, hang up now.
Yeah, hang up. Well,
Yeah, hang up now. I do that all the time.
that's
But
that's an age thing.
you're not kidding. We show
Todd-
our age too.
Godfather said, Lee,
When
you should
you
grow a
first
weed.
got on here, Lico, when you first got on here, you always used to say my station. This is my station.
Yeah,
I'll
it is.
run
It is my station, okay?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. When I first got on YouTube, I knew nothing about it. It was all new, everything I was doing every day. And I kind of got spoiled because as soon as we started talking about John A. Light, the views were like, I was doing 200 people in a live right off the bat. And you're being spoiled when you start off like that, because most people start off, you got to work your way up. And my second busiest month ever was the very first month I started here.
Really?
Yep. Like
Well,
this last month that just passed, we did like 200,000 views for the month.
good.
And the first month of the year, it was like 180,000 views. The very first month I was on here. And those are unheard of, those numbers when you're first starting off.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of luck. A lot of luck's involved in this thing.
Tony Ubat says, remember when you said you're stealing my signal?
Oh yeah, I told that to that's the only time I ever went after a show was when MRE stole my signal. I was furious at him. I had John A. Light on that night, and MRE was playing it, the little bastard. He was playing it at the same time, and so I had like about 500 people in the room, and he had like 300 in his, and I'm like, he took 300 people from me. God damn it!
Yeah. And we were laughing. Because MRE makes it more funnier anyway.
Yeah, but that was those are funny times though.
So yeah, we had fun. Now it's gotten so ugly. Now it's really ugly.
Well, I decided I know what to rename the genre that we're in.
Oh, what?
The new mob tube.
No, I don't want to be a part of anything that says mob in it.
Well, your last name's Gotti. You have no choice.
Yeah, but
I can't run from that last name.
Well, tonight, I don't want to run from it, but tonight Chicky, he's a real comedian. Chicky, tonight, no, I don't want anything tonight. We talking about my brother's trials, and we were talking about Panisi and the justice. Well, yeah, kind of. No, but like how there are hello Dragon Reborn, you know, like how the government will, the judge will allow it. Oh, that's good. Gotti Tube. Okay, I'll be Gotti Tube over here.
I actually like that. Imagine how much that would piss them off if we call ourselves Gotti Tube.
Yeah, they'll get mad at you. They won't get mad at me.
Yeah, gee, thanks. Tonight they're calling me the instigator. Like I instigated Danny to say. I said when Danny wanted to come on and talk about Jimmy, that was Danny's friend. The friend that Danny was talking about, his father was the boss of the Colombo family. So Danny's going around. Jimmy's going around insulting some serious people, and he's pissing off the wrong people. He's actually going after people who are like, they were mobsters.
Alive and well?
Huh?
He's going after people that are alive and well?
Alive and well, you know, and well, here's the story. I'm going to tell everybody who doesn't know the story. So this guy met, Danny didn't tell the story. He was kind of mad. So I'm going to complete the story. Danny, this guy met Jimmy down in Las Vegas. He got a hold of Jimmy and said, Jimmy, we're over here with, I can't name the other guy, but he was a boss of the family. He said, we'll meet you over here at this restaurant that we're in. You know what Jimmy did? He moved from the hotel and went to another hotel. He wouldn't come meet the guy. That's Jimmy.
Oh,
So big tough Jimmy. He was talking about these two guys on one of his shows. That's why the guys wanted to meet with him. They didn't. They said, we just want to sit down and talk to you. Nope. He went down and told the people in the hotel, I have a what did he say? It was a security issue. Like he was a big shot. I have a security issue.
oh, I don't even know what to say to that. Scott said, I was just talking to MRE and a family member passed. I will let him tell everyone what family member passed. I just love the show and I appreciate your acknowledgement of me. Anytime, Scott, and I'm glad you got to speak to him. And yeah, I said the same thing. Let him let it be. When he's ready to come out and tell everyone, he will. And our thoughts and prayers are with you, MRE, always.
Condolences, MRE.
Yes.
Even-
God is legit. Keep it, Angel. I won't charge you.
And I gotta let you know, you got a special guy. I just came back. You got a special guest in the chat. I just had my mom log on.
Oh, where is she?
I don't even know if she knows how to type in the thing, but she's in there.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Destito. How are you?
She loves you.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Meet Lee Cole. Now, there's a story behind Lee Cole.
There's lots of stories behind Lee Cole. There's a lot more than one story behind Lee Cole. Believe me, they all find them. They find every story about my life.
No, but listen, I didn't mean to be rude before, but I don't like when you talk about that kind of stuff, you lose me. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
You don't have to say nothing. I said it.
No, in other words, I don't know. Like, I don't know what any of that is. Like, what is what's the outcome of it? He'll just call the cops and that's it.
Well, basically, he threatened to hurt these people. Then when these people confronted him, he changed his hotel.
Oh,
what does that tell you?
Yeah,
about Jimmy Calandra.
Why is he even making threats against people at this point? With everything, it doesn't make any sense.
See, Anthony, he has a big show. It's growing every day. He should concentrate on the show and stop threatening people who were active that are alive and weren't rats. Those are the wrong people. Sooner or later, that's going to catch up to you. You're gonna go say something to the wrong person.
Yeah, and I don't know him tremendously well. I've always kind of had a little bit of sympathy for Jimmy because of what happened with that girl, and I liked when I saw he was basically calling out A-Light, wanted them to, what did they want to do, an MMA fight or something like that, and I was like, oh, that's, but then when I heard the stuff like, he was mingling with out in Arizona and stuff like that, and it seems like the longer he's doing this YouTube bit, the more he's getting pulled into this bullshit.
Well, and then he's come up with a couple of phony pictures lately. 2 pictures with Tommy Patera that have been proven to be fake pictures. I mean, were photoshopped, and he said that he knew Tommy Patera. He never knew him. Tommy Patera even sent out a letter saying, I never knew this guy. I never knew him in the street. I don't even know who the hell he is. And, when a guy like that, Tommy Patera, you're saying he's your friend, and then Tommy Patera goes out of his way to get a letter to somebody to say that you're lying. So that tells you right there.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Tommy Patera was a very serious guy. He was a cold-blooded killer, but and to Jimmy saying, I went to prison to hang out with this guy, and it turned out the picture was photoshopped.
Yeah, well, look at Tommy Patera said the same thing about John A-Light, but meanwhile, Convict Inc. said he wants to work with John A-Light. That's unbelievable to me.
Convict Inc. lately is all over the board. He's a good guy, but he's all over the board. He knows it too. He knows he's all over the board. He has trouble staying on one road.
Yeah, but I mean, you could be all over the board, but he's a master liar and manipulator. Why would you ever even, he's supposedly friends with this Tommy Patera. So, and Tommy Patera said he doesn't know A-Light. A-Light lied and said that he robbed Tommy Patera, and there was a sit down, and there was a shootout, and there was this and that. and yet he wants to still work with him.
If
For
Tommy
whatever
Patera was out in the street and anybody robbed him, they would die.
Yeah, thank you.
That's simple.
As my brother John said, he would have ate A-Light for lunch.
Exactly.
And Todd Father, thank you very much. And he said, Lee, grow a giant handlebar stash.
I wish I can grow some hair.
So when A-Light knew Tommy Patera was Frankie DeChico there as well, or
No,
'cause
A-Light
I know
didn't know
he knew Frankie
Remember
DeChico as
that?
well. Yeah,
A-Light didn't know any of these guys. He didn't know Frankie DeChico.
Didn't Frankie die in '86?
Yeah,
or
Frankie,
85?
Frankie DeChico was John Gotti's guy. Why would John Gotti Sr.'s guys know John A-Light? I mean, there's no way. It's silly.
Frank, I'm watching you on my telephone. How are you in the chat? That's my son. But I'm watching you on my telephone, streaming you. My son is gaming.
What's up, Frankie? I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah.
Jason T. I still respect Lee. He just needs to be educated. MRE's a genius. Jason T. MRE and I are cool, so why aren't you and I? You just want to bitch a little bit, but that's okay. I like you, actually, so you could bitch.
Frankie Truth. Hey, buddy, what's good? That's my boy. What's this? Does a report from a viewer against the channel for harassment, bullying even do anything? Well, if enough people do it, yeah, it does.
Check this out. You want to hear something funny?
Yes, it does, Mandy. Go ahead.
Because I was notified by Google today, yesterday actually, that someone tried to get into my Google account, and guess where it came from?
South Florida.
Washington, D.C.
Oh, who lives there?
You know who's there.
Washington, D.C.
The feds are all Maryland, D.C. They're there. I literally had to change my passwords and everything because someone from Washington, D.C. broke into my. Luckily, Google told me exactly where it was from.
Really?
Yep.
Merrick Garland's after Lee now.
No, but people need to be careful here because they're breaking into our accounts and stuff. You got to change your password every week. You should change your password on your Google accounts because everybody's trying to break it. Hey, Chicky, I was telling them I got a notice from Google today that somebody in Washington, D.C. was trying to break into my Google account.
Yeah, that's where the government lives.
Exactly. And so if they're doing that to me, they're doing it to everybody. Everybody here, that's what they do. They're experts at it too. My password is like 20 words now. I mean, 20 letters. I never had passwords that long.
Lee, you're pretty sharp, right? You really believe, and I know your stance on this. I'm just saying it again for everybody. People gotta know. I don't know if they're fooling themselves. The FBI is watching this show. I don't know if they got a team of them, but there's handlers watching this show.
Without a doubt they are.
And they're praying. They're praying that something happens other than just this bullshit that's going on with the talking back and forth. They're praying something happens. You understand? And if people don't realize that, I know a couple of times in your chat a few days ago, they were saying, no way. Listen to me. 100% they're listening.
Yes, they are.
So when you got active informants and you got guys that are still on federal probation and have their own shows and they're talking about all crazy
informants stuff, aren't getting in trouble, are they?
They're listening.
I'll give you an example. My website does 10,000 views a month. I get 500 views from the Maryland, Washington, D.C. area on my website too.
Right.
So why would somebody from Washington, D.C. or Maryland have any interest 500 times to go on my website?
Exactly.
I mean, what is 500 people in Maryland want to watch my website? We put mob stories on it, and we got videos on there of interviews and stuff. They look at everything.
The old days are over. Lee, the old days are over. They don't have to go on the street and put listening devices and parking meters and put cameras from 30 feet away. All they got to do is go on YouTube and they can get everything.
And they're going to let something bad happen before they stop it. Don't let it happen.
They want something to happen. That's what they're hoping.
And they're probably sitting right underneath Jimmy's window saying, don't worry, Jimmy, we're right here. We're right here, Jimmy.
Well, they should watch their their prized possessions, which is the creeps on here.
Well, now John A. Light has all these guys wrapped around his fingers over there. I mean, it's a joke the way they're all like. He's showing up on JC show. He's talking to Johnny Mac. SoFlo's defending him now. It's amazing. These guys don't know nothing about this guy. These guys know nothing about the mobsters or nothing. They're JC knows nothing about nothing. And now look at them.
Yeah, who the fuck are? I never even heard of any of these people.
No, their mothers haven't heard of them.
Man.
You know what's amazing? You know what's amazing to me too, Lee? Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
What's amazing to me too, Lee, is that these guys, some of these guys on YouTube have done jail time. They've been in prison. They know what it's like. And in a lot of cases, informants have put them in prison, and they still, now that they're out of prison, they platform them and they take sides with them. I mean, I just don't get it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Hey, DB Cooper, he says Lee had to Google contact you. When I went to go into my email and I put my password in, it told me as soon as I went in that I had somebody that a strange area, because usually my areas that I use areas around here in Texas, and it was a Washington D.C. one, and they basically said told me to hit a button whether this is me or not. And this is how they do it. You guys know how to do it. I wrote it wasn't me, and then I changed my password. That's all you can do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they try to go into your Instagram. They try everything. These guys are good at what they do too. You got to remember, they're the best hackers in the world, except for the Chinese.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I don't understand that. You're right, Grind Jr. I don't get that. I mean, I don't understand either. You got to be really addicted, or you have to really be. Could you comprehend doing this while you're on vacation?
I don't understand it.
Hey, listen,
I sent
Johnny
him a
Mac.
$20 super chat when he lost his job months and months ago, back when I still filed this shit. I want my money back.
I can't. Hello, Edwin. How are you, Edwin?
Hey, Johnny Mac. There's just Johnny Mac, the flip floppers in here. Lee Cole robbed over 15 old ladies while they were in the hospital. And then
You bastard. We didn't know that.
Stole from the elderly. Okay, what else did they say?
We didn't know that, Lee.
Yeah, that's the odds are that's JC.
Everybody say hello to Edwin. Hello.
Edwin, ¿cómo está?
Edwin.
Hello, Edwin.
God bless you. God bless you,
God
Miss
bless
Gotti.
you, Edwin.
How are you?
Don't tell me you're working late tonight.
Right. I work.
You're working late
I
tonight?
work every day.
Hey,
Yeah,
Edwin.
always.
I was telling
Yeah.
Angel earlier, can I come and move down there and get a little apartment and you can put me to work, teach me how to sell cars in Puerto Rico?
Whenever you want.
Okay.
Whenever you want.
Okay,
You
I'm
let
going
me
to
know.
remember that.
Sweetheart. What a
Okay.
gentleman. What's up, Edwin? How are you?
Okay. First,
You're looking
I
sharp
send you a
as
big.
ever.
Thank you. First, Miss Gotti, a big hug and a lot of kisses for you. My respect to Mr. Lee and to Chicky, and a special blessing to his mom and to all the people on the chat. My respect to all. Miss
And
Gotti,
Anthony, you
I'm
mean.
sorry?
Anthony and his mom.
I'm sorry.
Anthony's mom is in the chat.
Okay. My respect to Anthony's mom. I
Thank you.
understood it was. I understood it was Chicky's mom.
No. My mom's in the
Okay,
chat,
good.
but she's not physically in the chat. She's in heaven in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
God bless her. But thank you anyway.
My
It was
respect.
Anthony.
Yeah. Miss Gotti, I wanna be very brief. That way you can keep on with the program. The reason I requested permission to be on your program, I've been in YouTube since 2012, but I've been active like for around 2 years. And to be clear, I'm 66 years old. I'm a man of experience, and I say that humbly. What I'm noticing, and I tell you this in good faith, and this is for everybody, this YouTube is getting out of hand. And people, I'm talking about people in general. I'm not going to mention any names, but they are a few on YouTube that are abusing people on YouTube. This must stop, Ms. Gotti. And the reason why, someone is going to get seriously...
Hold up.
They're blocked, Lee. Don't worry about it. They're blocked. Go ahead, Edwin. They're blocked, Lee. Go ahead.
Someone, God forbid, and I say God forbid 100 times, someone is going to get hurt on YouTube.
Yes.
This is not a game.
100%.
There's a few individuals that think that this is a game.
Yeah.
This is not a game. This is serious. Again, if these individuals do not stop, they're going to get hurt. And I say, God forbid. First, they're going to get hurt. They're going to get hurt in a court of law. And if they do not get hurt in a court of law, they're going to get hurt physically.
Yep.
Again, I repeat, this is not a threat. I'm just giving good advice. These individuals.
It's only a matter of time. You're right, Edwin. It's
100%.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
Yeah, this is serious, and I want to repeat this. No one escapes the justice of God.
Yep.
You see, this is an example, just an example. If I have a channel, which I don't, and I don't need a channel because I'm happy participating with Miss Angel Gotti and a few of other people that I do. This is just an example. If I beat up Mr. Lee every day, it becomes harassment. Mr. Lee can go to his federal district attorney of his state and file a legal complaint. Or Mr. Lee can find me and beat me up. And that is reality. Do you understand what I'm saying, Ms. Gotti?
Yes, Edwin, and you're right.
And I'm saying this with a good heart. I don't want no one to get hurt because I'm a Catholic person, very spiritual. I'm devoted to the Holy Mother, the Virgin Mary. But these guys cannot beat up a person every day. It becomes abuse. It becomes harassment. And that is not good.
Edwin, I'll be honest with you. I could have done this a week ago, but I'm not going to do it. I could have easily done it. A matter of fact, a lot of people told me I should have done it, especially with these creeps, Johnny Mac and this other creep, JC. But, we're not going to do it that way. That's all I can say.
But I'm just saying, I'm just giving good grandfather advice with good faith. I tell everybody, just concentrate on your channel before someone gets hurt. I repeat, everyone, just concentrate on the growth of your channel, and everything will be fine. YouTube is only for entertainment, not to bash people every day.
Exactly.
Again, I repeat, YouTube is for entertainment, for people to have fun, for people to make friends, but to bash people every day and to step on them like if they were dirt, that is wrong. And the people that do that are going to get hurt. And also, they're going to be punished by God. No one escapes the punishment of God. God will knock at your door. When God knocks in your door, and then what are you going to do?
Yep.
If I insult Mr. Lee every day, one day Mr. Lee is going to knock my door, and what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Understand my point?
Hope we have one of those Rottweilers Chicky and I were talking about earlier.
Okay.
I wish someone would
Did
knock him
everybody
out.
understand my point?
Yes,
Yes,
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely correct.
Well, God bless you, Miss Gotti. I always love you. Te mando muchos besos, Miss Gotti. Muchos besos en la frente.
And we
A
love
lot
you
of
too,
kisses.
Edwin.
All right, Edwin.
A lot of kisses on your forehead, and a big hug.
So much.
And Lee, Mr. Lee, follow the light with Danny. Follow the light, okay?
If I follow the light with Danny, I'm going to jail. What do you think? Danny doesn't have the patience. Danny does not have the patience I have.
Edwin, Edwin, it's time to go home now. So get out of that office and go home and enjoy yourself.
Okay. Chicky, a big hug and give my respect, Mr. Lee, to Mr. Danny.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Edwin.
Have a good night, Edwin.
And you know, I always kick the ones I love.
What a gentleman.
Very nice guy.
He is the best.
He's 100% right. And that's what I said. That's why I'm telling you, I'm not an expert in anything, but law enforcement is watching and they're waiting for it to happen. They know exactly what's going on.
You're getting these dicks, JC and fucking, excuse my mouth, JC.
Lee,
and,
why are you even going to let them think that they got to you? They're getting blocked as soon as they enter.
Yeah, well, that shit has to stay up there, you know.
It's only because you see it. Nobody else. I mean, we see it. Nobody else sees it. It's gone as soon as it comes up.
Oh, they don't see it. Okay.
Nobody sees it.
It just makes me want to hurt people even more.
Lee, is someone at your door?
I'm not opening it after that speech he just gave. I'm not opening it.
Might be a pizza.
Remember that song, Lee? Someone's knocking at your door. Someone's ringing the bell.
Do me a favor. Go to hell.
Yeah, he's a very nice man.
Oh, Edwin is the best. God bless Edwin is right.
Yep. Exactly.
Edwin is a doll. It's like some kind of spam thing. Like they were going after Chicago Muscle before. It was 10 different names, 10 different
accounts. That's JC.
Yeah, saying the same thing.
That's
so
JC.
That's why. Don't even let them get to you.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. They got a big surprise coming.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Wait. I can't wait.
Okay. Well,
I can't wait.
You heard what I said today. If those things are up 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock tomorrow, then we do what we do. Because these guys are little punks. That's all they are.
John Manuch, what's up, pal?
I know everybody thinks that they are. I just think, but they must lead some pretty sad, boring.
Angel, they're watching. They got active informants. They got guys that are on federal probation that are doing YouTube channels. They are watching, and not for nothing. Even though you're not doing anything wrong, and nobody around you is, they're watching Angel Gotti. Hate to tell you, but that's the way it is.
Of course, they're watching the Gottis. The name.
Oh my God, my poor sister's gonna get in trouble for saying the F word.
And then you got guys like Mikey Scars coming in here. You don't think that he's still connected to the program? Of course he is. He got.
And what's he gonna tell? Angel Gotti has criminals on her screen?
No, they're waiting for someone to slip up and say something wrong. It happened with Frankie Pasqua. Angel, it's so obvious. Panisian's back. I mean, you're friends with you're good friends with Justice Tech Pro. Look what happened there with Panisi, and it happened on these channels, and it also happened with Pasqua because of what they said on these channels. And now Stephen Crea has a better shot at getting out of prison.
Exactly.
They don't want their people on here saying the wrong things.
Well, Pasqua. I mean, you can't blame nobody for him. He choked out his son like he was in the UFC. That's why he's in jail.
Well, Edwin, you don't have to keep doing that. Thank you so much, Edwin. Diamonds for a diamond, Miss Angel. Thank you so much, Edwin. You're a sweetheart.
No, Edwin. She wants Trump's wife's diamond. That's what she wants.
Yeah, right. Listen. And what do you think? The FBI is going to get their informants in trouble? No, it's Justice Tech Pros who watches these podcasts that brought attention to.
You don't think you don't think they watch Justice Tech Pro when he comes on?
Of course.
I mean, of course they watch him. They don't want him to get his father out of prison.
Exactly.
But what does that even mean? Justice Tech Pro is a completely 100%
Angel, you're a Gotti. You should be onto this stuff. Look what happened to your family.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is Justice Tech Pro doesn't even come in the chats anymore.
The government just hired 87,000 new IRS workers. They're everywhere now. They don't even want us to have an election in November because they know bad things are going to happen here. We're going to have monkeypox out. Monkeypox. Get the hell out of here, monkeypox. They're going to invent another virus.
You see what they doing? You see what they did to Trump? They went and got them files. They weren't looking for no files. They just were doing anything possible to get. They don't want him running.
And they're making a big mistake though. They don't want him running because, and I keep saying because DeSantis will run, and they will not beat DeSantis. That's how I look at it.
Well, Trump's killing it in the polls. He's way above, and all the people he likes are already in. They are in already.
But yeah, if he's the kingmaker, I mean, he might make a deal with. I got a funny feeling that Trump eventually will make a deal with the government and say, "I won't run."
I don't know. I think his ego's too big for that. I think his ego's way too big. He's not going to do it. He's going to run. He don't care who don't like it. He's going to run. If he's being
threatened with prison, he might have no choice, even if he's innocent.
I don't think he gives. I don't think he gives.
Once again, Angel, we seen what they did to your family.
Yeah.
What they did to John. Even when you're innocent, they can do anything to you. Their hope. They can charge Trump with charges that aren't even true, and then make him go to court. And if he's in court and stuff, he's not going to be able to run for president.
Hey, if you're out in the public and the public likes you, the government is against you.
Yeah.
And Kane Shades is 100% right. He said it weeks ago about there's absolutely 100%. Anybody that thinks, oh, you're just talking crazy, that's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that.
People are naive. They think that they don't realize how this world works especially when it comes to our government. Right now, they're probably listening saying, hey, did Lee Cole pay his taxes?
No, well, you see, this is what I said from the very beginning, is that the informants and the informants' friends are playing this game like they're trying to set people up. But that's why when you take it really serious, like I do, I don't go and tell any family members. I don't go tell any men in my family. What I do is I consult with an attorney. I consult with a former retired police officer of 30 years, and they give me the advice, and they tell me that this is criminal and civil. What they are doing to me is criminal and civil cases. So that's what I'll do. I'm not going to threaten anybody, and I'm not going to tell any member of my family, "Oh, I'm being bullied online."
No. And that's exactly, Angel, that's exactly what you should do. That's exactly what you should do. You're a civilian woman, and that's what you're supposed to do.
I'll tell you what, the government would love it if they could say that Angel went and told somebody in her family. They would get off on that because that would give them ammunition.
I've never done that.
And no, but they would love it if you did. The government.
But A-Light's been doing this since 2015. I'm not that stupid. I never went and told my brother anything. The New York Post one day called my brother because A-Light cried he was being cyberbullied. And my brother was like, "Angel, what the hell is going on?"
Well, I'll tell you what, the way A-Light's coming after me and Danny now, we really, really got underneath his skin. It makes me happy. Now he's going to use these low lives to come after us too.
Well, see, I'll just handle it the legal way, and let's see how the government likes that.
But the legal way costs money. That's the problem, Angel. I mean,
no, it does not. It does not cost money to file criminal charges against people for stalking, cyber stalking. I'm not going to tolerate this nonsense. You think that I'm going to have my daughter brought into shit that's not true and be threatened that a lunatic who has stalking charges against him and beating a woman,
and telling what kind of car your kids drive and all this bullshit? Yeah, okay.
Exactly. You think I'm going to be okay with that? No, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with somebody in Pennsylvania telling sick people in his group there, find out my friend Angela's information. I'm not okay with all of that. I'm not okay with them telling people lies that I was high on pills and I fell on the floor at a family party, embarrassing my whole family.
I want to see that picture on page 6.
Yeah, it would have been in page 6. Also, my funeral would have been on the cover. My funeral, you would have seen my casket being carried out on the front page of the.
You know what's amazing though when you think about it? Everything used to be on page 6. Can you imagine? Like, look at it now. I mean,
they don't have to be on page 6. Our whole YouTube is a page 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Who was that lady on page 6? There was a lady who did all those write-ups.
Cindy Adams?
Cindy Adams, that's the one. Yeah. Did she passed away, didn't she?
Yeah, Dunleavy.
No, she's still alive.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
She had the big beehive hairdo.
My dad.
Yes.
She liked my dad.
Then you had Steve Dunleavy, if you remember him.
Oh, we loved him.
Yeah, and a couple other people.
Yeah, Dunleavy.
Let's not forget Jerry Capisci. He's still alive, that old goat.
Yeah, I fight with him.
Angel, I hate to say it, but I think you fight with a lot of people.
Oh, I was eating a Cobb salad, Nita. I didn't eat since last night. No, I'm lying. I ate since this morning. No, Capisci here and it's like Lee Cole and I. Like I could tell, but only I like Lee Cole more than I like Capisci. Like I'll tell Capisci. Like, Capisci, did you see this? Capisci, I heard you writing a story about me. Well, Capisci, what are you, blind? And meanwhile, his name is Capisci.
He's like 80 years old now. Isn't he pushing 80?
I don't know. I don't know how old he is.
I think he's like 78, if I'm correct. But that's another part of the mob that's soon going to be gone.
But he told me I was his favorite Gotti. I cracked up. I'm like, yeah, okay. Because I have no problem with I don't care who it is. Anybody, whoever it is, any reporter, anybody, I will tell them, no, you got that wrong. It's not true. That's a lie. This is not what happened. This is what happened. I have no problem doing that. I've been doing it.
Did you hear the story they were telling about me on SoFlo show?
I don't watch him.
No, I don't either.
Let me tell you the story. They said that I was at Walmart waiting in a bathroom and I grabbed a woman and took her out into a van. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And these guys, the trolls will tell these guys these stories and they believe them. They believe these stories. And it's like breaking news. Lee grabbed a woman. And first of all, if you're in Walmart and grabbed a woman, the odds of you getting out of Walmart with that woman is what?
I know.
But the shit people say and the shit they believe because of the trolls is amazing.
You should tell them that's so 2021.
Oh.
We went through that a year ago.
Well, you must have a lot of time on your hands, Lee, between being at Walmart with the women and being at McDonald's. You got a lot of time on your hands.
Yeah, yes. If I'm not grabbing a woman, I'm grabbing a kid. It depends what kind of mood I'm in that day. Now they're going to take that part I just said and do a video on it.
And there is Mr. Smith. Hello, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Where was Chris Truck tonight? I didn't see him. I didn't see Chris. I didn't see anybody tonight, really. But then again, we did start like 13 hours ago.
I told you we got to take. You got to stay on this show. Lee, on this show, you got to take a nap, eat lunch, then you come back on. You got to take a break, like it's a second shift.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it. I used to make fun of this show for doing this, and now here I am.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to make fun of Angel's shows and go, "Oh, can you believe she went 6 hours?" Here I am at the 4th hour, 10-minute mark.
Yeah, because we have so much fun sometimes, and you don't even realize how many hours go by.
It's not like I have someone in my room yelling, "Lee, come to bed." I got my dog sitting in the window on her chair. She'll come over and tell me it's time to go to bed. That's about it.
That's so funny.
I live a sad life.
Oh, look at this. Yes, one of my favorites. Hello, King Shades. King Shades.
Is he coming on?
Yes, he is.
Oh, good.
You lose all track of time. Yeah, exactly. It goes by so fast when we're on here.
Yeah, I was really planning to come on for a couple minutes.
At least we could still hold an audience for 4 hours and 11 minutes in. We still have 103 people in here.
Right.
That's pretty good. I mean, you're not kidding. You know what I like tonight when we had 250 people on and then FPS came on and he goes, "Why there's only a few people in here?" And they go, "Lee's on." He goes, when he said Lee's on, I'm thinking to myself, because they always threaten to come on when Danny and I are on.
Right.
Either one of them can come on when we come on. We'll put up better numbers than they will.
And
they
don't forget, people were confused about your time because you had one thing that said 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I came on
at 4.
Yeah, I messed it up today. I was wondering what you were talking about when you told me that. Then Danny said that, and
yeah. So you would have had more people in there.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, I can't complain. I'm really happy. We haven't done a live in a week, so that was our first live in a while.
That was fun. Hello, King Shades.
Hey, enjoying the show tonight. 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Yes,
my next live, for a co-host, I'm gonna bring on Cane Shades.
Oh man, I can't even last an hour.
I hear you can't last 5 minutes, but that's besides. Okay.
No, that's me, Lee. That's me.
Okay. Well, let's look at the woman that you got.
King Shades, last night was the first time I missed your show in, I think, since you started it a whole year.
Yes.
Because I was with my family, so I'm sorry for missing it. But
No problem.
I did watch it this morning, and as usual, a great show.
Yeah, I had 556 media on there. We were talking about a few things with Jesse. It was
Yes,
cool.
it was fun. Yes.
You want to hear something funny? Kane Shade's been making me a minute video every day for the last 4 or 5 days. I put them up. I feel guilty. I'm getting 2 to 3,000 views per minute video.
See
I
that?
told Lee that I was gonna be his Jerry.
Good. There you go.
See?
Chicky, let me ask you a question.
Hi,
Chicky.
Anthony Kane Shades.
What's up, Pop?
Oh, Anthony. Hey, how you doing, Anthony?
Good, Kane. How are you, sir?
All right. Just gonna ask a question to Chicky.
Go ahead.
Chicky,
What's up, bud?
Okay, let me ask you something. In the feds, when is lockdown as far as going to sleep? What's
10
the
o'clock
time?
at night. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. And do they have HBO in there?
No. No. There's no HBO.
Does everybody have their own TV, Chicky?
No, I don't know about all the Fed joints, but where I was, there wasn't. Any of the new joints in the last, like, probably, I'm going to say, that's been open in the last 10 or 15 years. No, they have like a room with the 3 TVs, dependent, There's always a sports TV, a Spanish network TV, and then a BT TV. There's, and then like, depending if there's a good movie during the weekend, they'll put all 3 good movies or whatever. But no, there's no where I was, there wasn't anyways in any place I was.
Okay, because I'm trying to call out an informant. I'm pushing back on these informants.
Are you talking about the kid who said that they were watching HBO? That one?
Yes, that one. That one.
Bullshit.
But I wanna. I looked up the Raybrook rules and policies.
Yeah.
No, I don't know in '99, but I want to get this guy with the facts.
Well, let me give you some hard facts. I can't get any harder than this. My friend Brian did 18 years in jail for extortion. He was in the whole time. John Jr. was in Raybrook. They were in the same pod together. They were together night and day.
I'll show you a picture of Brian too.
Yeah, Brian Hoyle was in Witzek Mafia. I'll show him. He's in Florida. He just he's gonna have a part, I guess, in Gotti too. He's a great actor, and he was with John for a long time. And he was with John night and day. And number one, they never got HBO. Brian's the one with the shorts on, with the white tank top and the white shirt over. Okay, when John's right next to him on the right, and they were in Raybrook the whole time together. And there's no HBO. And believe me when I tell you, nobody ever punked John. I'm not just saying it. This is coming from a guy that was with him every day. John was also with Dominic's father. So was Brian Hoyle. They were at Raybrook with Dominic's father, Stephen Crea. They were also with Paulie DiColangero, which is a good kid from up in our area. And he was, thank God he's out. But they accused him and my friend from over in my area, Freddie G, is of allegedly killing Whitey Bulger, which free Freddie from the hole. It's going in 4 years. Freddie G is in the hole still. The BOP hasn't charged him with the murder. And he's still sitting in the hole 4 years later. And thank God Paulie's out of the hole and he's moved on to another prison. So thank God he's out of it. But Freddie's over 4 years in the hole.
Why won't they charge him?
What's that?
Why won't they charge him?
When you talk with the BOP, they don't have to answer you. It's been over 4 years. They supposedly got it on video, him going into the cell, coming out of the cell with 2 kids. And if it's that cut and dry, why don't they charge him? It's over 4 years. He only can call home 1 time a month for 15 minutes. And he's essentially been by himself for 4 years in a hole in West Virginia.
And if he's locked up in the hole, he can't really defend himself, can
he? Nothing. And his people can't even get answers. I was talking to his cousin and his son, and they can't even get answers for him because the BOP says it's under investigation, and that's the end of it.
And if you're
even lawyers are trying to help him.
If you're in the hole, you can't speak to nobody.
No,
right?
And Freddie put in, my lawyer's his lawyer, and Freddie put in through the lawyers that hey, listen, get me out of here. Put me in. He willingly wants to go to Florence, Colorado to ADX. He said, I'll go to ADX. Send me there. Get me out of this hole. Put me in ADX. And they didn't even, they won't even consider it at this point. Over 4 years in the hole.
Isn't there some sort of, I don't know if it's a law or if it's a constitutional right regarding if you're being accused of something that they have to provide you some sort of an expeditious.
That all goes out the window when you're in the BOP. The BOP controls everything. That goes it's not court. It's BOP, Bureau of Prisons. They make the decisions. They can have them in there 10 years if they want. and nobody can do nothing.
Look
That's
what they did to that Mansion guy, the Trump friend. They put him in solitary confinement for the whole time he was in prison, just to get him to talk on Trump. They literally for 3 years put him in solitary confinement. A man that never a man that was never charged.
Which guy are you talking about? That guy Peter Manafort?
Yeah, Manafort.
Yeah, they just matter of fact, he just wrote a book, and my friend's in the book. He just wrote a book that when they did let him on a poll, my friend, I don't want to bring up his name, he's a good kid. I grew up with him. My friend was his mentor in Laredo. He was in Laredo with my friend, and he said he wrote a book. It's out on the things now. Trump pardoned him. He got out because Trump pardoned him. And
he never gave them any.
He was in there. My friend looked out for him, let him sit at the Italian table, everything. He just wrote a book on my friend.
He could have lied. He could have lied and got out of there.
Yeah.
He would not flip.
And they accused him, and there's some guy in there accused him of being a rat. And my friend told him, just get your papers sent in from your lawyer. I got you. And he had his lawyer send in all the papers. And my friend went to bat for him and said, listen, he's sitting with us. Here's his paperwork. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear another word that he's a rat. And that was the end of that. Because a lot of people want to throw that word around, They think it's a simple word because we're on YouTube. If they're on the street, I'm nothing. I was a nothing anyways. But on the street, you get your head cracked open. But on YouTube, they throw that word around like it's using the word dog, or rice. They just throw it around, but whatever. Yeah. So
well, the reason why I bring this up is I'm going to make a video on this particular informant, and I read the Ray Brook manual, right? But it was from like 2003.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, 2012. I'm sorry, it was 2012, and nowhere in that manual it says what time they go to bed. It says they wake up at 5. But the reason why I'm saying this is because Sopranos aired Sundays at 9. And did they really have HBO and Ray Brook in 1999? So, but I want the facts. Like I want it.
First of all, let me give you one better. They don't have HBO in jail, and even anything like kind of R-related, like even movies on the weekend, they won't show them in federal prison. Like you got to watch Rocky 2, Rocky 3. They won't show no movies where it's organized crime and they're killing people and there's girls getting shot. They will not show that in federal prison. Even in the weekends, they only show PG-13 movies. They will not show anything with violence.
Who are you talking about, Kane Shade? This sounds familiar, this story.
Panisi.
Oh, yeah, he did say that. He said
he said that some guy who I won't mention his name. People respect the guy. I'm not going to mention, but he put him out there as he's some title, some bullshit title, just let the guy go on. He was in jail and he wanted to watch Sunday night, 9 o'clock, whatever, Sopranos, and he went up to John.
That, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's a bullshit story.
Yeah,
they let them watch Oz too while they're in prison.
Yeah, once I heard that, I knew it was bullshit. But I'm trying to get it like
I'll have the kid. If you get a hold of me, get my number from me. I'll get my number or whatever. I'll get my number to you. I'll have my friend Brian come on your show live. He's going to come on Angel, tell the whole story about the whole thing about John being in there, him with John. Nobody ever punked John Jr. in jail. It never happened, and they have no HBO. And the guy that the Panisi's talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was good friend. My friend Brian was good friends with him too. So it never happened. It's bullshit. But I'm just saying, it is what it is. People can say what they want at YouTube.
Exactly. But when I seen that, I was like, oh, that bullshit. No HBO. Like there cannot be HBO Sundays at 9 o'clock.
Come on.
It was bullshit.
Come on. It's ridiculous.
They had popcorn too, and they had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can't get popcorn in federal prison. You get the one in the microwave. They do have that.
Hey, I remember when I was locked up, I would dream about having a soda.
Right. Well, federal's a lot different than were you in federal or you were in state?
No,
state.
Yeah.
Yeah, federal's a lot different. Federal, that's a lot different. Federal, you got the 10 o'clock at night is a count. It ain't a standing count. It's a count. It's 10 o'clock at night, and then you're up usually like 6 o'clock. I think around 6 o'clock. 6 or 7. I don't remember 6 o'clock. I think that your breakfast you get it's called first call, breakfast, whatever. Work call. I think 7 o'clock's work call because you work when you're in federal prison.
The worst place I was ever locked up for 3 months on an Indian reservation prison. Nobody has no idea how bad prisons are unless you were on an Indian reservation. Those places are hell.
Federal detention centers are the worst. MCC Manhattan was the worst. It's got the best people in the world there, the most solidest people there, and it's also the worst place. And also in Rhode Island at Wyatt, the federal detention centers are the worst around. You're just sitting there and doing 6 months in there is like you did 2 years, 3 years. in a federal. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
It's just dead time. You're sitting around. They have no program. You can't leave the pod. MCC Manhattan, you're stuck there. You go on the roof once a week to walk around in like maybe 20 yards, walk around a smokestack. It's crazy.
Wow, that sounds like the Dade County Jail.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh. It's crazy, man. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I called bullshit on that. And you're
He always has to bring up my brother for some reason. He always has to make up lies about him. He better pray. Listen, I'm starting to get like to the top now where Panisi, keep lying about my brother, and I'm going to start telling the truth about you know who in your family, and it's not going to be pretty. And you know what I'm talking about, Panisi.
What? Can you tell me, Angel, so I could do a show on it?
Fucking Lee.
I don't even think that even you would do a show on it.
It depends how good it is. I mean, did he do something like? Give us a hint.
Not him. Somebody in his immediate family.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's play charades. Okay, who is it? No.
Ay.
He better keep his. He keeps that. You know what? I'm just gonna reach like where I just say, you know what? Do it, Angel, and it's just gonna flow off my tongue, and he's gonna be humiliated. So let him keep lying about my brother. I'll tell the truth about his so-and-so. Pig.
Hey, you know what someone just wrote in my? Well, you know what someone just wrote on my page after the show today? They said, "All you missed today was Lee kissing Angel's behind." So sad.
And were you kissing Josie's as well, and B's and Angela's as well?
Why not? It's $4 better than one.
Oh.
This is true.
Yeah, but it's unbelievable. I'm kissing your butt, but yet they're there doing all of A-Light's and Calandra's work, and they're not kissing A-Light.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather be kissing a woman's ass than a guy's ass.
Well, I always said it's better to be friends with Lee Cole than not be friends with Lee Cole. And no matter what, Lee Cole never stooped as low as they did. Never. He never called me name. Well, Queen B.
Yeah, but not.
Lee Cole does things behind the scenes. Now, when I left the show, no lie, I got messages. King Sheets, get out of the closet. Stop being a coward. Answer my phone call. Yo, that's the truth. Get out of the closet, King Sheets. Yo, he's something else, Lee.
Yeah, but I didn't call you names though.
No. Quit dodging me. Get out of that closet.
No, and I have to say, I think that Lee Cole has known all this time who NB was, and he never told anybody, right, Lee?
No.
Well, it was his daughter. He didn't want to expose his daughter.
It was my daughter. MB's my daughter. I remember they were saying that for the longest time. MB's my daughter. And then when they found out she wasn't, they still didn't say, oh, because FBS was the lead on it. NBA is his daughter. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm the one who told him it was your daughter. Huh? I'm the one who told him. I'm telling you, it's his daughter. It's his daughter.
My daughter would not have anything to do with this stuff. Are you kidding me?
Well, I thought that.
They think my kids think I'm nuts. You want to hear something funny? About a year and a half ago, when I discovered this YouTube thing, my son had a channel. And so I would go on with him, and then I would make fun of him. I'd say, YouTube's stupid. What are you doing on here? I said, this is for idiots. And here I am 2 years later.
Oh, my God.
And I used to make fun of him for it.
And that's originally how I found Lee Cole. When you did your first video with your that's the first video I seen when you did with your son. And you were telling him that you left his channel, or you got fired from his channel.
Fired, man. His friend, his nerdy friend said to him, "We don't like your dad. We don't like your dad. He called us names." It's like, I wasn't calling you names. I was joking. You know what it is? People now, these young generations, are so sensitive.
Yeah, it is. You got two different. You got your now. You know what I mean. You do your thing now, and he does his. But you're right. The younger generation, they get very, what is it? Insulted.
Yeah. He had this one girl that was working with him, and she said, I don't like your father. He's very insensitive. She was a Karen. She was a Karen.
And what's crazy is Lee told his son, "Watch, son, in 1 week I'm gonna pass you," and he did.
Well,
He passed him in subscribers.
He fired me. He called me up and said, "Dad, I got to talk to you." I said, "Yeah, what?" He goes, "I got to let you go." I'm like, "You're not even paying me. What do you mean?"
That's so funny.
And then he lets me go, and then I said to him, in 1 year my channel will be 3 times the size as yours. I miscalculated. It's 4 times the size. My son won't even talk to me now. This is YouTube. You know, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was a crazy story.
Yep, it was.
All I know is that when you and Chris did that undercover bit, I don't follow this stuff much, but I remember when that happened, when that came out, that you were like working almost like undercover with the stuff that you were doing. And when it first came out, I thought that was one of the funniest things ever, because Chris, the nut job that he is, was trying to like run that almost like a pro wrestling angle, like the NWA. Yes, you guys are fucking psychotic.
But it looked like it was like a wrestling angle, though.
Yeah. But,
Oh yeah, it was, and it doesn't surprise me with Chris. But
the only person that actually knew that I was really doing that and I was serious about doing it was Casperosa. He was the only person that knew.
That was the only person. I didn't believe him.
Yep, but Casperosa knew because I talked to him every day.
Yeah.
I would give him the recorded conversations. These guys are rats. Do people get to understand this? That's what they are. They're rats. John A. Light is like, not only is John A. Light a rat, he's like the worst human being I've ever met.
Oh, really?
He's a horrible human being. I don't mean I met him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know.
He has a guy like walking around with him now and saying, "I put chocolates on your pillow." What 60-year-old Cheeky, would you let your friend say, "I'm going to put a chocolate on your pillow tomorrow morning and I'm going to make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich"?
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Yeah, they get a little weird.
So Jeff Nadeau's with them now. So instead of the chocolate, what's going to happen is Dowd's going to put Jeff Nadeau on A-Light's pillow.
Oh my God.
Well, I said that on my Angel. You said you saw my show this morning. Well, I said that I think that A-Light is gonna somewhat make a comeback, and he's gonna put all these other guys under their umbrella. Since if the other guy, Helmet or whatever, the other guy is gonna retire, they're all gonna flock to A-Light now. That was my prediction.
A-Light had a live today with 60 people.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's, you know, he, whatever he was gonna do, he would have done with his show with like when Gene and them were together. That show was on its way, and now that everything got derailed, I can't see. I think it's just gonna keep going down and down. That's what I think.
He's making his money going to cigar shops and stuff because people don't realize he's a fake gangster, and those cigar shops get full when he goes there. That's where he's making his money right now. He's going to cigar shops all over the country right now.
What I mean by that is getting some of these small little YouTubers to back up his stories, and because about last year he got exposed. No one believes him. Subscribers went down. But what I'm saying has come back is, you know, like he's gonna put all these guys under his umbrella, and everyone's gonna say he likes the man and all this.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Danny and I killed him because he did that video saying that me and Danny go to McDonald's and kidnap children. So we did that video on him. So his video right now is 4,000. The one that me and Danny did on him is almost 30,000. And funny, if you go to the front page, his video is there about me and Danny, but guess what video is right next to that?
Oh, in the suggestion box, yeah.
Yeah, the one that Danny and I did is right next to the one he did on us. And we have 30,000 views. He has 4,000 views. So do you think that he's really doing well? You know, no. 4,000 views attacking people and calling them child molesters? You know, you figure that, you know, a lot of people do that to me here and get 10,000 views. Mm-hmm. No, no one wants to watch him anymore because they all know he's full of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
He's taking his money. He's making money. I'm telling you, I already talked to the guy that runs this whole thing because they called me up and they said that they asked me and Danny to stop. His people called us up and said, "Can you stop attacking John A. Light?" And then that's And they were telling me how he makes his money. He goes to cigar shops, and you got to remember what's synonymous with a cigar, a gangster. And they don't have no real gangsters that will do that. So they'll have people like him or the rats. The rats go to these cigar shops. And cigars.
They get actors sometimes. They get guys who maybe like guys who acted on The Sopranos or like Goodfellas, stuff like that. Guys like that.
Yeah.
Will go and do stuff like that. But a guy who's really in the streets, he's not doing that shit.
No.
But they got Dowd doing it now with A-Light doing it. I mean, but people don't realize a lot of people are too stupid to realize they don't know nothing about John A-Light. They think he's a gangster.
And there are guys out there, believe me when I tell you, there are active guys out there. I mean, I don't know nothing about nothing, but there are active guys out there that do watch this stuff and they laugh. That they think it's hysterical. They don't think it's hysterical like in a good way. They just laugh and shake their head, but they do watch it. They laugh. You know, they're not in tune to every show, but they'll catch a show here and there and they laugh. Believe me when I tell you.
Joey D says, Chicky, not Cheeky, Lee.
You can call me Chicky, Cheeky, Chucky, whatever you want.
And
I've been calling you Cheeky.
Vecchio too calls you Cheeky.
That was Chicky's street name, Cheeky.
That was a Mexican restaurant, Chichi's.
Now, hey Lee, you know what that reminded me of when you said that they're hiring A-Like to go to these bars to smoke cigars. You know, when I was a teenager, my father he told me, hey, I got a job for you. And I show up to this little Colombian house, and it was a birthday party. He tries to give me a Donald Duck suit to wear a Donald Duck thing. I said, get the hell out of here. Oh, no, they're going to pay you $50. No, get out of here. Wearing Donald Duck.
There's big money in cigars right now in this country. I mean, these cigar shops, they're booming. Down in Tampa, they got like one on every block. You know, Tampa's booming right now. That's why all the rats are going down there to live in Tampa. They're all down there. All in one area. Are they in Arizona?
I remember like maybe it was in July, the beginning of July, I hired a Batman to come to my grandson's first birthday party because he loves Batman. And my daughter goes, no, don't do it. Wait till he's like 4 or 5 where he understands it. And when that Batman ever came in that yard, the kids were running for murder, screaming, you know, because they were scared. You know, when they see them characters in real life coming at them, boy, they weren't scared.
You know, when I was in Astoria, we were having a party for my sister Maggie, and we had someone sneak through the window during the party.
Right.
She kicks him in the face as he's coming through the window. She doesn't know who he is. You know, sometimes those things don't work out.
So I was listening to the sit-down news, not sit-down news, the Nadu show when Nadu was interviewing A-Light, and A-Light was saying he owns
it's Nadouche,
or whatever. He's saying that he's owning all these clubs in Tampa. So I'm actually doing research to see if he actually owned any of these clubs. Then I looked up that club. He said Mirage, and then I looked up the story that he snitched on the guy that managed.
Well,
the club.
JohnALightFacts.com, and you'll see Jimmy Catacamo was the one who owned the place.
Mirage or I think that's what it's called.
Look up on JohnALightFacts.com. I think there's a story on there about that.
Okay. And I looked that up, and I'm like, man, he snitched on the guy. It's crazy.
Kevin wants to know if we sleep. Kevin, when you get to this age, we know we're going to be sleeping for good pretty soon. So we try not to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
We're at the age when we go to sleep, we don't know whether we're getting back up. Well, not Kane Shades. Anthony, how old are you?
39.
Oh, you're a young guy. Chicky, you're an old fart, right?
54. Yeah, I'm old. Anthony's 39 too.
Okay. But Angel's the youngest at heart.
Yeah. Yes.
Did I get out of that, Angel?
That heart. That's about it.
39 in years, but I feel about 60 in terms of body. I have more aches and pains now than I ever thought I would have at this point in my life.
Please, Anthony. We're not feeling bad for you. Angel, show Lee Anthony's picture. We're not feeling bad for you. Lee, this is Anthony's picture. Should we feel bad for him?
Well, let me
I see a picture. Well,
it's coming up. Don't worry. You asked me if we should feel bad for him.
Okay, where's the picture?
Well, Angel is coming up.
I gotta go get it.
Get it, Angel, because we got to show Lee not to feel bad for him.
Yeah, I got a few years on you, Anthony. I'm 42.
Oh, that's not bad. I'm still a young kid.
Yeah, but you look it, ain't Kane Shay. You look fit.
Do I really? I know I'm getting some grays on me.
No, I'm kidding, Shane Shay.
Hold on, I got it.
You know,
Anthony ate veal parm tonight, though, so he don't feel this way right now.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling a little bloated right now.
Anthony, you got some nerve, dude.
Show the other picture, Angel.
What the fuck?
Show the other picture, Angel. Look at him.
Poor Anthony. You got pains from the lifting, Anthony.
Yeah, we got to feel bad for this kid.
Hey, pains are pains at this point.
He has those good pains. I used to work out, Anthony. Those are the good pains when you feel really good. You hurt when you leave, but when you leave the gym, the hurt feels good. That's
Yeah, you do leg day, and then you can't even get off the toilet afterwards because you're so sore. But speaking of,
I'll tell you what, though, all my friends that I lifted until I was about maybe 28, 29, all my friends, including my brother Tom, that lifted longer, they all had so much physical trouble once they got into their 40s.
well, a lot of it is just a lot of it is just the way that they approach it, like trying to lift as much weight as they possibly can. There's certain lifts in the gym, like doing deadlifts and barbell bench presses and stuff. That's really, really hard on your joints. Squats too. That's stuff.
But
I
a
mean,
lot of
that's
times it's hereditary. Your body, people don't realize it, but it's like my brother had a lot of trouble with his neck because in my family, we all have the same issues with our necks. When we're young, we got to get our vertebrae operated on. It's just a degenerate. It's one of those problems in our family, and then he had trouble with his arm. But he was very good at working out. He didn't work heavy weights. He worked out to look good. And yeah, but then I have another friend named Billy. He used to bench press 500 pounds. His muscles torn in his arms, but he was on juice too.
Yeah, well, the other problem that happens is that when you're going real heavy for X amount of years, as you start to get older and you got these injuries and you have to stop, then everything that you built just goes to shit. Everything starts sagging. You look terrible. So you're much better off doing it in a more sensible way so that you have that longevity. Because if you have that longevity, you can still keep doing it when you're 60 years old. But if you blow yourself out in your 20s and 30s trying to put up 400 or 500 pounds every single day, you're kind of working against yourself.
Well, I remember when I was 28, my final bench press was 400 pounds, and I never lifted again. So I can always say that that was my final bench.
Well, you made the 400 club at least.
I made it 400, could say that. I was arrested right after that. So
speaking of that, and speaking of the juices, speaking of you getting arrested, in the beginning with Lee Cole, I was having a conversation with him, and I said, I just seen this documentary called Dark Side of the Ring, the Vince McMahon steroid trial, and I'm talking to him about Vince McMahon's lawyer, and then Lee just pops up and he goes, "That cocksucker put me in jail."
He did. He sure did.
Jerry McDevitt?
Yeah, Jerry McDevitt. Had my best friend turn on me, and I got locked up. But when they thought I was going to go away and do 5 to 8 years, but they didn't realize I was working on it while I was out. And then when I went in, we have a book coming out in March. All this is going to be in the book. Simon Schuster just sent it to print and stuff. We tried to get it out earlier, but we can't, so we have to wait to March. Simon Schuster won't move their dates when they're going to release books.
And I don't think people realize this about Lee Cole, because I listened to all these wrestling podcasts. I was a huge fan when I was a kid. I watched WWF when I was a kid. And I'm listening to all these podcasts. Lee knows all the main players. He knows all of them from the 80s, 90s. All of them. And there was a couple podcasts that talked about you. The Something to Wrestle With said something about you, Lee. Like, all of these guys.
I've been on a lot of them. They're out there.
Well, the biggest wrestling podcast, that's Something to Wrestle With, they had a story about the situation with your brother or whatever, and then they talked about you and whatever on that show. But you're on all these podcasts, these wrestling.
I feel like I heard about this.
I was on Hannibal, which is a very big podcast. Yep. And also the one out of Boston, especially right after my brother died. I was on quite a few of them. That's how I actually got into this, because I seen these guys with podcasts and stuff. I was like, what's up with these podcasts? And then I seen Sammy Gavano. I'm like, why is Sammy Gavano so popular? I mean, because I remember when Sammy Gavano, there was a time when Sammy Gavano was on the front of every newspaper as a rat, you know, and all of a sudden I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why do people like looking up to this guy? He was like a lowlife.
Yeah.
But they were looking up to him, and they're still looking up to him. It's disgusting.
That blown my mind. As a 12-year-old kid in Miami in 1992, you knew Sammy Gavano was the bad guy. Even a kid in Miami knew. Like, everyone hated Gavano. It's crazy how it is now that they believe was bullshit.
Yeah, I was 30 when he turned, when he flipped. But I was still living in New York when he flipped too. So to me, it was like a big New York thing. It was in the front page of the Daily News, the Post, even the Times, and the Wall Street Journal. I mean, there wasn't a paper it wasn't in.
And of course, he's got to spin it like like they all do. Well, yes, I did. I wasn't informant. I did rat, if you want to call it that. But it's because of this reason. John Gotti he threw me under the bus, and there's always a reason. Can't they just say, I didn't want to go to jail for life? And I just say it. And people, I don't know.
Well, Gavano said it. Gavano said it. He said this. He said when he went into prison, he told John, he said, man, I want to break the heck out of here. He couldn't do time. He wanted to break, even if that story was true. But he told John, he said, hey, I want to break out of here. He was trying to escape. He didn't want to do time.
And even the guy made the book, John Gleason made the book and said straight out, he was in talks with Sammy the Bull during that whole time. And he said straight out, Sammy didn't want to do the time. What did he say, Angel? What was the exact words? She fell asleep.
Oh, she fell asleep?
Angel, are you sleeping?
Chicky, what year was he on Diane Sawyer?
Tomorrow morning.
Is it like
sleep? I'm just getting something.
Angel, what was it when you get ready? What was that thing that John Gleason said about Sammy and your father? That he was there the whole time, and he said the main reason was he didn't want to do the time.
No, what he said was that Gravano, when Gravano went to him, he said, "Why do you want to do this?" And he said, "Because if we."
Oh, he was afraid for his life, right?
No, because if we beat this case, John is going to get Frankie, and they're going to kill me.
Yeah.
And Donald right here has a very good quote. Donald, I'm guessing you're in your mid-30s and maybe 40. I never heard about Gravano until the 2000 when he was busted for ecstasy. And that's just it. The younger generation didn't hear about him. And just think about that whole thing with those drugs. Sammy Gavano had his kids dealing drugs. Think about that. I mean,
when Sammy was on Diane Sawyer, that was maybe like mid 90s,
95.
97.
Yeah, he had just got out.
He
from
never said anything. Never made any comments about John was he was trying to make me take the fall for anything. It took him 25 fucking years to come up with this story. Why didn't he say it back then?
If you remember, Anthony, what he said was John was a double crosser and I double crossed. No, John did something and then I double crossed him. That's what he said. That's exactly what he said.
They were playing chess. That's what he said.
Right. Yeah, and I double crossed him or whatever the hell he said.
And Kane Shea, did you ever read the original statement that Gravano made about shooting Alan Kaiser?
The original statement? No.
Well, I read that, and it's fascinating because if you read that, he says in it, I shot Alan Kaiser. He never even mentioned Louis Melito. He said, I shot Alan Kaiser.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, he started bringing Louis into this. And of course, you could bring Louis Melito into it. Why? Because Louis is dead.
Exactly.
You could bring dead people into this. That's what lots of people do. They bring dead gangsters in.
Exactly.
And whoever believes a 16-year-old kid ran at him with a shotgun got to have their head examined.
Yeah.
Those guys looked up to guys like Sammy Gavano back in the day. They seen them driving up the cars. They were like the heroes of the streets. They would
when that went down, that poor Alan Kaiser was petrified. He didn't know which way to go, and Sammy shot him down like a dog, a rabid dog.
Yeah.
Well, the death certificate. Wait, hold on. I got the death certificate right.
He was shot in the back of the head, right?
I got it right here. Hold on. Where is it?
Imagine telling your loved one, we're sorry, there's nothing we can do.
Shotgun shot. What is it? Gunshot wound of head and brain. I can't see it right now.
I think it says head and brain.
Homicide. Yeah, head and brain homicide.
Yeah.
Shot him from behind, not in front. Shot him from behind. Piece of shit.
And then they finally get the killer after all that time, and the people say, "Sorry, we can't help you."
And if you hear Sammy Gravano's audiobook, it's a different story. First, he didn't call him a kid; he called him a guy in the audiobook, and he said the guy looked confused and then just got shot. Like he didn't run, he didn't say he ran. He just looked confused, and then Louis Melito turned around and shot him. He just looked confused, didn't know what was going on. That's what he said in the audiobook.
Every single thing he's done, he's blamed on someone else.
Does anybody really think he's only shot one guy? Come on.
And how he's allowed to make money on YouTube talking about his victims, I'll never get that. I don't care whose name he puts his money in.
You know what he's going to do, though? He's leaving his kids a nice library.
Listen, every nickel he makes, a good percentage of any of these people talking about their crime should go to Joy's family and any other victim.
That's you'll have your lawyers come out. You'll have your lawyers come out from the ACLU, and they'll be fighting it, saying no.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Yeah, it's the Son of Sam law. You're not allowed to profit off of.
Yeah, but it's not. Whatever. It's good in New York. Son of Sam. Yeah. New York did away with that.
Yeah, what they do is they open up their companies or base them in different states, like Arizona.
Yeah.
And that's specifically the Son of Sam, because Son of Sam was in New York. And that's only because David Berkowitz was going to write a book and was making money on it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
We live in a very, very weird country. Think about this.
Sick world.
How about the murders? Like if you had, say, Bobby Borrielli, and then you had Bill Catullo Jr. Why were those guys eventually found out about the murders? Because of snitches coming forward. They would have never knew who murdered those guys. But snitches came forward and basically said and gave evidence. You know, it's pretty amazing when you think about it. You know, otherwise these guys' murders, they never get found. You know, while Bill stays in that hole, he'd still be there.
There's still bodies popping up in Lake Mead out in Vegas.
4 of them now. Did you hear? 4 of them now.
Yeah, I think the water's low again, so now they found another body.
Yeah, and it was obvious that was a dumping ground back then. I mean, people were drinking that water.
Well, Vegas, the cops were dumping more bodies than the gangsters.
Mm.
Yeah,
Vegas.
Imagine how many bodies are out in the desert.
You know what's a sad story, and I'm surprised, Lee, you haven't covered this. You know the Spider character from Goodfellas?
Yeah.
You know he was only 15 years old.
Yeah.
If you listen to the Howard Stern show, they took it off of YouTube, but the sister called and to confront Henry Hill, like where her brother's body was buried or whatever. But he was only 15. Spider was only 15.
Yeah, he was like a coffee boy at the social club.
Yeah. He was working there just to pay off a debt.
Yeah.
Imagine that, you're 15 working there to pay off a debt. Out of all places to be working. You have psychopaths like Jimmy Burke come in and what's his face?
DeSimone.
Yeah, DeSimone. And another thing about DeSimone, in the movie they had Joe Pesci playing him. DeSimone was 6'1", and he was a very muscular, big guy.
And he had like longer hair and a mustache too, I believe.
Yeah, he was a big dude. I mean, he was a tough guy. He used to beat the daylights. He terrorized the neighborhoods. But in the movie, Joe Pesci did a great job.
Yeah.
But he was nothing like Joe Pesci. You know, he wasn't a small guy.
Joe Pesci played an incredible and even looked like Anthony Spilaccio.
Oh yeah, he did.
Casino. He played he was the same size as Anthony Spilaccio, acted like a nut like him.
Yeah.
I think that's actually one of my favorite. Well, it's probably one of my favorite mob movies. Casino.
Oh, the best scene ever in that movie is when he's talking to the Irish banker and he says, I'm gonna come down to the bank tomorrow and crack your head wide open.
Yeah.
And then as I'm getting out of jail, I'm gonna split your effing head open again. That was the best scene in the movie.
Yep, and it's pretty amazing when you think about it, though, because who would have thought big corporations ended that all for them, coming in and buying those casinos up?
Well, I think when they kicked the Teamsters out, that kind of was their death toll, and then the big corporations came in and did everything after that.
Hey, Chicky, say that story. I was listening to you one night, and you said a funny story. You said you seen a what was it? The Chico guy, the Chico's uncle or cousin. You said you seen a video, YouTube video, and then the next day you're shaving.
John Gotti was my friend, and that Sammy the Bocavano was a scumbag. He wanted to take the unions from my nephew Frank. I knew him since he was a kid. He was a piece of shit.
And you were shaving.
Guys.
Yeah. You said the story that it was in your head, and you were shaving, and you were saying that quote.
It was fun. Yeah, it's all over the internet, that story. And I guess he was very
nice guy.
Angel. I go, Angel, what happened? Did he say something happened and he said, no, you got to go to the something, you were going to have tickets for something? Oh, she's sleeping.
He really was a nice man.
Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, he was funny. He talked like that. I mean, he was funny.
Angel, did you ever hear anybody in your family mention Paul Castellano when he was alive?
No.
Now, Angel, Lee was doing quotes of your father. Was this a quote? And he didn't mention this as a quote, so I don't know if this was a real quote, but it's what was it? He goes, when people go to the circus, they don't want to see clowns. They want to see lions and tigers. Was that a John Gotti quote or no?
I have no idea. Never heard that one before.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay.
But you know what? A lot of the quotes that they say he said, it was really Armand Desante in the movie. So I don't know. I have to ask my brother.
So the Lion and the Lamb, was that his or was that in a movie?
No, the Lion and the Lamb, that was his. He'd rather live one day a lion than 100 years a lamb.
Hey, Chicky, I was going to ask you, where the hell did you get veal to eat?
Well, where'd I get what?
We have tons of cows out here and calves, but they don't have no veal. I can't figure that one out.
Yeah, but what are you asking for, veal? I know I said
no, that was me that I had veal.
Anthony had veal? Oh man, I miss veal so bad. I miss a real veal covered parmesan.
No good Italian place out there, Lee?
Where? Out
there, there's no good Italian places?
There's one called Vincent's, and they make good pizzas and gyros, but that's about it. There's all the pizza places out there. They mix cheddar with mozzarella. I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, you know what it is nowadays. People think they're going out to a fancy Italian dinner and they go to Olive Garden. They think it's like the best joint around. So
at the Olive Garden. My mother was pregnant with me, and Sammy flipped. I remember when the news came on saying John Gotti passed away. I was 10. I remember thinking he was one of the most handsome older men I ever saw.
Well, he was handsome. You can't never take that away from him. That he was.
My mother, before she passed away, Angel, talked to your brother, called me one time, and she was in the room, and she got on the phone with your brother, and she said, I want to just tell you that your father could have put his shoes under my bed anytime, and your brother had the biggest laugh on it.
That was so cute. Yeah, that was.
Yo, Chicky, and I heard you say that. My mom said that about Clint Eastwood. The same exact quote.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood could put his shoes underneath my mom bed. Yeah, my mom said the same thing.
I didn't expect it.
Did you guys see how many kids Clint Eastwood has had out of wedlock?
Really?
Oh my God, he's not a nice man. I was reading up some of his story. That guy has 6 kids while he was married to other women by other women.
Wow.
I was like, are you kidding me? 6 kids out of wedlock? I mean, he's a good-looking dude. I'm sure he had no trouble making kids, but
Clint Eastwood?
Clint Eastwood, yeah. He's not that biblical character that they pretend. Let's put it that way.
Well, he's still doing these movies. He's got to be 95 years old. He's still
Well,
doing movies. I don't know how he's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's great without a doubt. But I mean, he was a player back in the day. He was like a basketball player.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he got around.
Well, guys, it's going on almost 5 hours. I'm bowing out. I'm exhausted. But
Yeah, someone's at my door.
Angel, thank you so much.
Yeah, like somebody's
She's showing us out.
Take care, guys.
Bye, Ann. Bye, Lee. Bye, Angel. Bye, Chad. She's going to pull you out pretty soon.
Chicky.
Have a good night, Chicky.
Take care, Angel. Good night. Good night, Anthony. Have a nice one.
Have a good night, guys. I'm taking off 2-inch. Oh, Lee's. Everybody's leaving.
Good night.
All right, guys. Have a good rest of the night. Thanks for having me on, Ange.
Thank you. Anytime, man. Anytime you want to come on, you just come on. It was a pleasure having you. Now, I hate long goodbyes. Now, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Lee Cole. Thank you, Chicky, for being my co-host tonight. And thank you, Anthony Destito. I loved having him on. Good night, Kane Shades. Who else was here? Did I forget anyone? Yeah, I kicked Anthony. Anthony, I kick only the people that I love. And I kicked Lee Cole too. Because Lee Cole kicked me today. He didn't even let me get a chance to even say goodnight. He just went, goodbye to everyone. He just kicked me. And good night, Brooklyn Bounce. And once again, MRE and Marla, my heart is with you both. And I love you both. And my thoughts and prayers are with you. Good night, everybody. Good night, everyone. And thank you so much for everything. 5 whole hours. Thank you. It went by so fast. Thank you, David Hunt. Mr. Smith, I missed you tonight. I would have loved having you on as well. And good night, Jason. Good night, 2 Jasons. And Lucio, thank you. And David James, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Good night. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Ma Bratz, too, and Albert.